Some summers don't end when the season changes. They stay with you for the rest of your life. Somewhere beyond the endless cotton fields and the heat rising from Arkansas soil, a young boy is about to lose the quiet safety of childhood. This is A Painted House by John Grisham, a story born from memories he carried long before the courtroom thrillers made his name known around the world. Inspired by his own childhood in rural Arkansas, Grisham stepped away from lawyers and legal battles and reached for something more personal, something that felt lived rather than imagined. When it arrived in 2001, the story quietly found its way into the hands of millions of readers, proving that the man behind the firm, the Pelican Brief, and so many unforgettable bestsellers could move hearts as powerfully as he built suspense. Its world later found new life in a television adaptation in 2003. As you travel into this world, remember, this is a third-person retelling inspired by the original story, not a word-for-word reading, and the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. You'll hear more along the way: hidden details, adaptation trivia, and the stories behind how this world came to life. Because sometimes the smallest houses hold the biggest secrets. The story begins. The first of the seasonal workers arrived that Wednesday, the Hill people and the Mexicans both, as if the county had summoned them by some unspoken signal. It was early September, and for Luke Chandler, the arrival meant the world was about to change. His father and grandfather had been murmuring in low, secretive tones for days, words they rarely used, and their whispers carried a fragile hope. The cotton was high, taller than Luke, and the men thought it might be a good crop. But the Chandlers were farmers, and farmers worried. It was their way. They fretted about sunlight and rain, floods and the price of seed, the fluctuations of the market. Even on the clearest, most perfect day, Luke's mother would lean in and tell him not to mind the men, they'd find something to worry about. On this particular morning, Luke's grandfather, Pappy, was consumed by the cost of labor. The men who came down from the hills were paid by the pound, and the previous year, it had been $1.50 for every 100 pounds. Now there was talk of a farmer in Lake City offering $1.60, and the thought gnawed at him as he drove. Pappy's truck was a 1939 Ford, and with it, he drove exactly 37 miles per hour. He believed every vehicle had a speed at which it ran most efficiently, and he had long ago settled on that number. He never spoke while driving, and his silence was a source of family lore. His wife said it was because he was afraid of motorized vehicles, though Luke's mother suspected he just couldn't bear to take his hands off the wheel. When the family went to church, the women squeezed together in the cab, while Luke and his father rode in the dust-choked bed of the truck. As they turned onto Highway 135, Luke watched his grandfather work the clutch and the stick shift with a careful, almost ceremonial precision. Luke leaned forward to check the speedometer, and when it read 37, his grandfather smiled at him, as if they were in on the same quiet secret. The highway cut through the flat, endless farm country of the Arkansas Delta, and the fields on both sides were white with cotton. It was the time of harvest, and for Luke it meant 2 months away from school, but for his grandfather, it meant another season of sleepless nights. The Jordan place appeared on the right, and Luke spotted a group of Mexicans working in the field, stooped low, their cotton sacks trailing behind them, their hands moving with a practiced, steady rhythm. Pappy grunted his disapproval, not just because the Jordans were Methodists and Cubs fans, but because they already had workers in their fields. The ride to town always took 20 minutes. Pappy refused to pass slower vehicles, though he was usually the one holding everyone up. Near Black Oak, they caught up with a cotton trailer being pulled by the Montgomery boy, Frank, who had dropped out of school and was considered by the church folk to be bound for trouble. The Montgomery twins boys Luke's age bounced and waved from their snowy perch until they noticed the truck below, at which point they stopped and waved. Luke waved back, but Pappy kept both hands on the wheel and his eyes straight ahead. His mother said people whispered behind his back, calling him rude and arrogant, but Luke suspected his grandfather didn't care much about gossip. They followed the trailer until it turned at the Cotton Gin, and then they rolled into Black Oak. The highway became Main Street, and the familiar landmarks passed by the Baptist church, the shops and businesses, the school. On Saturdays, the street would be clogged with farmers and their families, but it was Wednesday now, and the town was quiet. Pappy parked in front of Pop and Pearl Watson's grocery store, and Luke waited for the familiar nod. It came, and he walked inside. Pearl greeted him with a hug as she dusted the counter, and Luke grabbed a Tootsie Roll from the jar by the register. He signed the charge slip with a practiced flourish. His mother had been drilling him in cursive for 2 years, and Pearl praised his handwriting. He asked about her husband, Pop, and she told him he was stocking shelves in the back. Luke mentioned that Pappy was worried about the Mexicans, and Pearl hummed knowingly. "Farmers worried about everything," she said, and when Luke declared he was going to be a baseball player for the Cardinals, she seemed to approve. A Mexican wandered in, alone and hesitant, and Luke greeted him with the Spanish he'd been practicing. The man smiled shyly and disappeared into the aisles. Pearl murmured that they were good people, but Luke could tell she was gauging the new customer's every move. Pappy appeared at the door, called for Luke, and said a brief goodbye to Pearl. Outside, Luke asked about the Mexicans, and Pappy told him they would arrive later that afternoon. They drove out of town and parked on the shoulder of the highway, at a place Pappy swore was the best spot in the county to catch the hill people. They sat on the tailgate in the scorching heat, waiting in silence for half an hour, until a clean truck with good tires pulled up. Pappy spoke to the driver, a man named Lloyd Crenshaw, and explained that they were looking for work. The man said yes. He was looking for a farmer west of Black Oak, and Pappy gave him directions. Luke watched the truck drive off, certain his grandfather wanted those people to stay with them. They seemed healthy, neat, and capable. They were exactly the kind of folks Pappy had in mind. And so the day wore on, the sun baking down, the promise of workers waiting in the distance. The farm was about to get crowded, and Luke knew the rhythm of his life was about to shift. Pappy could have raised his offer to beat what Mr. Crenshaw was promising. The Hill people were known for their hard bargaining, and the year before, the Fulbright family had vanished in the middle of the night, slipping away to a farm 10 miles down the road for better pay. But Pappy wouldn't play that game. He wasn't dishonest, and he had no interest in starting a bidding war that would only drive up costs for everyone. So Luke and his grandfather passed the time by tossing a baseball along the edge of the cotton field, their game stopping whenever a truck approached. Luke's Rawlings glove was his most treasured possession, a Christmas gift from the year before. He slept with it, oiled it religiously, and guarded it like a sacred relic. His grandfather, who had taught him every fundamental of the game, didn't need a glove. Those thick, calloused hands absorbed Luke's throws without a flinch. Eli Chandler had once been a legend. At 17, he'd signed a contract with the Cardinals, bound for professional baseball, but the first war had called him away, and by the time he came home, his father had died. There was no choice but to take up the plow. Pop Watson loved to tell the stories, the distance of his home runs, the speed of his fastball. "The greatest ever from Arkansas," Pop would say, and Luke would ask, "Better than Dizzy Dean?" Pop would sigh and say, "Not even close." But when Luke repeated these tales to his mother, she would smile and warn him that Pop had a way with tall tales. Pappy was rubbing the baseball in his hands when he cocked his head at a sound from the west. A truck with a trailer was approaching, and from a quarter-mile away Luke knew they were hill people. They walked to the shoulder and waited, as the driver downshifted, the gears grinding and whining as the vehicle came to a stop. Luke counted 7 heads, 5 in the truck, 2 in the trailer. The driver, a man named Sproul, spoke slowly, sizing up Pappy as he was sized up in return. Tobacco juice stained his lower lip, an ominous sign, because Luke's mother believed hill people had bad habits, and tobacco was forbidden in the Chandler home. The man introduced himself, and Pappy offered his name, then asked if they were looking for work. They were. They came from Eureka Springs. The truck was a wreck, almost as old as Pappy's, with slick tires, a cracked windshield, rusted fenders. A makeshift tier above the bed was crammed with cardboard boxes and burlap bags, and below it, a mattress was wedged against the cab. 2 large boys stood on the bed, staring blankly. On the tailgate sat a young man shirtless, barefoot, massive-shouldered, with a neck like a stump. He spat tobacco juice between the truck and the trailer, swinging his feet slowly, oblivious to them. Pappy named his price $1.60 per 100 pounds, and Sproul frowned, exchanging murmurs with a woman beside him. The decision hung in the air. Pappy had to decide if he wanted these people on his farm. They had to decide if the price was right. Sproul asked about the cotton, and Pappy told him it was Stoneville, ready and easy to pick. The evidence was all around them. Pappy, of course, had been worrying about the weather predictions, but that was just his way. Luke wandered off to inspect the trailer while the men talked money. The trailer's tires were even balder than the truck's, one nearly flat under the weight of their possessions. In one corner, a very pretty girl with dark hair and brown eyes leaned on the plank siding, her gaze meeting his. She was younger than his mother, but much older than him. He couldn't stop staring. She asked his name, he told her. She was Tally, 17. He was 7. She'd been riding for a day and a half and she was barefoot, her dress dirty and tight. Luke had never really looked at a girl before. She smiled at him knowingly. Next to her sat a boy who didn't seem right. His left arm hung limp and useless, and Tally introduced him as Trot. He was 12, and a cripple, she said. When Luke tried to greet him, the boy turned away, his bad arm flopping lifelessly. Luke thought about what his friend Dwayne had said, that Hill people married their cousins, and that's why there were so many defects. But Tally looked perfect to him. Pappy and Sproul reached an agreement, and the truck started. Luke walked back to his grandfather as Sproul's engine rumbled to life. Pappy gave directions: 9 miles, a left at a burned-out barn, 6 more miles to the St. Francis River, the first farm on the left. Sproul asked if it was bottomland, and Pappy said some of it was, but it was good land. The man asked where to set up, and Pappy told him about the shady spot next to the silo. They watched the Sprouls drive away, their gears rattling, their tires wobbling, their belongings bouncing and jostling. Luke asked his grandfather if he liked them, and Pappy said they were good folks, just different. Luke realized they were lucky to have them. More workers meant less cotton for him to pick, and he dreaded the month-ahead sunrise in the fields, the endless rows taller than him, the heavy sack dragging behind, the bleeding fingers, the burning neck, the aching back. He wanted all the help he could get. But Pappy was restless. Other fields were getting picked, and theirs were not. Their Mexicans were 2 days late. They parked near Pop and Pearl's, and Luke followed his grandfather to the tea shop, where he argued with the labor man. "Relax," the man said. "They'll be here any minute." Pappy couldn't relax. They walked to the gin, a long trek. But Pappy wouldn't waste gasoline. He'd picked 200 pounds that morning, but he walked so fast Luke had to jog to keep up. The gin lot was crowded with trailers. Luke waved again at the Montgomery twins as their empty trailer headed home. The gin roared with dangerous machinery, and Luke was scared of the noise. He found a safe spot near the dock and watched the finished bales emerge, perfect squares covered in burlap and strapped with steel bands. A bale of cotton was worth $175, and a good crop could produce a bale an acre. The math was simple: 80 acres, 80 bales, and all that money, but the costs were just as clear. Pappy and his father had borrowed $14,000 in March, spent on seed, fertilizer, labor, everything. If the weather held and the fields yielded, they'd break even. But they carried debt from the previous year: $2,000 to the gin owner, money to the John Deere dealer, the fuel supplier, the co-op, even Pop and Pearl's grocery. Luke wasn't supposed to know any of this, but in the summer, when the nights were hot and sleep was hard, his parents would sit on the front steps and talk, and his bed was near the window. They thought he was sleeping, but he heard more than he should have. Luke had a sinking suspicion that his grandfather needed another loan to cover the wages for the Mexicans and the Hill people, but he couldn't tell if Pappy had managed to secure the money. The old man's frown was fixed in place as they walked to the gin, and it stayed with him all the way back. The hill people had been making this journey from the Ozarks for decades, many of them owning their own homes and land, sometimes arriving in vehicles nicer than the farmers who hired them. They worked hard, saved what they could, and looked just as poor as everyone else. But by 1950, the migration had slowed. The post-war boom had reached parts of Arkansas, and the younger generation found less reason to leave home. Cotton picking wasn't a job anyone volunteered for, and as the labor shortage grew worse, someone discovered the Mexicans. The first truckload had arrived the year before, and Luke remembered Juan, who'd given him his first tortilla. 40 men packed into a trailer for 3 days, no shade, no shelter, little food. Pappy said it smelled worse than a cattle truck. The church ladies had complained, and Luke's mother had been vocal about it, pressing his father to talk to the other farmers to demand better treatment. Pappy didn't care, and the Mexicans just wanted to work. Now they were waiting again, and when the truck finally rolled in just after 4, Luke's hopes for a bus were crushed. It was another trailer. Old, open cattle would have had it better. The men clambered down in groups, 62 of them, gathering on the sidewalk in front of the co-op, stretching, bewildered, their small bags of belongings clutched tight. Luke counted, and was disappointed not to see Juan. These men were shorter than Pappy, thin, dark-haired, brown-skinned. Pearl Watson stood on the sidewalk, hands on her hips, glaring at the spectacle. The laborman and the driver started yelling at each other. Someone in Texas had promised a bus, and this was the second load to arrive in a dirty trailer. Pappy looked ready to jump into the fight, but he held back. When the dust settled, the paperwork began. Pappy claimed the first 10. Their leader was Miguel, older than the rest, the only one with a cloth bag. His English was passable. Luke chatted with him while Pappy handled the forms, and Miguel introduced the others. Roberto, Jose, Luis, Pablo. It would take a week to tell them apart. Most of them tried to smile, exhausted as they were, but one of them sneered, a young, tall Mexican in a western hat, narrow eyes, a thin mustache. Miguel said he thought he was a cowboy, so that's what they called him. Cowboy frightened Luke enough that he thought about telling Pappy, but he just backed away. They followed Pappy to Pop and Pearl's, Luke careful to keep his distance from Cowboy. Pearl was waiting, her outrage simmering. She whispered to Luke that they treated the Mexicans like animals, and Luke whispered back that his grandfather said they were just happy to be there. Pearl shot Pappy a dirty look, but he didn't see it. He was too busy worrying about the unpicked cotton. Miguel gave Pearl each man's name, and she opened charge accounts. They bought flour, shortening, beans, and rice. Nothing extra, nothing that cost more than necessary. They ate as little as possible to save every cent. Cowboy was last in line, and when Pearl smiled at him, Luke thought he might spit on her. Miguel stayed close. Pappy led them to the truck, and they piled into the bed, shoulder to shoulder, silent, staring blankly ahead. The old truck strained, but eventually settled into its 37-mile-an-hour rhythm. Luke reached into his pocket and pulled out the other half of his Tootsie Roll. As they neared the house, Luke saw smoke, and then a tent in the front yard under the pin oak, right where home plate should be. The Spruills had set up camp, ignoring Pappy's instructions to use the spot by the silo. Their tent was a mismatched collection of poles and canvas, boxes and blankets scattered inside. Tally was napping. Their truck was parked beside it, rigged with more canvas and anchored with baling rope. Mrs. Spruill was tending a fire in the bare spot where Pappy and Luke's father caught his fastballs. Luke wanted to cry. He would never forgive her for this. Pappy slowed and turned into the place, parking under another oak. His wife Ruth was waiting at the kitchen steps, hands on her hips, her displeasure plain. Luke's mother came forward, squeezing his shoulder as she watched the Mexicans unload. Gran met Pappy at the front of the truck, demanding to know why the hill people were in the front yard. Pappy said he'd told them to set up by the silo, but they'd chosen this spot anyway. When Gran asked if he could make them move, he said no, they'd just pack up and leave, and they all knew how hill people were. That was the end of Gran's questioning. She wasn't about to argue in front of Luke and the Mexicans. She walked off toward the house, shaking her head, but Pappy didn't care where the hill people camped. They looked able-bodied and ready to work, and that was all that mattered. Luke suspected Gran wasn't that concerned either. The picking was so crucial they would have taken in a chain gang if it meant 300 pounds a day. The Mexicans followed Pappy to the barn, which Luke knew was exactly 352 feet from the back porch steps his father had helped him measure it the previous January. Past the chicken coop, the water pump, the clotheslines, the tool shed, past a sugar maple that would turn bright red in October. The distance felt like a mile to Luke. From home plate to the left field wall in Sportsman's Park was 350 feet, and every time Stan Musial hit a home run, Luke would sit on the steps the next day and marvel at the distance. When Musial had hit a ball 400 feet against the Braves, Pappy had said he'd hit it over the barn, and for 2 days afterward, Luke had sat on those steps, dreaming of doing the same. Luke's mother watched the Mexicans pass the tool shed and remarked that they looked tired. Luke confirmed they'd been packed into a trailer, 62 of them, and he mentioned Pearl's outrage. His mother said it wouldn't happen again, and Luke knew his father was about to hear about it. She sent him to help his grandfather. The barn loft had been Luke's project with his mother for the past 2 weeks, sweeping, cleaning, making a home for the Mexicans. Most farmers put them in abandoned tenant houses or barns. There was even a rumor that Ned Shackelford had made his live with the chickens. But on the Chandler farm, the Mexicans would live in the loft, and it would be clean and smell pleasant. His mother had gathered old blankets and quilts for them over the past year. Luke slipped into the barn and stayed below next to Isabel's stall, their milk cow, named after a young French girl Pappy claimed had saved his life in the First War. Gran never believed that story. From below, Luke could hear the Mexicans moving around in the loft, settling in. Pappy was talking to Miguel, who was impressed with how clean the loft was, and Pappy took the credit as if he alone had done the scrubbing. In truth, Pappy and Gran had been skeptical of Luke's mother's efforts. She had been raised on a small farm at the edge of Black Oak, almost a town girl, and had grown up with kids too good to pick cotton. She'd been driven to school, visited Memphis 3 times before marriage, and had been raised in a painted house. The Chandlers rented their land from Mr. Vogel of Jonesboro, a man Luke had never seen but whose name was uttered with respect and awe. After 30 years of labor, Pappy and Gran had managed to buy the house and the 3 acres around it, along with the tractor, equipment, mules, and truck. His father had a vague ownership interest in some of the assets. The land deed was in Eli and Ruth Chandler's names. The only farmers who made money owned their land. Renters like them tried to break even, and sharecroppers were doomed to poverty. His father's goal was to own 40 acres free and clear. His mother's dreams were tucked away, but Luke already knew she longed to leave the rural life and was determined he wouldn't farm. When she was satisfied the Mexicans were settled, she sent Luke to find his father. It was late, the sun falling beyond the trees along the St. Francis River. Time for him to weigh his cotton and call it a day. Luke walked barefoot along a dirt path between 2 fields, the soil dark and rich. He saw the cotton trailer ahead and knew his father was working his way toward it. Jesse Chandler was Pappy and Gran's elder son. His younger brother Ricky was 19 and fighting somewhere in Korea. There were 2 sisters who'd fled the farm as soon as they'd finished high school. Jesse hadn't fled. He was determined to be a farmer like his father and grandfather, except he'd be the first Chandler to own his land. He'd been an excellent baseball player, but a German bullet through his thigh at Anzio in 1944 had ended that dream. He walked with a slight limp. Luke climbed onto the almost empty trailer and surveyed the fields, neat rows of green and brown stretching to the tree lines, puffy bowls of cotton popping forth, an ocean of white in the silence. For a moment, hanging onto the trailer, he could almost understand why his father wanted to be a farmer. He spotted his father's straw hat in the distance and hurried to meet him, the cotton leaves brushing against him as he walked. His father called out, knowing it was him, and Luke confirmed that his mother said it was time to quit. He missed his father by 1 row and cut through the stalks to find him bent to the waist, both hands moving through the leaves, plucking cotton and stuffing it into the nearly full sack. Luke reported the day's events with pride to Mexicans. The Spruels, Gran's displeasure about the front yard camp. He described Tally and Trot and the large young man, The argument at the tea shop, the trip to the gin. His father listened, his hands never stopping. At the trailer, his father weighed a sack 58 pounds and recorded it in the ledger. Luke asked how much, and his father said 470. A triple, Luke said, but his father shrugged. Not bad. 500 pounds was a home run, something he accomplished every other day. He squatted and told Luke to hop on. Luke jumped onto his father's back for the walk to the house. Jesse's shirt and overalls were soaked through with sweat, but his arms were like steel. Pop Watson had once told Luke that Jesse hit a baseball that landed in the center of Main Street, measured the next day at 440 feet. On the fly, though, Mr. Junior Barnhart at the tea shop loudly disputed it, claiming the ball had bounced before hitting the street. Pop and Junior hadn't spoken for weeks afterward. Luke's mother confirmed the argument, but not the home run. She was waiting by the water pump. His father sat on a bench, removed his boots and socks, unsnapped his overalls, and took off his shirt. Luke's dawn chore was to fill a wash tub with water and leave it in the sun so it would be warm for his father every afternoon. His mother dipped a towel in the tub and gently rubbed his neck. She'd grown up in a house full of girls, raised by prissy aunts who bathed more than farm people, and her passion for cleanliness had rubbed off on his father. Luke got a complete scrubbing every Saturday, whether he needed it or not. When his father was washed and dried, she handed him a fresh shirt. It was time to welcome their guests. In a large basket, she'd assembled her finest vegetables: Indian tomatoes, Vidalia onions, red-skinned potatoes, green and red bell peppers, ears of corn. They carried it to the back of the barn where the Mexicans were resting and waiting for their fire to burn low so they could make tortillas. Luke introduced his father to Miguel, who presented some of his gang. Cowboy sat apart, back to the barn, watching Luke's mother from under the brim of his hat. It frightened Luke for a second, but then he realized his father would snap Cowboy's neck if he made one wrong move. They'd learned the year before that the Mexicans didn't eat butter beans, snap beans, squash, eggplant, or turnips, but preferred tomatoes, onions, potatoes, peppers, and corn. They would never ask for food; it had to be offered. Luke's mother explained that the garden was full, and she'd bring vegetables every other day. No charge, part of the package. They took another basket to the front of the house, where Camp Spruill was expanding by the hour. The family had crept further across the yard, boxes and burlap sacks strewn about. They'd made a table from planks slid across a box and a barrel, and were crowded around it eating. Mr. Spruill got to his feet and shook hands, introducing his wife Lucy, his daughter Tally, his nephews Bo and Dale, and his son Hank, a burly giant who kept eating, jaws ballooned with cornbread. Trot was there too, his limp arm hanging, clutching a spoon with his right hand. His standing in the family was left undeclared. Luke's mother presented the basket of vegetables, and Hank paused his chomping to look up, then returned to his beans. She mentioned the tomatoes and corn, and said there was plenty. Tally chewed slowly and stared at Luke. He studied his feet. Mr. Spruill thanked them, and his wife added a quick thanks. There was no danger of the Spruills going without food. Hank was burly, his parents stocky and strong, Bo and Dale lean but not thin, Tally perfectly proportioned. Only Trot was gaunt and skinny. They backed away, and Luke knew that within a short time they'd know more than they wanted about the Spruills. They'd share the land, the water, the outhouse, receive vegetables, milk, eggs, be invited to town and church, work beside them from sunrise to dark. When the picking was over, they'd leave, and the Chandlers would spend cold nights telling stories about them. Dinner was potatoes, okra, corn, and hot cornbread. No meat because it was almost fall, and they'd had a roast the day before. Grand-fed chicken twice a week, never on Wednesdays. The kitchen was small and hot, the oscillating fan rattling on the refrigerator. The women moved slowly but steadily, too tired to hurry. They weren't particularly fond of each other, but they lived in peace, cooking the same meals, doing the same laundry, picking the same cotton. Gran had been born in a cotton patch, and knew she'd be buried in the soil she worked. Luke's mother longed for escape. Through daily ritual, they'd negotiated their kitchen work, Gran at the stove, his mother at the sink. They both loved music, and occasionally one would hum while the other sang softly. the music keeping tension buried. But tonight they were too preoccupied to sing or hum. His mother stewing over the Mexican's treatment, Gran pouting about the spruels. At 6, Gran removed her apron and sat across from Luke, turning on the RCA radio. Edward R. Murrow delivered the CBS News from New York. There had been heavy fighting in Pyongyang, near the Sea of Japan, and from an old map, they knew Ricky's division was there. His last letter had arrived 2 weeks earlier, giving the impression he was in the thick of things. Gran closed her eyes, folded her hands, put her fingers to her lips, and waited. His mother stood at the sink, wiping her hands, staring blankly. This happened almost every night. Peace efforts had been started and abandoned. The Chinese withdrew and attacked again. Through Murrow's reports and Ricky's letters, they lived the war. Pappy and his father wouldn't listen to the news. They busied themselves outside, doing chores that could have waited, talking about the crops, finding something to worry about besides Ricky. Both had fought in wars. They didn't need Murrow to tell them about Korea. That night's report about Korea was short, taken as something good. Murrow moved on, and Gran finally smiled at Luke, rubbing his hand, saying Ricky would be home soon. She'd earned the right to believe this. She'd waited for Pappy in the first war, prayed for his father in the second. Her boys always came home. She turned off the radio, and the potatoes and okra needed her attention. They returned to cooking, waiting for Pappy to walk through the back screen door. Pappy expected the worst from the war. He wouldn't listen to the news, but he wanted to know if things looked good or bad. When he heard the radio go off, he usually made his way to the kitchen. That evening he stopped at the table and tousled Luke's hair. Gran smiled and said no bad news. Luke's mother had told him that Gran and Pappy often slept less than an hour or two before waking to worry about Ricky. Gran was convinced he was coming home. Pappy was not. At 6:30, they sat around the table, held hands, and gave thanks. Pappy led the prayer, thanking God for the Mexicans and the spruels and the fine crops. Luke prayed quietly, only for Ricky. He was grateful for the food, but it didn't seem nearly as important as Ricky's safety. The adults ate slowly, their conversation circling endlessly around cotton, and Luke knew better than to contribute. Gran held firmly to the old belief that children should be seen and not heard. He wanted to slip away to the barn to check on the Mexicans, and he was even more eager to sneak around front for a glimpse of Tally. His mother seemed to sense his restlessness, and when the meal ended, she ordered him to help with the dishes. He would have preferred a whipping. Afterward, they drifted to the front porch for their nightly ritual, letting the meal settle, then settling in for the Cardinals game on the radio. Harry Caray's voice from Compton, St. Louis, would bring the play-by-play while the women shelled peas and the men fretted over the crops. But that night, rain 200 miles away in St. Louis had canceled the game. Luke sat on the steps, clutching his Rawlings glove with a baseball squeezed inside it, watching the shadows of the spruels in the distance and wondering how anyone could be so thoughtless as to build a fire right on home plate. The outside radio was a small General Electric his father had bought in Boston after the war, its sole purpose to bring the Cardinals into their lives. It sat on a wooden crate near the creaking swing where the men rested. The women sat in padded chairs on the other side of the porch, shelling peas. Before the Mexicans arrived, a portable fan had hummed near the screen door, pushing the heavy air around just enough to make things bearable. But his mother had moved it to the barn loft for the Mexicans, causing friction that was mostly kept from him. The night was quiet, no ball game, no fan, just the slow talk of weary farm people waiting for the temperature to drop. The rain in St. Louis inspired the men to worry about the weather. The rivers and creeks in the Arkansas Delta flooded with frustrating regularity, every 4 or 5 years washing away the crops. Luke couldn't remember a flood, but he'd heard so many stories he felt like a veteran. They would pray for weeks for a good rain, and when it came, as soon as the ground was soaked, Pappy and his father would start watching the clouds and telling flood stories. The spruels were winding down, their voices fading, their fire flickering low and dying. All was quiet on the Chandler farm. They had hill people, they had Mexicans, and the cotton was waiting. In the vast darkness of the night, Pappy, their human alarm clock, awoke, pulled on his boots, and stomped around the kitchen making the first pot of coffee. The house was small, 3 bedrooms and a kitchen and living room, so old the plank floors sagged in places, and one person could easily wake the rest. Luke was allowed to stay in bed until his father came for him, but sleep was difficult with so many people on the farm and so much cotton to pick. He was already awake when his father shook him, and he dressed quickly and met him on the back porch. There was no hint of sunrise as they crossed the backyard, dew soaking their boots. They stopped at the chicken coop, where his father bent low and slipped inside. Luke was told to wait last month. While gathering eggs in the darkness, he'd stepped on a rat snake and cried for 2 days. His father hadn't been sympathetic at first, but his mother had intervened with a fury, and for now, Luke wasn't permitted to collect eggs alone. His father filled a straw bowl with 12 eggs and handed it to him. They headed to the barn where Isabel was waiting. The roosters began crowing as they roused the chickens. The only light came from a pale bulb hanging from the hayloft. The Mexicans were awake, a fire burning behind the barn, huddled near it as if cold, though Luke was already warm from the humidity. He could milk the cow. It was usually his chore, but the rat snake still had him frightened, and they were in a hurry. His father rapidly milked 2 gallons, which would have taken Luke half the morning. They delivered the food to the kitchen, where the women were in charge. The ham was already in the skillet, its rich aroma thick in the air. Breakfast was fresh eggs, milk, salt-cured ham, hot biscuits, and sorghum. As they cooked, Luke settled into his chair, ran his fingers across the damp checkered oilcloth, and waited for his cup of coffee, the one vice his mother allowed. Gran placed the cup and saucer before him, then the sugar bowl and fresh cream. He doctored the coffee until it was as sweet as a malt and sipped it slowly. At breakfast, conversation was minimal. It was exciting to have strangers on the farm for the harvest, but the enthusiasm was dampened by the reality that they would spend the next 12 hours in the sun, bent over, picking until their fingers bled. They ate quickly, the roosters making a ruckus in the side yard. Gran's biscuits were heavy and perfectly round, so warm that butter melted instantly in the center. His mother conceded that Ruth Chandler made the best biscuits she'd ever tasted. Luke wanted to eat 2 or 3 like his father, but he couldn't hold them. His mother ate 1, same as Gran. Pappy had 2, his father 3. Later, in the middle of the morning, they would stop to eat the leftover biscuits. There was chatter about the weather, the rain in St. Louis weighing on Pappy's mind. St. Louis was so far away that no one at the table except Pappy had ever been there, yet its weather was now crucial to their harvest. His father had been reading the almanac and offered the opinion that the weather would cooperate through September, but mid-October looked ominous. Bad weather was on the way. It was imperative that for the next 6 weeks they work until they dropped. The harder they worked, the harder the Mexicans and Sprules would work. His father's version of a pep talk. The subject of day laborers came up, locals who went from farm to farm for the best deal. Miss Sophie Turner had chosen their fields the previous fall, a great honor. They needed all the day laborers they could get, but the workers picked wherever they wanted. When Pappy finished his last bite, he thanked his wife and Luke's mother for the good food and left them to clean up. Luke strutted onto the back porch with the men. Their house faced south, the barn and crops to the north and west, and to the east he saw the first hint of orange peeking over the flat farmland of the Arkansas Delta. The sun was coming, undaunted by clouds. His shirt was already sticking to his back. A flatbed trailer was hitched to the John Deere, and the Mexicans had already climbed on. His father went to speak to Miguel, asking how they'd slept, and if they were ready to work. Pappy went to fetch the Sprules. Luke took his usual spot, a nook between the fender and the seat of the John Deere, where he could grasp the metal pole holding the umbrella that shaded the driver. He looked down at the crowded trailer, Mexicans on one side, Sprules on the other, and felt privileged to ride on the tractor, their tractor. His haughtiness would vanish shortly, because all things were level among the cotton stalks. He'd been curious whether poor Trot would go to the fields. Picking required 2 good arms, and Trot had only 1. But there he was, sitting at the edge of the trailer, his back to everyone else, feet hanging over the side, alone in his own world. Tally was there too, not acknowledging him, just looking into the distance. Without a word, Pappy popped the clutch, and the tractor and trailer lurched forward. Through the kitchen window, Luke could see his mother's face, watching them as she cleaned the dishes. She would finish her chores, spend an hour in her garden, then join them for a hard day in the fields. Same for Gron. No one rested when the cotton was ready. They puttered past the barn, the diesel thumping, the trailer creaking, and turned south toward the lower 40, the tract next to Siler's Creek. They always picked the lower 40 first because the floods would start there. They had 80 acres of land, the lower 40 and the back 40, a sizable operation, and within minutes, Pappy had stopped the tractor at the cotton trailer. Before Luke jumped down, he glanced east and saw the lights of their house. Less than a mile away, the sky behind it streaked with orange and yellow. Not a cloud in sight, no floods coming, but no shelter from the scorching sun either. Tally walked past and greeted him with a smile that seemed to hold some secret she'd never tell. Luke managed to return the greeting, his cheeks warming as she passed. Pappy gave no instructions, none were needed. Everyone knew the routine: choose a row and start picking. No chit-chat, no stretching, no small talk. The Mexicans lined up and headed south. The Arkansans went north, and for a moment, Luke stood in the semi-darkness of the already hot morning, staring down a long, straight row of cotton that seemed endless. He thought he'd never reach the end of it, and he was suddenly tired. His Memphis cousins, city kids with indoor plumbing, had never picked cotton. They only came back to Arkansas for funerals and sometimes Thanksgiving. As he stared at the row, he thought of them. Two things motivated him to work: his father on one side and his grandfather on the other, neither of whom tolerated laziness, and the fact that he got paid for picking $1.60 for every 100 pounds. He had big plans for that money. His father told him to get going, and Luke flung his 9-foot cotton sack across his back, the strap over his right shoulder, and attacked the first bowl. The dew made the cotton soft and gentle, which was why they started so early before the sun baked everything and dried it out. He picked as fast as he could, both hands working, careful not to leave too much cotton in the bowls, because either Pappy or his father would inspect his row and reprimand him if he'd been sloppy. The severity of the scolding would depend on how close his mother was at the time. He bobbed and weaved through the thick stalks, the cotton brushing against his face, the burrs threatening to draw blood. He fell farther behind his father and grandfather, and before long he was alone, a child left behind by those with quicker hands and stronger backs. The sun rose fast, and when his father and Pappy were out of sight, he decided to take his first break. Tally was the nearest person, 5 rows over and 50 feet ahead, her faded denim bonnet barely visible above the cotton. He stretched out on his sack, which was depressingly flat after an hour of work. The year before, he'd been expected to pick 50 pounds a day, and he feared the quota was about to be increased. Lying on his back, he watched the clear sky through the stalks, hoped for clouds, and dreamed of the Sears Roebuck catalog, the latest edition that arrived in August, kept at the end of the kitchen table next to the radio and the family Bible. He made secret Christmas lists in his mind, afraid to write them down lest someone think him greedy or mentally ill. On page 308 was an incredible ad for baseball warm-up jackets, one for almost every professional team. The model was wearing a Cardinals jacket in color-bright cardinal red shiny fabric, white buttons down the front. It cost $7.50 plus shipping, and it came in children's sizes, which presented a quandary because he was bound to grow. 10 days of hard labor, and he'd have enough to buy it. He was certain nothing like it had ever been seen in Black Oak. His mother thought it was gaudy. His father said he needed boots, and Pappy thought it was a waste of money. But Luke could tell his grandfather secretly admired it. At the first hint of cool weather, he'd wear it to school every day, to church on Sundays, to town on Saturdays, a bolt of bright red among the drearily clad throngs. He'd be the envy of every kid in Black Oak, and a lot of adults too. They would never have the chance to play for the Cardinals. He would. It was important to start looking the part. His father's voice cut through the stillness. Luke scrambled to his feet, thrusting his hands at the nearest bowls, claiming he'd had to pee. His father was unconvinced, but he told Luke to try to keep up, and walked away. By 8:30 or 9, the men were ready to weigh. The 12-foot sacks held about 60 pounds, and the scales hung from the end of the trailer. Pappy recorded the data in a small book. Then the cotton was emptied into the trailer. No time for rest, you caught the empty sack and disappeared into another row. Luke was sweating and boiling in the sun, stopping occasionally to monitor his father and Pappy's movements, hoping to arrange another nap. But there was never an opportunity. He plowed ahead, wondering for the first time if he really needed the jacket. After an eternity, he heard the John Deere fire up, and he knew it was time for lunch. He hadn't completed his first row, but he didn't care. They met at the tractor, and he saw Trot curled in a knot on the flat deck trailer, Mrs. Sproul and Tally patting him. The heat had gotten him, his father whispered, taking Luke's sack and whirling it over his shoulder as if it were empty. Pappy weighed it quickly, 31 pounds, all that back-numbing labor. When everyone was accounted for, they headed for the house. Lunch was at noon sharp. Luke clutched the umbrella stand on the John Deere with his scratched and sore left hand, watching the workers bounce along. The Spruels were holding Trot, still lifeless and pale, Tally sitting nearby. Bo, Dale, and Hank seemed unconcerned. On the other side, the Mexicans sat in a row, shoulder to shoulder, feet hanging off the side, a couple of them shoeless. As they neared the barn, Luke saw something he couldn't believe. Cowboy, at the very end of the trailer, turned quickly and glanced at Tally. She seemed to have been waiting for him. She gave him one of her pretty little smiles, and though he didn't return it, it was obvious he was pleased. The exchange between Cowboy and Tally happened in a flash, and Luke was certain no one else had seen it. The afternoon nap was presented by his mother and grandmother as essential for a child's proper growth, a belief Luke only embraced during cotton season. The rest of the year he fought sleep with the same energy he put into his baseball plans, but during the harvest, everyone rested after lunch. The Mexicans sprawled under a maple near the barn. The Spruels found shade with their leftovers, and Luke slept on the floor of his bedroom, too dirty for his bed, stiff and exhausted, dreading the hotter, longer afternoon session. When he woke, Trot was causing concern in the front yard. Bran, who fancied herself a country medicine woman, had gone to check on him, no doubt planning one of her dreadful concoctions. They'd placed him on an old mattress under a tree with a wet cloth on his forehead, and it was clear he couldn't return to the fields. Mr. and Mrs. Sproul were reluctant to leave him alone, but they had to pick cotton to earn a living. Luke did not. A plan had been made in his absence. He would sit with Trot while everyone else worked. If Trot worsened, Luke was to sprint to the lower 40 and fetch a Sproul. He tried to appear unhappy when his mother explained it, asking about his Cardinal's jacket, but she assured him there was plenty of cotton left. He wouldn't lose the jacket because of Trot. He watched the trailer leave with his mother and Gran among the field hands, and he wondered if Tally and Cowboy were making eyes at each other again. When he walked to the mattress, Trot lay perfectly still, eyes closed, not appearing to breathe. Luke called out, terrified the boy had died on his watch. Trot opened his eyes, slowly sat up, and looked around to make sure they were alone. His withered left arm was like a broom handle, his black hair wild. He grunted that he was okay, his voice thick and blurred, and Luke wondered if he was faking. He began to admire him for it. Luke asked if Tally liked baseball, but the question seemed to overwhelm Trot, who closed his eyes and curled into another nap. Luke stretched out in the shade, considering his good fortune while the others sweated in the sun. He tried to feel guilty but couldn't. Soon bored, he fetched his ball and glove and threw pop flies near the front porch, catching 17 in a row. Trot slept, occasionally sat up to look around, then slept again. At least he wasn't dying. The next casualty was Hank, who ambled in late, complaining about the heat, claiming to have picked 300 pounds. His face was sunburned. He wore no hat, which said a lot about his intelligence. He checked on Trot briefly, then rummaged through their supplies like a starving bear, cramming a cold biscuit into his mouth, before stretching out under a tree. He barked at Luke to fetch him cold water from the house. Luke was too surprised to move. He'd never heard a hill person give an order to one of them, but Hank was grown, and Luke was just a kid. He fetched the water, his hands shaking, knowing this would cause trouble. Hank drained 2 glasses, spat near Luke's feet, called him a good boy, and told him to leave them alone. Luke retreated to the house. At 5, Pappy pulled the trailer back, though the Mexicans would stay in the fields until dark. The other Spruels gathered around Trot, who managed to look even sicker for their examination. Then they turned to dinner. Gran hovered over him, feigning concern, but Luke knew she just wanted to experiment with her vile remedies. He was usually her guinea pig. Trot grew suspicious and watched her closely, and Gran took this as a sign that he didn't need medicine, at least not immediately, though she'd check on him again tomorrow. Luke's worst chore was the garden. It seemed cruel to force a 7-year-old to wake before sunrise, work in the fields all day, then pull garden duty before supper. But he knew they were lucky to have it. His mother had claimed the garden as hers. It was on the east side of the house, away from the kitchen and barnyard, enclosed in a wire fence. Corn planted around it made the garden a secret world once you closed the gate. His job was to follow her with a straw basket as she gathered ripe vegetables, talking quietly to the garden. She pointed out weeds for him to pull, and he did so with a vengeance. A long green snake froze them for a moment, then disappeared into the vines. The garden was full of harmless snakes, but they gave them plenty of room. His mother loved this plot of soil. It was her sanctuary. When the house got crowded, he could always find her there, talking to her vegetables. Harsh words were rare, and when they happened, she disappeared into her refuge. By the time she'd finished her selections, Luke could barely carry his basket. The rain had cleared in St. Louis, and at precisely 8 o'clock, Pappy coaxed the radio to life, the familiar rasp of Harry Carey filling the porch. With about 20 games left, the Cardinals were stuck in third place behind the Dodgers and Giants, an unbearable position for any true fan who naturally hated the Yankees and couldn't stomach trailing 2 New York teams. Pappy was convinced the manager, Eddie Stanky, should have been fired months ago. When the Cardinals won, it was because of Stan Musial. When they lost, it was always the manager's fault. Pappy and Luke's father sat side by side on the swing, its rusted chains squeaking as they rocked gently. But Gran and his mother shelled butter beans and peas on the other side of the porch. Luke lounged on the top step, watching the Spruels wind down, waiting for the heat to relent. He missed the steady hum of the old fan, now in the barn loft, but knew better than to mention it. The women murmured about church matters, the fall revival, the upcoming dinner on the grounds, a local wedding in Jonesboro. Subjects that seemed to require nightly discussion. The men had little to say beyond baseball, too tired to fret aloud about weather or cotton prices. Luke closed his eyes and pictured Sportsman's Park, the magnificent stadium where 30,000 people gathered to watch Musial and the Cardinals. Pappy had been there, and during the season Luke made him describe it weekly. The grass so green and smooth, you could roll marbles across it. The infield dirt raked to perfection. The scoreboard bigger than their house, and all those lucky people who didn't have to pick cotton. Dizzy Dean, Enos, Country Slaughter, Red Show Indians, the fabled Gas House Gang had all played there. And because his father, grandfather, and uncle could play the game, Luke had no doubt he would one day rule Sportsman's Park, gliding across the outfield grass and grinding the Yankees into the dirt. When Stan Musial came to the plate in the second inning with a runner on first, Hank Spruill eased through the darkness and sat close enough to hear the radio. Luke's mother asked if Stan was up, feigning interest because she knew nothing about baseball, but it helped her survive conversations on the subject. The soft snap of shelling stopped. The swing was still. Luke squeezed his glove. The first pitch was a fastball low, and away few pitchers challenged Musial with fastballs. The year before, he'd led the National League with a .355 average, and he was neck and neck with the Cubs' Frankie Baumholtz for the lead. The second pitch was a high curveball, and with the count 2 balls you could almost hear the fans rising. The third pitch was a fastball, and Harry Carey hesitated just long enough for the crack of the bat. The crowd exploded. Luke jumped to his feet, as if standing could let him see St. Louis. Pappy and his father leaned forward as Harry Carey yelled through the radio. The ball bounced off the wall in right field, and the runner scored easily as Musial slid into third, slapping the dirt off his white uniform with bright red trim. For the Chandlers, the day was now complete. Musial had hit a bomb, and since they had little hope for the pennant, they took their victories where they could get them. Luke sank back onto the porch, still watching Stan at third. If not for the Spruels, he would have taken his position at home plate and recreated the moment. Mr. Sproul called out from the darkness to ask who was winning, and Hank answered Cardinals 1-0, bottom of the second, Musial with a triple. Luke had decided not to mention Hank's earlier demand for water, reporting it would lead to confrontation, and he didn't want Hank angry at him, nor did he want his father to confront the man. Hank's neck was thicker than any he'd ever seen, and his eyes, usually blank and stupid, had narrowed with evil when he'd barked his order. Luke set the incident aside, promising himself he'd tell his mother if it happened again. The Pirates scored 2 in the fourth. Pappy blamed Stanky for not changing pitchers, then 3 in the fifth, and Pappy got so mad he went to bed. By the 7th inning, the heat broke enough for sleep, and the Spruels were tucked away. Luke kicked off his sheets in Ricky's bed, listening to the crickets sing across the fields. The box fan in the living room was working that night, pulling a slight draft through the house. He let his thoughts drift to Korea, a place he never wanted to see. His father wouldn't talk about war, and his mother had cautioned him against asking. It was too awful. Ricky had left in February, 3 days after his 19th birthday, and now he was in a trench, shooting and being shot at. Luke tortured himself with the question, what if he didn't come home? He cried himself to sleep thinking about it. He wanted Ricky home, to run the bases and throw baseballs and fish in the St. Francis. Ricky was more of a big brother than an uncle. Boys were getting killed over there, lots of them. At the moment, Ricky was the only boy from Black Oak in Korea, an odd distinction Luke cared nothing about. The great question every time they went to town. Have you heard from Ricky? Pappy wouldn't answer. His father would give a polite response. Gran and his mother would chat quietly. Luke always said, yeah, he's coming home soon. After breakfast, Luke trailed his grandmother Ruth across the front yard, watching her move with the focused energy of a country doctor making her rounds. She was clearly delighted to have a real patient to tend to, and she zeroed in on Trot with a purpose that made the boy's sleepy eyes snap open. His parents tried to reassure her that he was fine, but she wasn't convinced, pressing her fingers to his forehead and firing off questions about fever and dizziness, questions that seemed to confuse the boy, who, Luke suspected, spent most of his life in a fog. Trot's father stepped in, wiping his mouth with his arm, and announced their plan to bring Trot to the fields and keep him in the shade under the cotton trailer. His wife added that if the weather turned cloudy, he could even pick a little. It was clear the Spruels had already decided how to handle the situation, and Luke felt a surge of frustration. He'd imagined another easy day in the yard, a chance to play baseball and watch over Trot under the shade trees. His grandmother examined the boy closely, prying open an eye with her thumb and forefinger, but she seemed disappointed when she found no obvious illness. Luke knew from overhearing her at breakfast that she'd been planning to dose Trot with one of her powerful, foul-tasting remedies, a concoction of castor oil, lemon, and some black herb from her windowsill that she'd used on him before with brutal effectiveness. The memory of the treatment made him queasy. He'd experienced it himself, the way it burned through his system and left him weak. He also remembered the time she'd given a similar cure to Pappy for constipation, which had left his grandfather so sick he'd spent 2 days in the outhouse and emerged pale and furious, ready to fight. Back at the house, Luke settled on the front steps, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tally while silently cursing Trot for being so foolish. Maybe the heat would get to him, and he'd collapse, and Luke could get out of the fields again. But when the trailer gathered for the ride to the cotton, Luke climbed onto his usual perch beside Pappy on the tractor, scanning for any interaction between Cowboy and Tally. He saw nothing, just a group of weary, half-asleep workers, all of them dreading another day under the sun. As the tractor rolled into the fields, Luke tried to summon the image of Stan Musial and his Cardinals jacket from the Sears catalog, that bright flash of red that usually inspired him, but all he could see ahead were endless rows of cotton. Later, after lunch, Luke couldn't resist the temptation of Miguel's cooking. He crept out to the barn when everyone was supposed to be napping, and Miguel fed him a warm tortilla spread with salsa from the garden. Luke gulped it down, remembering last year's forbidden feast and the scolding that followed when he'd gotten sick, but the taste was just as good as Juan's. After thanking Miguel, He slipped back to the front porch and curled into the swing, pretending to nap while the house lay quiet, and let himself drift into a lazy daydream of fishing and baseball. The afternoon dragged on brutally. Luke limped toward the cotton trailer, exhausted and sore, his fingers swollen from the tiny cuts left by the cotton burrs. He'd pulled 41 pounds that day, but he still needed 10 more to meet his quota, and he dreaded the thought of being sent back into the fields. The Spruels were gathered in the shade at the end of the trailer, resting and snacking on crackers and sausages, and as Luke approached, Hank's voice cut through with a harsh demand for food. Luke stammered out a negative, and Hank's tone turned ugly, mocking him for his manners and accusing farm people of thinking they were better than hill folk. The rest of the family seemed to shrink away, even Tally, and Luke felt his throat tighten, his lip trembling as Hank pressed his advantage, sneering that they were just one notch above wetbacks hillbillies who drank and married their sisters. Hank paused, clearly waiting for a reply, but Luke couldn't find his voice. He wanted to bolt, to run until he was out of sight, but his feet felt nailed to the ground, and all he could do was stare at his dusty boots. The other Spruels watched. Maybe some of them felt a flicker of pity, but not a single one stepped in. Hank pressed his advantage, bragging about how they had a finer house, bigger, with a proper front porch and a roof without patches, and then he delivered the cutting blow. Their house had paint on it. White paint. Did Luke even know what paint was? The teenagers, Bo and Dale, snickered, caught between amusement and the need to keep Mrs. Spruel from getting too angry. Tally's voice cut through, pleading for her mother to stop Hank, but the damage was done. Luke glanced at Trot and was startled to find the boy propped up on his elbows, his usually vacant eyes wide and sharp, watching the scene with unexpected intensity. Hank's goofy grin spread to the others. Even Mr. Spruel seemed to find some humor in the jab, perhaps tired of being called a hillbilly himself. Hank boomed again, demanding to know why the Sudbusters didn't paint their houses, and the word landed like a spark, sending Bo and Dale into fits of laughter. Just as the taunting reached its peak, Trot's voice cut through, slurred, but unmistakably clear, ordering Hank to stop. The laughter died abruptly. Everyone turned to stare at the boy, who glared back with pure disgust. Luke felt his eyes sting, and his throat close up. He couldn't hold it together any longer. He spun and ran past the trailer down the field road until he dove into the cotton and collapsed on the hot ground, surrounded by stalks taller than he was. He hated crying, but the tears came anyway. Later, riding to town with a loaded cotton trailer, Luke sat in silence beside Pappy, who drove slowly and said nothing. Luke replayed the confrontation with Hank, weighing whether to tell his grandfather. He knew exactly how it would unfold. Pappy would march down to the Spruel camp, stick in hand, demand an apology, and when Hank refused, it would escalate into a brawl. Pappy would win, but the Spruels would pack up and leave, and the Chandlers would be short-handed for the harvest. That meant Luke would have to pick even more cotton, so he kept his mouth shut. As they passed the Clench farm, Luke couldn't help but notice the neat hedgerows, the straight fences, the clean truck, and the paint, white with gray trim and dark green porch steps. It was a stark contrast to their own unpainted house, built decades ago from oak planks, faded to brown. Luke's mother had once pushed for paint, but Pappy and Gran refused, and the word became a sensitive subject in their home. At the gin, Luke joined the Montgomery twins, who gossiped about dropping cotton prices and the uselessness of farming. Good crops meant prices fell, bad crops meant nothing to sell. They talked baseball, and Luke felt sorry for them, just as he felt sorry for himself. When they left the gin, Pappy's silence and furrowed brow told Luke that bad news was brewing, probably about the cotton market. Luke decided he'd listen carefully in the coming days and ask his mother when the time was right, knowing she would eventually tell him if the news involved the farm. Saturday dawned with the usual routine: Mexicans on one side of the trailer, Spruels on the other, all of them heading toward the fields. Luke stayed close to his father, still wary of Hank, and found himself hating the entire Spruel clan that morning, except for Trot, who had defended him. The Spruels ignored him, and Luke hoped they felt some shame for their behavior. Saturday was a magical day in the cotton patch, only a half day of work, Then the trip to town. The whole ritual of Main Street beckoned, farmers gathering to grumble about crops and weather, women packing into the grocery store for their weekly shopping, and kids roaming freely until 4 o'clock, when the Dixie Theater opened for the matinee. It was a brief escape from the drudgery of the fields. When the trailer stopped, Luke grabbed his cotton sack, half asleep and distracted. Then Tally's voice broke through, soft and sweet, greeting him with a smile, an apology for the day before, he knew. But Luke was a Chandler, stubborn to the core. He turned his back on her and walked away, throwing himself into the first row of cotton with a burst of angry energy, as if he could clear the whole field before lunch. But his strength faded quickly, and soon he was lost in the stalks, her voice and smile still lingering in his mind. She was only 10 years older, but it felt like a lifetime. After lunch came the Saturday bath, a ritual Luke despised. He hauled water from the pump to the back porch, filling the tub with 8 exhausting trips. The water was always cold. He stripped quickly, hiding behind a bedsheet, and scrubbed frantically with store-bought soap, trying to cloud the water before his mother came to inspect. She arrived to collect his dirty clothes and deliver clean ones, then attacked his ears and neck with a washcloth, scrubbing as if the dirt from the fields personally offended her. She marveled at his filth. His neck raw, she turned to his hair, pouring cold rinse water over his head, and finished by scouring his arms and feet. The water was muddy when he climbed out. A week's worth of Delta soil washed away. He felt lighter, cleaner, and ready for town. Pappy decided the truck would make only one trip, so Gran and his mother rode up front while Luke and his father packed into the back with all 10 Mexicans. The Mexicans didn't seem to mind, but Luke was irritated. As they pulled away, he watched the spruels scrambling to get their own truck ready, everyone busy except Hank, who lounged in the shade eating. Pappy drove painfully slow to keep the dust down, which made the ride even more suffocating for Luke. In town, Luke followed his mother and Gran to Pop and Pearl Watson's store, where Pearl was busy at the register. She greeted him with a wink and a usual question about the cotton. Luke answered with practiced confidence. His mother and grandmother took an hour to buy flour, sugar, coffee, vinegar, salt, and soap, while the aisles filled with women more interested in gossip than groceries. The talk was all about gardens, weather, church, babies, and weddings, not a single word about the Cardinals. Once Luke hauled the groceries to the truck, he was free to roam. He found his friend Dwayne Pinter, who had just convinced his mother to let him wander, and the two of them headed to the Dixie, where older kids were killing time before the matinee. Luke had coins for the movie, a Coke, and popcorn money his mother had advanced against his cotton earnings, a debt that would never be collected. Dwayne flashed a pocketful of dimes and bragged about his week's picking. His family, like the Chandlers, rented land, but they also owned 20 acres outright, far more than the Chandlers could claim. A freckled girl named Brenda hovered nearby, desperate to talk to Dwayne, who despised her. When a pack of Mexicans passed by, the boys used them as cover to slip away. Soon, a fight broke out behind the co-op, a Saturday tradition that electrified the town. Luke and Dwayne pushed through the crowd, drawn to the violence despite Luke's mother's warnings. The Ciscos, Dortchurch, poor sharecroppers known for their viciousness, were always at the center of such brawls. Their father was a drunk. Their mother had once beaten a deputy, and the oldest son was in prison for killing a man. Luke and Dwayne pushed through the crowd just in time to see Jerry Cisco hammering a stranger's face, blood dripping from the man's nose. Dwayne guessed the victim was a hillbilly, which made sense. The Ciscos were known to pick fights with outsiders who didn't know their reputation. The Cisco clan, ragged and dirty, clustered in one corner, laughing and likely drinking, their toughness legendary. On the other side, a group of hill people shouted encouragement for their man Doyle, who managed to charge and drive his head into Jerry's stomach, taking both to the ground. The hill people cheered, but the rest of the crowd held back, wary of provoking the Ciscos. The fight turned brutal. Doyle landed a solid punch that bloodied Jerry's face, and for a moment it seemed a Cisco might finally meet his match. But then Billy Cisco charged from the pack and kicked Doyle in the back, and both brothers were on him, kicking and pounding. Doyle was being slaughtered, and no one stepped in. The hill people fell silent, The locals watched without moving. The Ciscos dragged Doyle to his feet, and Jerry kicked him in the groin with deliberate cruelty, sending him to the ground again as the Ciscos howled with laughter. Then Hank Sproul emerged from the crowd, his massive neck and frame cutting through the chaos. He hit Jerry hard, sending him down. Billy threw a jab that barely phased Hank, who grabbed Billy by the hair and flung him into the cluster of Ciscos. A third Cisco, young Bobby, joined the fray, but Hank moved with unbelievable speed, kicking Jerry in the ribs hard enough to crack them, slapping Bobby down and kicking him in the teeth, then lifting Billy and flipping him into the side of the co-op. He dragged Billy back by the throat, slashing his face with vicious backhanded blows until blood poured everywhere. Hank turned to the remaining Ciscos, bellowing a challenge, but they cowered. The fight should have ended, but Hank wasn't finished. He kicked the 3 down boys in their faces and heads with deliberate joy, then found a broken 2x4 and began beating them with it. The crowd started to disperse, some muttering about finding the sheriff, but Hank kept swinging until the wood shattered. No other Spruels were in sight. Everyone fled, and Luke wondered if Hank would beat them until they were dead. Back on the sidewalk, Luke and Dwayne were silent, haunted by what they'd seen. They darted toward the movie house, but the Gene Autry Western felt flat. Every punch on screen reminded them of the real carnage behind the co-op. Finally, Luke whispered that Hank was working on their farm, and Dwayne's eyes went wide with disbelief and a kind of awe. After the movie, he circled back to the scene, half expecting to find the Cisco boys' bodies, but there was nothing, no blood, no debris. The fight had vanished. Later, at the truck, Luke overheard Pappy and his father talking about the brawl, and then Deputy Stick Powers appeared, limping and claiming war injuries that Pappy didn't believe. Stick reported that one of the Cisco boys was near death, and that the hillbilly responsible was working at their place. Pappy deflected, refusing to identify Hank, and Stick said he might ride out to investigate. Luke slipped around to the other side of the truck and asked what the deputy had wanted, but as usual, the adults ignored him when the subject was off limits. They rode home in the dark, the lights of Black Oak fading behind them, the cool wind ruffling their hair. Luke thought about telling his father about the fight but couldn't with the Mexicans nearby, and then he decided against it entirely. There was no way to win. Involvement with the Ciscos was dangerous, and he didn't want the Spruels to leave or Hank to turn his anger on the Chandlers. Their truck was missing from the front yard when they arrived. The Spruels were still in town. After supper, the family settled on the porch to listen to the Cardinals game in Philadelphia, and Luke let himself dream as Stan Musial came to bat. Sunday morning brought thunder and lightning, rain pounding the roof as Gran found him and led him to the porch swing. She fixed his coffee with plenty of milk and sugar, and they rocked together, watching the storm and the Spruels scrambling to salvage their leaking camp. Gran spoke in her careful, measured way, and after a long silence, she told him about a dream she'd had. Ricky running home across the yard, the war suddenly over, shouting the news. Luke wished he could have such a dream, and he confessed he prayed for Ricky every night. Gran said she prayed every hour. The rain stopped before church, and they drove slowly through the muddy roads, the sun already baking the humidity from the ground. Luke and his father rode in the back, standing to catch the wind. The fields were empty. Not even the Mexicans worked on Sunday, though rumors always circulated about heathen farmers who did. Church was more than worship. It was visiting, gossiping, a festive gathering where worries were set aside, at least for a few hours. The Black Oak Baptist Church was a family, and Luke knew everyone there. At church, Dwayne pulled Luke aside, looking scared. Jerry Cisco had died that morning, and people were trying to find witnesses. Luke felt a chill of guilt. The boys agreed to say nothing, to lie if confronted, and to pray extra. Gossip spread fast before Sunday school, and Hank grew larger in the retelling, hands like hams, shoulders like a bull, 300 pounds. The men argued about whether it was murder or just a killing, Mr. Snake. Wilcox declared that good folks got murdered, while white trash like the Ciscos just got killed. It was the first killing in Black Oak since 1947. Luke sat on the church steps, staring down the street toward the co-op, and saw Jerry Cisco's bloody face again in his mind. He had watched a man die. He felt guilty, and wanted to pray. Inside, The women were just as caught up in the gossip, with Brenda, the freckled girl, getting extra attention because she lived near the Ciscos. The women were more sympathetic than the men. Luke and Dwayne snagged cookies in the fellowship hall and headed to their classrooms, listening every step of the way. Miss Cooley, their Sunday school teacher, offered an elaborate and generous tribute to Jerry Cisco, painting him as a poor boy who never had a chance, and then led the class in a long emotional prayer, asking God to welcome him into heaven. Luke exchanged a glance with Dwayne, both of them puzzled. As Baptists, they'd been taught from the cradle that salvation came only through belief in Jesus and a moral life, a straightforward, unwavering doctrine with no loopholes. Jerry Cisco had never set foot in a church, so by their own teaching, he was in hell. Yet Miss Cooley prayed, as if he were already with God, and Luke couldn't think of a single person in Black Oak who would reach out to the Ciscos. The prayer left him bewildered. If outlaws could make it to heaven, the pressure was off everyone else. During the main service, Luke sat in his usual pew between Gran and his mother, the air so heavy and still that his shirt stuck to his back. Brother Akers rose and launched into an angry sermon, shouting that sin had brought tragedy to Black Oak, that they were all sinners, drinking, gambling, cursing, fighting, killing, and that was why a young man had died. Luke was confused. Jerry Cisco had died because he'd finally met his match, not because of adultery or gambling. He didn't understand why the preacher was yelling at them, the good folks who were in church. He started to nod off as Brother Akers traced the history of murder from Cain and Abel onward, and when he woke, his head was in Gran's lap. The service ended with the choir and 5 stanzas of "Just as I Am," and the Reverend dismissed them. Outside, the men gathered under a shade tree, Pappy in the middle talking urgently in hushed tones. Luke stayed away. The women gossiped in small clusters on the lawn, and no one was in a hurry to leave. Finally, they made their way to the truck, and Luke rode home in the back with his father, thinking about confessing that he'd watched the fight but keeping silent because of his promise to Dwayne. They crossed the 1-lane wooden bridge over the St. Francis and saw the Spruills at the River Bow and Dale skipping rocks, Trot sitting on driftwood, Mr. and Mrs. Spruill under a tree with food spread on a blanket. Tally was in the water, her bare legs and loose hair catching the light, and Luke's heart pounded as he watched her. Downriver, Hank fished with a cane pole, his shirt off, his skin already pink from the sun. Luke wondered if Hank knew Jerry Cisco was dead. Probably not yet. Back home, Sunday lunch was fried chicken, biscuits, and gravy, but their meal was interrupted by a car door slamming. Pappy looked out the window and announced it was Stick Powers. Luke's appetite vanished. Pappy met Stick on the back porch, and they could hear every word. Stick said he needed to talk to one of their hands about the Cisco boy's death. Pappy dismissed it as just another Saturday fight, but Stick insisted on investigating. Pappy told him he'd have to wait until after lunch, then return to the table. Gran, ignoring Pappy's indifference, fixed a plate of food and took it to Stick, who reluctantly accepted it. Pappy was angry. Stick was there to cause trouble and threaten their cotton. Why feed him? Elle? They ate in silence, Luke forcing the food down slowly to avoid looking suspicious. He couldn't sort out right from wrong. The Ciscos had been ganging up on the hillbilly when Hank stepped in, and Hank had stopped them quickly. But then he picked up that piece of wood, and the fight should have been over. It was easy to assume the Ciscos were always wrong, but Hank had won long before he started clubbing them. Luke decided silence and ignorance were still his best strategies. No one wanted Stick to overhear, so they finished the meal without a word. Pappy ate deliberately, hoping to make Stick stew and maybe leave, but Luke doubted the deputy minded the delay. His father's mind seemed far away, probably in Korea, while his mother and Gran looked sad, the usual effect of Brother Akers' sermons. The women had more sympathy for Jerry Cisco as the hours passed. His death grew sadder, his meanness forgotten. He was a local boy who'd met a terrible end, and his killer slept in their front yard. The inquest took place under the tallest pin oak halfway between the porch and the Spruill camp. Pappy and his father gathered with Stick, who looked well-fed and lazy, and then the Spruills came over, all of them looking frightened. Only the Mexicans were absent. Stick announced the fight behind the co-op and that Jerry Sisko had died from a fractured skull. He asked if the Spruels had been in town, and Mr. Spruel said they had. When Stick pressed about Hank, Hank stepped forward, defiant, claiming he'd stopped a fight, not started one. He said there had been 2 Siskos beating up a boy from the hills. Stick asked about a stick of wood. Hank denied using one, claiming the Siskos had a 2x4. Stick threatened to take him in, but Mr. Spruel said if Hank left, they all left, and Pappy knew they'd lose the whole family. He argued that it was self-defense 2 against 1, and the Siskos had it coming. Hank told his version he'd seen 2 sod busters beating up Doyle and stepped in to break it up. Stick pressed for details, and Hank said there were 3 of them, not 2. Pappy seized on that, arguing no jury would convict if it was 3 against 1. Stick conceded but still needed witnesses. Hank asked if he had any, and the silence stretched. Luke's silent plea for one of the Spruel boys to step forward evaporated into the heavy air. The thought flickered through his mind. They'd already shown they could bend the truth, so why not back Hank with a quick word? But the moment stretched, empty and expectant. No one moved, no one spoke. Luke edged closer to his mother's back, seeking refuge in her shadow. Then Hank's voice cut through the stillness, claiming that little Chandler had seen everything. Luke felt his insides turn to water, a cold rush of terror that nearly betrayed him physically. When he finally opened his eyes, the weight of every gaze pinned him to the spot. His mother and grandmother wore identical masks of horror. Guilt radiated from him so palpably that he knew the truth was written all over his face. Pappy's summons came, a simple command that Luke obeyed with leaden feet, each step a deliberate crawl toward the center of that awful circle. Hank's eyes burned with a predatory glow, his familiar smirk promising that there was no escape. The crowd tightened around him, closing in like a trap. The question came, had he seen the fight? Luke's Sunday school lesson surged forward unbidden, the stark warning that liars faced an eternity of fire alongside history's worst villains. The commandment against false witness had been drilled into him since infancy, reinforced by Grand's frequent admonition to confess and be done with it. Yet he admitted to being there, explaining that he'd followed the commotion like any curious boy would. Stick dropped to one knee, bringing his puffy face level with Luke's, demanding the unvarnished truth. Luke stole a glance at his father, then at Pappy, who showed no anger, a detail that struck him as odd. He drew a deep breath, his eyes finding Tally in the crowd before he began his account. He described Jerry Sisko fighting a hillman, then Billy joining in, the odds turning ugly until Hank intervened. Stick pressed for specifics. 2 against 1, or 2 against 2? Luke answered carefully, watching Tally's reaction, noting the small smile that played at her lips as he spoke. He told them Bobby had charged from the crowd, making it 3 against 1, just as Hank had claimed. The focus shifted to the 2x4 who had wielded it first. Hank's voice exploded, demanding that Luke tell the truth, insisting one of the Siskos had picked up the weapon. Luke felt the weight of Gran and his mother behind him, sensed Pappy's urgent desire to shape the right words. Tally's eyes pleaded with him, the other Spruels watching intently. He met Stick's gaze, and began nodding a small, silent lie that grew bolder with each repetition. In that moment of falsehood, he knew he was doing more to secure the cotton harvest than months of fair weather could have accomplished. But the heat of damnation seemed to lick at his heels. Satan waited in the wings. He promised himself he'd race to the woods and beg for forgiveness the moment this ordeal ended. Stick rose slowly, his eyes never leaving Luke's, both of them aware of the lie that hung between them. The deputy had his own reasons for not pursuing Hank, the ugly business of handcuffing that bear of a man, the certainty of angering every farmer who needed the labor. Luke's father yanked him backward with a forced laugh, claiming the boy was terrified. Stick asked if Luke was trustworthy. His father and Pappy both vouched for his honesty. The truth had been successfully rewritten. Stick promised to keep asking questions and drove off, his patrol car disappearing in a cloud of dust. With Sunday stretching ahead and no fieldwork to occupy them, the house felt stifling. Naps were attempted but abandoned. To break the tension, Luke's parents loaded him into the truck with 2 heavy boxes of vegetables destined for the Latchers, a sharecropping family living just across the river. Luke rode in the back, watching dust swirl behind them, the morning's rain already a distant memory. The heat pressed in from every surface: the truck bed, the metal frame, even the vegetables themselves. They crossed the rickety bridge, and Luke stood to watch the sluggish brown water slide past. His father had promised a bit of fishing once the food was delivered, a small consolation. The Latcher place came into view, a sagging shack huddled in a bend of the river, cotton creeping almost to the doorstep. A pack of barefoot, rag-clad children materialized on the porch as they arrived. Luke had once counted 7, though it was hard to be sure among all those pale-eyed, shaggy-haired faces. Mrs. Latcher emerged, thin as a rail, wiping her hands on her apron as she greeted Luke's mother. While the women talked, Luke wandered to the side of the house, finding Percy, the oldest boy, who claimed to be 12, slouching in the shade. Percy offered no greeting, just stared blankly past him. Luke studied the tiny windowless shack, the torn curtains hanging motionless, and tried to imagine how so many people survived in such cramped conditions. No screens against flies, no fans for the air. He felt a wave of pity. The Latchers had no shoes, no electricity to listen to the Cardinals, no possessions to speak of. Percy had never known the simple joy of a baseball glove or bat, had never dreamed of escaping the cotton fields. The food was unloaded, and the younger Latchers crowded toward the porch, hungry-eyed but hesitant. Luke's mind drifted to the rumor that still swirled around town that 15-year-old Libby Latcher was pregnant, refusing to name the father. The gossip was extraordinary even by Black Oak standards, and Luke's mother had been tasked with confirming it, since they lived closest. He remembered Pappy's gruff comment at the co-op, which had set the old men laughing. Luke asked Percy about the cotton, a feeble attempt at farmer-to-farmer conversation, but Percy just kept staring into the distance, seeing something neither of them could name. Percy's answer came flat and distant, a simple gesture toward the cotton that started just beyond the dirt yard. Luke turned to study their crop. It looked no different from his own, yet he knew the math was crueler here. He earned $1.60 for every 100 pounds. He picked these children would work for nothing, their labor swallowed by the landlord's share. The thought settled cold in his stomach. He let his gaze drift back to the house. The sagging boards, the torn curtains hanging limp in the windows, the clothesline strung across the backyard with its sparse wash fluttering. His eyes traced the dirt path that led past the outhouse toward the river, searching for any sign of Libby Latcher. The image came unbidden, her locked away in some back room, her father standing guard with a shotgun, the baby arriving in secret to become just another nameless child running barefoot through the dust. Percy's voice cut through his thoughts, low and knowing she wasn't there, and Luke knew that was what he'd really been looking for. The accusation landed like a slap, heat flooding his cheeks as Percy told him to get back to his truck. Luke retreated, his father hauling the last of the food onto the porch while he walked away from Percy. As they drove off, the Latcher children swarmed the boxes like they hadn't seen food in a week. His mother whispered whether he'd seen her. He could only shake his head. They'd be back in a few days with another load, another attempt to confirm the rumors. As long as Libby stayed hidden, the Latchers would eat. The river held its own legends. His father claimed the St. Francis ran 50 feet deep, with channel catfish the size of men lurking near the bridge pier, 60-pound scavengers that lived for 2 decades and ate anything that drifted by. Ricky had supposedly caught one at 44 pounds of fish that, when gutted, spilled a grotesque collection onto the tailgate, a spark plug, a marble half-digested minnows, 2 pennies, and something that Gran later declared human waste. She never fried catfish again. Pappy swore off river food entirely. Luke waded the shallow backwaters with red worms, hooking bream and crappie as fast as he could bait his line. He worked barefoot through the warm current, his mother calling occasional warnings from the bank. His parents sat in the shade of oaks and willows, sharing a cantaloupe on a patchwork quilt, their voices so low he didn't try to listen. One of the rare moments during picking season when they could be alone. At night, sleep came too fast for conversation on the porch. They were never truly by themselves. The river scared him enough to keep him cautious. He hadn't learned to swim yet. That was a promise for next summer, when Ricky would be home to teach him. So he stayed close to the bank, where the water barely covered his feet. Drownings were part of the local lore tales of shifting sandbars and sudden currents. Whole families swept away in a cascade of tragedy that grew more elaborate with each telling. The story varied depending on who told it: a child on a collapsing sandbar, siblings diving in to save each other, a pregnant mother rushing to the rescue, a father breaking his neck jumping from a bridge. Bodies lost, some eaten by catfish, others swept to sea. The family remained nameless through the decades, just a cautionary tale repeated to keep children like Luke afraid. Ricky loved to tell it. Though his versions always tangled, his mother said it was pure fiction. Even Brother Akers had woven it into a sermon once, though he'd left out the broken neck, which Luke took as proof that even preachers exaggerated. Still, he had no intention of drowning. The fish kept biting, and he found a stump near a lagoon where he could sit and catch one after another. The hours slipped by in the gentle rush of water, and he was grateful for the solitude. His farm had become crowded with strangers. The fields waited with their promise of back-breaking labor. He'd watched a man die and somehow landed in the middle of it all. The thought surfaced unbidden. Why couldn't he just fish all day, stay by the river in the shade, do anything but pick cotton? He wasn't going to be a farmer. He didn't need the practice. His father's voice called from down the bank, and Luke pulled in his line, walking back to where his parents sat. He settled at the edge of the quilt, as far from them as possible. They didn't seem angry. His mother's face was pleasant, but his father's tone carried a stern edge that made him wary. The question came, why hadn't he told them about the fight? Luke wasn't surprised. He admitted he'd been scared of being caught watching something he shouldn't have. His mother pressed because she'd told him not to? He confirmed it, adding a quick apology that she seemed to accept with a small smile. He was working hard to look pitiful. His father moved on, saying he wasn't worried about the fight itself, but secrets could get a boy in trouble. Luke should have told him what he saw. Luke answered carefully. He'd watched a fight, and he hadn't known Jerry Sisko would die. His logic gave his father pause before the next question followed. Had he told Stick Powers the truth? Luke said yes. Then the sharp one who had picked up the piece of wood first to Sisko, or Hank Sproul. The question hung there, and Luke felt the weight of it. If he told the truth, he'd have to admit he'd lied before. He chose to blur things instead, saying the bodies had been flying everywhere, the crowd was moving and hollering, Hank had been throwing boys around like toys, and then he'd seen a stick of wood. Somehow this satisfied his father. Luke was only 7, caught up in the chaos of a horrible brawl. Who could blame him for not being sure? His father warned him not to speak of it to anyone, not a soul. His mother added that little boys who kept secrets from their parents got into big trouble. He could always tell them. Luke promised, and his father sent him back to fish. Monday morning came in the semi-darkness, the trailer ride into the fields growing shorter as the picking moved closer to the house. No one spoke. The week stretched before them, 5 endless days of heat and labor. Saturday, a distant promise. From his perch on the tractor, Luke watched the Spruels huddle together, as dazed as he was. Trot wasn't with them. His father had asked Pappy to let the boys stay in the front yard, claiming he couldn't handle the heat. Pappy didn't care. Trot was worth nothing in the fields. When the tractor stopped, they took their sacks and disappeared into the cotton without a word. An hour later, the sun was baking them. Luke thought of Trot wasting the day under the shade tree, napping when he felt like it, probably happy to be missing work. The boy might be slow, but right then he was the smartest of all the Spruels. Time stopped when they picked. The days dragged on, each yielding slowly to the next. Thursday supper brought Pappy's announcement: no trip to town on Saturday. Luke felt the sting of it. The labor was harsh enough without losing the reward of popcorn and a movie, his weekly Coca-Cola. A long silence followed. His mother watched him carefully, unsurprised, and he got the sense the adults had already talked this through. Luke pushed back, demanding to know why. Pappy's answer was curt because he said so. Luke looked at his mother and saw a curious grin on her face. He took a risk, asking if Pappy was scared of the Ciscos, half expecting one of the men to grab him. The silence that followed was deathly. His father explained that it was best for the Spruills to stay out of town. They'd discussed it with Mr. Spruill and agreed everyone would stay put Saturday, even the Mexicans. Pappy growled that he wasn't afraid of anyone and warned Luke not to sass him. His mother's grin remained firmly in place, her eyes twinkling with pride. Gran asked for a few things from the store Pappy offered to run in for them and the Mexicans. The front porch ritual held no appeal for Luke that evening. He was too wounded to join them. Instead, he stretched out on the floor of Ricky's room, letting the darkness swallow him while the Cardinals' game drifted through the open window. The adult's low murmur seeped through the walls, but he tried to block it out, occupying his mind with fresh grievances against the Spruills. Their offenses piled up so quickly that he soon lost count, and somewhere in the early evening exhaustion overtook him. He grew still and slipped into sleep on the hard floor. Saturday lunch usually brought a lift in spirits the work week over. Town waiting, the promise of a matinee and popcorn. But this Saturday felt different, hollow. Pappy announced they'd work until 4, offering it like some grand concession, though cutting out an hour early hardly counted as a reward. Luke wanted to ask if they'd be working Sunday too, but he'd pushed enough on Thursday night. The silence between him and Pappy had settled into something stubborn and cold, the kind of standoff that could stretch for days. So they went back to the fields instead of Black Oak, even the Mexicans showing their irritation. Luke picked just enough to look busy, stalling whenever he could, and when he found a safe spot, he curled up for a nap. Let them banish him from town, force him into the fields. They couldn't make him work hard. He suspected he wasn't the only one napping that afternoon. His mother found him eventually, and they walked back to the house together. She wasn't feeling well, and she understood the injustice of being kept from town. They gathered a few vegetables from the garden, then Luke endured the dreaded Saturday bath. Once clean, he ventured to the front yard, where Trot had been spending his days guarding Camp Spruill. No one really knew what the boy did all day, and no one much cared. They were too busy and too tired to worry about him. Luke found Trot behind the wheel of their truck, pretending to drive, his lips making a strange sputtering sound. He glanced at Luke, then returned to his imaginary journey. The tractor's approach sent Luke inside, where he found his mother lying on her bed, something she never did during the day. Tired voices drifted from the front yard, where the Spruills were unwinding, and from the rear, where the Mexicans dragged themselves to the barn. Luke retreated to Ricky's room, a baseball in one hand, his glove on the other, and thought of his friends sitting in the Dixie, watching the Saturday feature and eating popcorn. Pappy appeared in the doorway, offering a trip to Pop and Pearl's a Coke. Luke refused without looking up, stubborn and wounded. Pappy didn't beg. He'd never beg for anything, and the door closed behind him. The truck engine started moments later. Wary of the front yard, Luke headed for the back, near the silo where the Spruills should have been camping. The grassy area there wasn't as long or wide as his front field, but it was open enough for baseball, running to the edge of the cotton. He tossed pop flies to himself, catching 10 in a row before Miguel appeared from nowhere watching. Under the pressure of an audience, Luke dropped 3 straight. He tossed the ball gently to Miguel, who had no glove, but the man caught it easily and snapped it back with surprising precision. Luke bobbled, dropped, kicked, then threw it back harder. More Mexicans drifted over Rico, Pepe, Luis, and soon the group was flinging the ball around. Miguel asked for a bat, and Luke ran to get it. When he returned, Roberto and Pablo had joined, and the Mexicans were scattered across the makeshift infield. Miguel set a plank as home plate, positioned the others, and told Luke to bat. His wind-up was fierce, but he tossed a soft pitch that Luke swung at and missed. He missed the next 3 too, then finally made contact with a couple. The Mexicans cheered when he connected, said nothing when he didn't. They swapped places, Luke pitching to Miguel, who hit line drives and grounders with ease. Most of the Mexicans had played before, a couple hadn't. The others from the barn heard the commotion and wandered over, Cowboy among them, shirtless and towering, his pants rolled to his knees. Louis hit next, but Luke's changeup fooled him easily. Across the way, Luke spotted Tally and Trot sitting under an elm watching. His father strolled over just as the Mexicans grew more animated, hollering and laughing at each other's miscues. Someone suggested a game, and after some plotting, it was decided Mexicans against Arkansans. Rico would catch for both sides. Luke was sent to fetch his father's old catcher's mitt and another ball. When he returned, Hank had appeared, ready to play, and Luke's stomach sank at the thought of being on the same team as the man. Tally was a girl, a disgrace of a teammate, but the Mexicans had them outnumbered. More plotting, and it was decided the Arkansans would bat first. Miguel's comment about their little guys carried a smile. Bases were laid out, the ground rules established for the misshapen field, and the Mexicans scattered into position. Cowboy walked to the mound to warm up, and Luke watched with growing unease. The man was lean but strong, his wind-up smooth, his release almost lazy, but the ball exploded from his fingers and popped into Rico's mitt. He threw harder and harder. His father murmured that Cowboy was good, very good, that he'd played a lot of baseball. Tally came to bat first, shoeless and tight pants and a knotted shirt, her stomach bare. Cowboy stared at her as she didn't look at him. He lobbed an underhanded pitch she swung at and missed, then another she connected with, sending a slow roller past third for a base hit. Luke was up next, stepping into the box with all the swagger of Stan Musial, hoping for an easy pitch, but Cowboy's eyes held no warmth, no promise of mercy. The first pitch was underhanded, high, and Luke let it go. The second caught the middle of the plate, and he swung for the fence, for the left field wall, for the 30,000 fans in Sportsman's Park. He missed, and his father's voice cut through. He was trying to kill it. He swung at the third, and missed again, the horror of a strikeout settling over him like a weight. Tally was on first watching. The bat felt heavy. His mouth went dry. Cowboy's nasty smile widened. Luke stepped back, stutter-stepped to the plate, swung at a slow pitch, and missed. Silence. He dropped the bat, picked it up, walked back to his team with his lip trembling, daring himself not to cry. He couldn't look at Tally, couldn't look at his father. Trot was next, the bat in his right hand, his left arm hanging limp. The sight was almost embarrassing, but Trot was smiling, happy just to be playing. He hacked at the first two pitches, then somehow made contact on the third, a gentle looping fly that landed behind second, where four Mexicans managed to miss it. Tally rounded second, and made it to third. Trot shuffled to first. Luke's humiliation deepened. Trot on first, Tally on third, only one out. Bo stepped up next, and Cowboy clearly didn't see him as much of a threat. He wound up fully, and threw a pitch that wasn't particularly fast, but Bo was so unnerved he'd already started his swing after the ball was in Rico's glove. Hank's laughter boomed across the field, and Bo snapped back at him, almost starting a family brawl right there in the first inning. The second pitch came a little harder, and Bo's swing got slower. He called out for underhand pitches, trying to play it off as a joke. Hank wasn't having it, calling him a sissy loud enough for everyone to hear, including Mr. and Mrs. Sproul, who just arrived to watch. Bo glanced at his parents, his pride clearly stung. The third pitch came as a change-up that Bo swung at far too early, and his father's assessment of Cowboy's talent was confirmed again. Hank stepped in front of Dale, determined to show everyone how it was done. The bat looked absurdly small in his hands as he took his practice swings, promising to hit the ball clear across the river. Cowboy's first pitch came high and outside, a fastball Hank let pass. The Mexicans erupted with jeers, and Hank yelled back, demanding the ball come over the plate. The second pitch was faster, and Hank swung clean through it. Cowboy glanced at Tally on third, and then threw a curve that seemed headed straight for Hank's head. Hank ducked, the bat dropping, and the ball broke through the strike zone as the Mexicans howled with laughter. Hank insisted it wasn't a strike, but his father ruled otherwise: no swing, no strike. Cowboy's next pitch looked fat and tempting, and Hank swung with everything he had, but the ball broke down and away, bouncing before Rico could block it. Hank's massive swing met nothing but air, and he stumbled across the plate. The Spanish chorus mocked him mercilessly, and Luke half expected him to charge the entire Mexican team. He mumbled something, squinted at Cowboy, and took his stance again. 2 outs, 2 strikes, 2 on. Cowboy finished him with a fastball that Hank flailed at, and he slammed the bat into the dirt in frustration. His father's voice cut through the moment, warning him not to throw the bat, that sportsmanship was required. Hank shot a look of pure disgust, but held his tongue. The team switched, and someone determined that Luke would pitch the next inning, an assignment he wanted no part of. With Hank at first, Bo at second, Dale at third, Tally in left center with her hands on her hips, and Trot in right field searching for 4-leaf clovers. Luke's defense was a collection of disasters waiting to happen. Roberto came up first, and Luke suspected the choice was deliberate. The man had clearly never played the game. He hit a lazy pop-up that Luke's father caught easily. Pepe followed with a fly ball to the same spot. 2 up, 2 out, and Luke felt a brief surge of confidence. But then the real hitters arrived, and they hit pitches all over the farm. Fastballs, curves, change-ups, nothing mattered. They scored runs by the truckload, celebrating with each hit. Luke was miserable, watching his team get shelled, but even he had to admit the Mexican's joy was infectious. His mother and grandmother sat under a tree with Mr. and Mrs. Spruill, everyone accounted for except Pappy. When the score reached 10 runs, Luke's father called time, asking if he'd had enough. Luke admitted he had, and the ball was handed to Hank. Hank's surprising quickness translated well to pitching, and he retired Luis with 3 nice fastballs. The Mexicans had scored 11 runs, according to Miguel. Cowboy returned to the mound and picked up where he left off, striking Dale out easily. Luke's father stepped up, anticipating a fastball and getting one, ripping a long foul deep into the cotton. The second pitch was a hard curve that buckled his knees. He admitted it was a major league pitch. He flied out to shallow center, and the Arkansans were still scoreless. Tally walked to the plate, and Cowboy's demeanor softened as he walked halfway in. He lobbed underhanded pitches until she connected with one, sending a slow roller to second that 2 Mexicans fumbled long enough for her to reach base safely. Luke was up next, and his father told him to choke up. He did, and Cowboy tossed a slow, looping pitch that Luke smacked to center field. The Mexicans cheered wildly, everyone clapped, and Luke felt the pressure lift. His Cardinal future was back on track. Trot missed 3 straight pitches badly, but Miguel generously declared 4 strikes, and Trot chopped a ball that rolled back to Cowboy, who threw to third in a vain attempt to catch Tally. She was safe, bases loaded. Bo walked up, and Cowboy lobbed an underhanded pitch that Bo hit hard to short, scoring Tally and moving Luke to third. Hank grabbed the bat, bases loaded, thinking grand slam. Cowboy had other ideas, stepping back and going serious. The infield went quiet as the Mexicans crept forward, waiting for the showdown. The first pitch was a blistering fastball that Hank never even thought about swinging at. The second, a fat curve that broke outside. The third, a hard curve that nearly hit his head before dipping across the plate. Hank's face was red with frustration. Another fastball Hank lunged at. 2 strikes, bases loaded, 2 outs. Cowboy toyed with him, a slow curve outside, a hard one that made him duck, another slow one he almost chopped at. Luke had the distinct impression Cowboy could wrap a baseball around Hank's head if he wanted. The final pitch was a knuckleball that floated up, wobbling and dipping. Hank took a mighty swing, missed by a foot, and landed in the dirt. He screamed a curse and threw the bat near Luke's father, who warned him to watch his language. Miguel led off the bottom of the second. Hank's first pitch went straight for his head, bouncing off the silo. The second was even harder, 2 feet inside. Miguel hit the dirt, and his teammates muttered uneasily. Hank's father shouted from shortstop, demanding he throw strikes. Hank sneered and finally threw the ball over the plate. Miguel slapped it to right field, where Trot had his back to home plate, staring at the distant tree line. Tally raced after the ball, stopping at the edge of the cotton, a ground rule triple. The next pitch would be the last of the game. Cowboy was batting. Hank wound up and hurled a fastball directly at him. Cowboy ducked, but not fast enough. The ball hit him square in the ribs with a sickening thud. He let out a quick cry, then immediately hurled the bat like a tomahawk end over end, all speed, meant for Hank's head, but bouncing at his feet instead. Hank screamed and charged. Others charged too. Luke's father from shortstop, Mr. Spruill from beside the silo, some of the Mexicans. Luke stayed frozen at first base, too horrified to move. Everyone was yelling, running toward home plate. Cowboy didn't retreat. He stood still for a moment, wet brown skin, long arms taut, teeth bared. When Hank was a few feet away, Cowboy's hands moved to his pocket, and a switchblade appeared, a long, glistening blade that snapped open with a sharp click. He held it high, and Hank skidded to a stop, demanding he put it down. Cowboy's left hand made a small, taunting gesture, a clear invitation for Hank to come closer. The knife had stunned everyone into silence. The only sound was the heavy breathing of men frozen in a standoff. Hank's eyes remained fixed on the blade, which seemed to grow larger in his vision. Everyone present understood that Cowboy had wielded it before, knew exactly how to use it, and would not hesitate to use it again if Hank took another step. Luke's father stepped between them, the bat still in his hand, while Miguel moved to Cowboy's side. Hank demanded Cowboy put the knife down and fight like a man, but Luke's father silenced him, insisting there would be no fighting. Mr. Spruill grabbed Hank's arm and urged him away. Luke's father told Miguel to get Cowboy back to the barn. The other Mexicans closed around Cowboy, guiding him away, the switchblade still visible in his hand. Hank refused to move, watching them leave as if standing his ground somehow counted as victory. He muttered that he'd kill Cowboy, and Luke's father responded sharply. He'd killed enough already, and he needed to stay away from the barn. Mr. Spruill repeated the command to leave, and the rest of the family trot. Tally Bo Dale drifted toward the front yard. Hank stomped away, still mumbling threats just loud enough for Luke's father to hear. Luke gathered the scattered equipment and hurried after his parents and grandmother. Later that afternoon, Tally found Luke in the backyard, a rare sight. She carried a small bag and had changed into the same tight dress she'd worn when they first met. She asked him for a favor sweetly, the kind of request he couldn't refuse, and he tried to play it cool, asking what she wanted. She explained that his grandmother had mentioned a nearby creek for bathing, and she wanted to know if he could take her there. He pointed toward Siler's Creek, half a mile north, and assured her there were no cottonmouths, just harmless water snakes. The water should be clear, he added, since it hadn't rained since Sunday. She looked around to make sure no one was listening, then asked him to come with her. His heart stopped, his mouth went dry. He managed to ask why, and she gave him a coy, non-committal answer about making sure no one saw her. They took the field road until the house was out of sight, then turned onto a narrow planting path. Once alone, she started talking, and he was relieved she carried the conversation. She apologized for Hank, acknowledging he was always causing trouble. When he asked if she'd seen the fight in town, she said no, and he told her it was awful. Hank had kept beating the boys long after the fight was over. She stopped. He stopped, and she walked close to him, breathing heavily, asking for the truth. Had Hank picked up the stick first? He almost said yes, looking into her beautiful brown eyes, but caution held him back. She was Hank's sister, after all, and if she told Hank what he'd said, things could get ugly. He deflected, saying it had all happened fast, and started walking again. She caught up and asked if he thought Hank would be arrested. He didn't know. She asked what his grandfather thought, and he tried to impress her with a curse word, but she scolded him for his language. He apologized and asked if Hank had ever killed anyone before. She said not that she knew of, but mentioned that Hank had been up north once, and there'd been trouble. They never learned the details. Siler's Creek ran along the farm's northern boundary, heavy trees lining both sides. Luke led her down to a gravel bar where the water was deepest, and told her it was the best spot. She asked how deep it was and seemed nervous. He assured her everyone was back at the farm. She told him to go back up by the trail and keep watch, then added a warning, no peeking. He climbed up the bank and found a perch on an elm limb where he could almost see the barn roof. She called out to confirm things were clear. He answered yes. He heard water splash but kept his eyes south. After a minute or two, he turned and looked down the creek, but he couldn't see her. The gravel bar was hidden by a bend and thick branches. Another minute passed, and he felt useless. No one knew they were there, so no one would try to sneak up on her. He thought of Ricky, and what he might do in a situation like this. Curiosity won. He climbed down, sneaked through weeds and brush, until he was above the gravel bar, and crawled through the bushes. Her dress and underclothes hung over a branch. Tally was deep in the water, washing her hair, humming softly, not looking around in fear. She trusted him. She dipped her head under, rinsing the lather away, then stood and reached for soap. Her back was to him, and he saw her completely naked, a sight that sent a shudder through his body. He raised his head for a closer look, then quickly ducked again, terrified of being caught. The consequences flashed through his mind. Her father, his mother, Gran, Pappy, everyone would be furious. He'd be ruined. In water up to her waist, she bathed her arms and chest, and he saw her from the side. He'd never seen a woman's breast before, and he doubted any other 7-year-old in the county had. A wicked idea came to him. If he yelled, "Snake!" she'd panic and scramble for dry land, giving him a few seconds to see everything. But his mouth was dry, his heart racing, and he hesitated, and in that hesitation learned a lesson in patience. She stepped closer to the bank, rising until the water barely covered her feet, and bent to wash her legs, buttocks, and stomach. His heart pounded. She rinsed by splashing water over her body, and when she was done, still naked in ankle-deep water, she turned and stared directly at his hiding spot. He dropped his head and buried himself deeper in the weeds, waiting for her to yell, but she didn't. He inched backward, silently, until he reached the edge of the cotton, then crawled along the tree line and resumed his position near the trail. He tried to look bored when she emerged, her hair wet, changed into a different dress. She thanked him, said she felt better, and he agreed silently. As they walked back, she asked if he'd seen her. He admitted yes, and she said it was okay. Boys looking at girls was only natural. She offered a deal. If he'd be her lookout again next time, he could watch her again. He agreed too quickly, and she made him promise not to tell anyone. He promised. Luke pushed his food around his plate during supper, trying to appear normal while his stomach churned with the memory of the creek. The image of Tally was burned into his mind, clear as if she were still standing there. He'd done something terrible, and yet he couldn't wait to do it again. Gran's question caught him off guard. What was he thinking about? He mumbled a vague answer, but Pappy pressed, sensing something was on his mind. Inspiration struck the switchblade. The mention of it drew disapproving shakes from all 4 adults, and Gran told him to think pleasant thoughts. He silently agreed, telling himself not to worry. Death dominated the second Sunday in a row. Mrs. Letha Haley Dockery, a loud, large woman abandoned years ago by her husband, who'd reportedly fled to California and taken up with a younger woman of another race, though the gossip couldn't be confirmed, had raised 2 sons who'd escaped the cotton patch. One lived in Memphis, the other somewhere out west. She also had a distant cousin in Paragould, a man Pappy didn't much care for, whose son was fighting in Korea. Whenever Ricky was mentioned in church prayers, Mrs. Dockery would leap forward to remind everyone she had family in the war too. She'd corner Gran and whisper about the burden of waiting for news, while Pappy refused to discuss the war at all, having rebuked her once for trying to commiserate. The family simply tried to ignore Korea in public. Months earlier, someone had asked Mrs. Dockery for a photo of her nephew, since the church had been praying for him so much. She'd been humiliated when she couldn't produce one. His name had shifted over time from Jimmy Nance, a nephew of her 4th cousin, to Timmy Nance, who'd become a genuine cousin of some vague degree. The details were impossible to keep straight. Whatever his real name, he'd been killed. The news reached them before they could even get out of the truck that Sunday. Mrs. Dockery was in the fellowship hall, surrounded by weeping ladies from her Sunday school class. Gran and Luke's mother waited in line to comfort her. Luke watched from a distance, genuinely feeling sorry for the woman however thin the kinship, Her grief was real. Whispered details circulated. He'd been driving a Jeep for his commander when they hit a land mine. The body wouldn't be home for 2 months, maybe never. He was 20, with a young wife in Kennett, Missouri. The Reverend Akers arrived and sat with Mrs. Dockery, holding her hand while they prayed in silence. The whole church watched, waiting to offer sympathies. After a few minutes, Pappy slipped out the door. Luke watched him go, struck by a chilling thought. This is what it would look like if Ricky died. The news, the friends gathering, everyone crying. His throat tightened, and his eyes moistened, but he told himself it couldn't happen to them. Ricky didn't drive Jeeps over there, and even if he did, he'd have better sense than to hit a land mine. Surely he was coming home. Not wanting to be caught crying, Luke slipped out of the building just in time to see Pappy get in the truck. He joined him, and they sat staring through the windshield for a long time before Pappy started the engine and drove off. They passed the silent gin. Every farmer secretly wanted it roaring, even on Sunday, but it operated only 3 months a year. They took back roads, graveled and dusty, cotton rows brushing the shoulders. Pappy pointed out the Cisco place, a sagging sharecropper's shack in the distance, and Luke was relieved no one was moving around. He knew Pappy well enough to suspect he might be tempted to drive up and start a brawl. They slowed near the Embry place, where Pappy spotted Mexicans picking cotton on Sunday. Luke was shocked Pappy wasn't ag. The man was a deacon in their church, but the rumors were clearly true. Pappy told him to keep quiet about it, another secret to carry. They arrived back at the church 10 minutes late, sliding into their seats during the singing. Luke found himself snug between his grandparents, protected while Ricky remained in danger. Brother Akers delivered the news about Timmy Nance, though everyone already knew, then stuck to his prepared message about missionary work to avoid dealing with Pappy over the war. Luke decided he wouldn't give an extra dime, not to Korea, not for missionaries. He already tithed grudgingly. The sermon was subdued, and he began to nod off. After the service, they left quickly. On the edge of town, Luke's father asked where they'd gone. Luke said they'd just driven around. He thought Pappy wanted to get away from church. His father nodded, as if he wished he'd gone too. Sunday dinner was interrupted by a knock at the back door. Cowboy stood on the porch with Miguel, his shirt off, his chest swollen and bruised from where the baseball had struck. Gran took charge, examining the wound and counting the seams on his skin. She dressed it, then made him lie on the back porch with a pillow, telling Miguel he needed to stay still. Cowboy's English surprised them when he answered her questions about the pain, and Gran mused about giving him a painkiller, a prospect that made Luke wince, knowing her remedies were worse than any injury. The look of horror Luke shot Cowboy at the mention of Gran's painkillers was enough. Cowboy understood perfectly and refused any medicine. Gran improvised, filling a small burlap bag with ice from the kitchen and placing it gently on his swollen ribs, guiding his left arm to hold it in place. The cold made his whole body go rigid at first, but soon the numbness set in and he relaxed, water dripping down his skin as he closed his eyes and breathed deeply. Miguel offered thanks, and Luke added his own gracias, earning a smile. The adults gathered on the front porch with iced tea, and Gran announced that Cowboy's ribs were broken. Pappy grunted that it was too bad, but when she pushed for a doctor he dismissed the idea. What would a doctor do anyway? She worried about internal bleeding. He countered that if there was any, Cowboy would already be dead. His father chimed in with agreement. The men's resistance had 2 sources, the cost of a doctor and their own war experience. They'd seen far worse in the trenches. Mangled bodies, missing limbs, and routine injuries like broken bones were just part of life. You toughed it out. Gran knew she was beaten, but she warned that if Cowboy died, it would be their fault. Pappy brushed it off, pointing to Hank as the one who'd broken the ribs. Luke's mother, feeling unwell again, went inside, and Luke followed to check on her. She insisted she was fine, patting his arm, but he worried anyway. He fetched his glove and ball from Ricky's room. Miguel was gone, but Cowboy was still on the back porch, pressing the ice to his ribs. Despite his fear of the man, Luke approached him, holding out the same baseball that had broken his ribs, asking how he threw that curve. Cowboy's harsh expression softened, and he pointed to the grass, where Luke stood near his knees. Cowboy showed him the grip, first 2 fingers on the seams and the wrist snap that put spin on the ball. It was the same grip Pappy had taught him. Luke took the ball and mimicked the motion. Cowboy watched without a word, a hint of a smile gone, clearly in pain. Luke thanked him. Cowboy barely nodded. Then Luke spotted the tip of the switchblade protruding from Cowboy's pocket. Cowboy slowly removed it, showing off the dark green carved handle before pressing the switch and springing the blade open with a sharp snap that made Luke jerk back. A dumb question about where he'd gotten it went unanswered. Luke asked to see it again, and Cowboy folded it and snapped it open near his face. When Luke asked if he could try, Cowboy shook his head firmly. Had he ever stabbed anyone with it? Cowboy pulled it closer and gave Luke a nasty look, claiming he'd stabbed many men. Luke had seen enough. He backed away and retreated past the silo, throwing pop flies for an hour, hoping Tally would appear on her way to the creek. Monday morning found them gathered in silence at the tractor. Luke longed to crawl back into Ricky's bed and sleep for days, but Gran's reminder echoed they could rest in winter. Cold weather was still a distant dream. Pappy, Mr. Sproul, and Miguel huddled in earnest conversation while the rest tried to listen. A plan emerged. The Mexicans would work the cotton near the barn, while the Arkansans worked farther away, with the cotton trailer as a dividing line. Distance was essential between Hank and Cowboy, or there would be more bloodshed. Pappy had voiced concerns about other Mexicans carrying knives, and Mr. Sproul had assured him there'd be no more trouble, but no one believed Hank could be controlled. Rain had fallen late last night, but the fields were dry now, the cotton almost dusty. Pappy and Luke's father saw the rain as an ominous warning of inevitable flooding, and their anxiety was contagious. The crops were nearly perfect. They had just a few more weeks before the skies opened. When the tractor stopped, they grabbed their sacks and disappeared into the stalks. No singing from the Spruels, no sound from the Mexicans. Luke picked as fast as he could with no napping. The sun rose quickly, cooking the dew from the bowls. The thick air soaked his overalls, sweat dripping from his chin. Being small gave him one advantage. Most of the stalks were taller than him, offering partial shade. 2 days of heavy picking filled the cotton trailer. Pappy took it to town. Always Pappy, never his father. Luke rode with him, as expected. After a quick dinner, they hitched the trailer to the truck, secured the tarp, and headed out. The men behind the barn ate their tortillas. Luke's father patched an inner tube. The women washed dishes. Pappy stopped the truck abruptly, told Luke to wait, and returned with his 12-gauge shotgun, which he slid under the seat without explanation. Luke asked if they were going hunting, knowing he wouldn't get an answer. The Cisco affair hadn't been discussed recently, but the shotgun suggested possibilities, a gunfight at the Gene Autry style. He asked if Pappy was going to shoot someone, hoping to provoke a response. Pappy told him to mind his own business. A story came to mind about Pappy's younger days, when a neighbor named Woolbright had criticized him for beating his mules. Woolbright had boasted that, if he'd had a wet burlap sack, he'd have taught Eli Chandler a thing or two. Word got back to Pappy, who soaked a burlap sack and walked miles to Woolbright's house, calling him out. Woolbright retreated inside, and Pappy threw the wet sack through the screen door before walking home. Eli Chandler had been a hot-tempered brawler, and at 60 still had a short fuse, but he wouldn't kill anyone unless it was self-defense, preferring fists or less menacing weapons. The gun was just precaution. The Ciscos were crazy people. The gin was roaring when they arrived, a long line of trailers ahead. It was dark when Pappy turned off the engine, tapping his fingers on the wheel, anxious to get home for the Cardinals game. He surveyed the trailers, trucks, tractors, farmhands, and gin workers, looking for trouble. Seeing none, he told Luke to wait while he checked in. Luke watched his grandfather shuffle across the gravel toward a knot of men outside the gin office, their conversation low and serious. Another group of young men loitered near a trailer up ahead, smoking and waiting. The gin hummed with activity, but everything moved at its own slow pace. A figure materialized from behind the truck, and Luke startled until he recognized Jackie Moon's friendly face. The older boy leaned against the front fender, producing a hand-rolled cigarette as he asked about Ricky. Luke said they'd heard from him a couple weeks ago. He was fine, as far as they knew. Jackie lit the cigarette with a match scraped against the truck's side. He'd been a basketball star at Manette High, playing with Ricky until Ricky got caught smoking behind the school. The coach, a one-legged veteran, had kicked him off the team. Pappy had raged for a week, threatening to kill his younger son, but Ricky had confided in Luke that he was tired of basketball anyway. He'd wanted football, but Manette couldn't field the team because of cotton picking. Jackie mentioned he might be going to Korea. Luke wanted to ask why he'd rather pick cotton than get shot at, but instead asked about basketball, since Arkansas State was supposedly recruiting him. Jackie said he was quitting school. He'd been going for 12 years, on and off, more than anyone else in his family. He figured he'd learned enough. Kids quit all the time in their county. Ricky had tried several times, but Gran had laid down the law, and he'd eventually graduated. Jackie stared into the distance, noting that a lot of boys were getting shot over there. Luke had nothing to say to that. The conversation shifted to the Cisco fight. Jackie had heard Luke saw it. Luke deflected, saying lots of folks did, but Jackie pointed out that nobody was talking. The hillbillies kept quiet because it was one of their own, and the locals stayed silent because Eli had told everyone to shut up. Luke didn't doubt for a second that Pappy had used the Baptist network to circle the wagons until the cotton was in. The Ciscos were lying low, Jackie said. Jerry's funeral had been the previous Friday. They dug the grave themselves and buried him behind Bethel Church. Stick was watching them closely. Another pause stretched out, the gin roaring behind them, as Jackie rolled and lit another cigarette. Then he admitted he'd been there at the fight, had seen Luke with the Pinter boy, and had thought then that those boys didn't need to see what was coming. Luke agreed, wishing he hadn't seen it. Jackie said the same. Luke checked for Pappy still inside the gin office. Other trailers had arrived and parked behind them. Jackie hadn't talked to Stick and didn't plan to, but Luke had. Stick had come to the house, talked to the hillbilly, knew his name. Luke had told Stick it was 3 against 1. Jackie grunted, acknowledging the odds, but insisted nobody had to get killed. He didn't like the Ciscos, but the beating had been excessive. He described the moment: Hank's face blood red, eyes glowing, then stopping abruptly as if a ghost had grabbed him, backing away, straightening up, looking at the fallen boys as if someone else had done it. The other Ciscos had borrowed Roe Duncan's pickup and hauled the boys home. Jerry never woke up. Roe drove him to the hospital in the middle of the night, but he was already dead from a fractured skull. The other 2 were lucky to survive. Hank had beaten them just as badly. Luke agreed. He'd never seen anything like it. Jackie advised him to skip the fights for a while. He was too young. Luke assured him he would. Pappy appeared, and Jackie dropped his cigarette, asking Luke not to tell anyone what he'd said. He didn't want to get involved with that hillbilly. Luke promised, and Jackie slipped away as quietly as he'd come, telling Luke to tell Ricky to hold him off till he got there. Pappy unhitched the trailer and got behind the wheel, muttering they weren't waiting 3 hours. He started the engine and drove away from the gin, leaving town. Later that night, a gin worker would pull their trailer forward with a small tractor. The cotton would be processed, and 2 perfect bales would emerge, weighed and sampled for the cotton buyer. After breakfast, Pappy would return to examine the bales and find something else to worry about. The next day brought a letter from Ricky. Gran had it waiting on the kitchen table when they dragged in from the fields, exhausted. Luke had picked 78 pounds, an all-time record for a 7-year-old, though records were unreliable given all the lying among kids. Pappy and his father were both picking 500 pounds a day now. Gran was humming, so they knew the news was good. She read the letter aloud, already having memorized it. Ricky's words painted a picture of quiet rest and hope. His unit was 5 miles back from the front, catching up on sleep, warm and well-fed. He thought he'd be home soon. Peace talks were rumored. He'd received their letters and asked Luke to write a longer one next time. They passed the letter around, reading it again and again. Then Gran placed it in the cigar box by the radio, alongside all his others. It was common to find Pappy or Gran rereading them late at night. The new letter lifted their spirits, and they ate quickly so they could gather around the table and write back. Luke used his big chief tablet and pencil, spilling all the details about Jerry Sisko and Hank Sproul blood, splintered wood, stick powers, everything. He guessed at spelling, knowing Ricky would forgive him. He covered his tablet carefully, not wanting anyone to see him spreading gossip all the way to Korea. 5 letters were written at once, and the adults told funny stories as they wrote. It was a happy moment in the middle of the harvest. Pappy turned on the radio, and the cardinals filled the room as their letters grew longer. Sitting around the kitchen table, laughing, writing, listening to the game, there wasn't a single doubt that Ricky would soon be home. He said he would be. Thursday afternoon brought a welcome interruption. Luke's mother found him in the fields and announced he was needed in the garden. He unstrapped his picking sack with relief, leaving the other laborers lost in the cotton. They walked to the house together, both glad the workday was over. She wanted to visit the Latchers. She worried about them, thought they might be hungry, though. Luke doubted anyone was truly starving in Craighead County. Even the poorest sharecroppers managed gardens and chickens, but his mother was determined to see Libby, to confirm or deny the rumors that had been circulating for months. As they entered the garden, Luke realized her strategy. If they hurried, they'd reach the Latchers before quitting time, when the parents and children would be in the fields. Libby, if pregnant, would be alone at the house, forced to come out and accept their vegetables. It was a brilliant ambush, wrapped in Christian charity. Under his mother's strict supervision, Luke began picking tomatoes, cucumbers, peas, butter beans, corn, almost everything in the garden. She directed him with the eye of an artist, preferring to oversee rather than gather herself, maintaining balance in her sanctuary. He hated the garden, but at that moment he hated the fields even more. Anything was better than picking cotton. Then he saw a patch of white paint on the bottom board of the east wall, facing the garden and hidden from view. The rest of the house remained its usual pale brown. His mother stepped beside him, peered through the corn stalks, and stood still when she saw it too. Someone was painting their house. She guessed it was Trot. Who else had nothing to do all day while the rest of them slaved in the fields? Elle and Trot had come to his rescue when Hank taunted them about their unpainted house. But where would Trot get money for paint, and why would he do it in the first place? They examined the paint, smelled it, found it sticky. Trot was nowhere to be seen. His mother said they'd do nothing for now, though she talked to his father about it. She told Luke to keep it a secret, and he reminded her that secrets were bad when kept from parents. They filled 2 baskets with vegetables and loaded the truck. His mother drove, gripping the wheel fiercely, jerking and lurching as she turned the truck around. As they left, Luke spotted Trot under the Sproul truck, watching them from behind a tire. The river crossing was an adventure, as always. She shifted into low, leaned over the wheel with wild eyes, and they crept across the 1-lane bridge with no guardrails. They didn't breathe until they hit dirt on the other side. At the Latcher place, a cluster of straw hats was visible deep in the cotton field. Mrs. Latcher met them at the porch, wiping her hands nervously, appearing worried. She was glad Luke's mother was there. Libby was about to have a baby, she thought, in labor for about an hour. She refused to call a doctor, desperate to keep it quiet, ashamed that Libby wouldn't name the father. Luke's mother said she'd get Ruth, who'd done this many times. Luke had moved to the rear of the truck, crouching to avoid being seen, listening intently. Mrs. Latcher's voice cracked as she confessed their shame and her fear. His mother promised nothing directly but went inside to see Libby, telling Luke to stay at the truck. He didn't listen. He crept around the house, peeking into windows. In the tiny living room, dirty mattresses covered the floor. At the next window, he heard voices, Mrs. Latcher introducing his mother to Libby, who whimpered in pain, apologizing, terrified. His mother asked when the labor had started. Now that he was no longer a novice on female anatomy, Luke was anxious to see a pregnant girl. But the window was too close, the risk of getting caught too great. His father would beat him for a week, and the sin of peeking at a woman in labor might strike him blind. He couldn't help himself, though. He crouched under the windowsill, removed his straw hat, and was easing upward when a clod of dirt crashed against the house less than 2 feet from his head, rattling the boards and making the women yell. Percy Latcher stood between two rows of cotton, holding another clod, pointing at him. Luke scrambled to his feet and raced back to the pickup, jumping into the front seat and rolling up the window. Percy disappeared into the fields. Two naked toddlers appeared on the porch, staring at him. His mother came out in a hurry, Mrs. Latcher on her heels, talking rapidly. His mother said she'd get Ruth Gran, who'd done this many times. The truck lurched backward with a violent jolt, its old engine straining as Luke's mother fought to get them turned around. The dust from the Latcher place clung to everything, and he could feel the urgency radiating from her as she gripped the wheel. She drove faster than he'd ever seen her drive, her attention fixed on the rutted road ahead, and he knew the question was coming before she even asked it. When she finally asked about Libby, Luke was ready with a quick, firm denial. He could feel her eyes flicking toward him, searching for any crack in his story, but he held steady. She pressed him once more about what he'd been doing by the house, and he offered up the truth about Percy, how the older boy had hurled a heavy clod of dirt at him, how it had slammed into the wall and scattered mud across his face. The words came fast and certain, and he could tell she wanted to believe him, if only because so many other pressing matters were filling her mind. The bridge loomed ahead, and she shifted gears, her breath catching as she muttered the same warning she always did, a small ritual of fear that made his own stomach tighten. He held on as they crossed, the old planks groaning beneath them. They found Gran at the pump in the backyard, wiping her face and hands, just beginning to think about supper. Luke's mother didn't waste a single second, blurting out the news about Libby and the labor and Mrs. Latcher's desperate request for help. Gran's tired eyes sparked with a sudden energy, and for a moment the sheer adventure of it all seemed to energize her. But then they both turned and looked at him, and he felt the heat rise in his cheeks. His mother pointed toward the house, her voice sharp, ordering him inside. He started to argue, a wounded protest rising in his throat, but the look on her face told him it was useless. He slunk away, feeling banished. But before he could reach the steps, she called after him again, sent him to the fields to find his father. Gran's voice chimed in with an anxious urgency, and he knew better than to argue. He sprinted past them both, already dreading the long run back to the cotton trailer. He found his father and Pappy at the scales, the spruels gathered around with their heavy sacks as the day's work wound down. Luke pulled his father aside and explained everything in a rushed breath, watching the man's face shift from exhaustion to reluctant acceptance. His father murmured something to Pappy, and then they were jogging back toward the house, Luke's legs burning as he struggled to keep pace. Inside, Gran was already transformed into a woman with a mission. The kitchen table was covered with supplies rubbing alcohol, towels, bottles of mysterious remedies that Luke knew from bitter experience could cure anything or kill you trying. He'd never seen her move so fast, and when she snapped at his father to get cleaned up, he could see the reluctance in the man's shoulders. But his father didn't argue, not with her. Luke tried to offer himself as a helper, but his mother cut him off with a firm refusal. He was left standing on the front porch, watching the truck roar away in a cloud of dust. The three of them crammed together in the cab as they sped toward the river. He wanted desperately to go with them, to be part of the drama unfolding on the other side of the bridge, but he was stranded. Supper that night was a sparse affair. Leftover beans and cold biscuits. Pappy grumbled about the women leaving before dinner was ready, his irritation thinly veiled. Luke ate in silence, listening to his grandfather's complaints and letting the quiet settle around them. After they'd cleared the table, they moved to the porch, the heavy air still thick and suffocating even after dark. Luke asked about babies, and Pappy offered only vague, reluctant answers. Some came fast, others took forever, and first ones were always the worst. He couldn't remember how long Luke's own birth had taken, and when Luke asked if he'd been there, the old man admitted he'd been on a tractor. It was a subject Pappy clearly didn't want to dwell on. The Cardinals game crackled through the radio, a faint comfort in the oppressive heat, but the Reds jumped out to an early lead. Pappy got so mad he stomped off to bed, leaving Luke alone on the porch, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of Tally. He almost drifted off, fatigue pulling at his eyelids, when he saw her a ghost in the moonlight, walking alone down the field road. He called out in a frantic whisper, and she answered, her voice coming from the dark. She was barefoot and silent, and when she sat beside him on the porch, pulling her skirt up past her knees, he felt a strange electricity in the air. She told him she sometimes had to get away from her family, and he understood completely. She confessed a wild dream of running away to Canada, to Montreal, where it was cold and snowy, and when he asked if they had baseball there, she laughed and said no. He told her about Ricky, about his uncle fighting in Korea, and she asked if he was cute, a question that left him awkward and uncertain. She'd noticed the truck was gone, and when she pressed him about the secret, he found himself telling her everything about Libby and the baby and Gran being called to deliver it. She was 15, he admitted, and she wasn't married. The whole town already knew anyway, and the need to share the secret felt like a physical relief. She promised to keep quiet, and for a long moment they sat together in the dark, their feet dangling over the edge of the porch, the crickets singing in the fields beyond. He thought about Ricky, about how much he missed him, and about Tally's strange dreams of running away. And in the back of his mind, a small part of him wondered if he'd ever have the courage to leave the farm the way she wanted to. Luke explained that he'd seen Libby before, though he couldn't keep all the Latcher children straight. He knew Percy claimed to be 12, but he had his doubts. It was hard to tell with kids who didn't go to school. Tally asked if he knew how girls got pregnant, and he admitted he didn't, and she decided it was better not to explain. He was relieved Ricky had once tried to talk about girls, and the whole thing had made him feel queasy. She seemed to digest the gossip, her feet swinging faster as she thought about it all. Then she mentioned how close the river was, and he confirmed it was about a mile, with the Latcher place just a short way down a dirt trail on the other side. She asked if he'd ever seen a baby born, and he admitted he'd only witnessed cows and dogs giving birth. She hadn't seen one either. Before he could protest, she was on her feet, grabbing his hand and pulling him off the porch with surprising strength. He tried to argue, calling her crazy, but she whispered back that it was an adventure just like the creek the other day, and reminded him how much he'd enjoyed that. She challenged him not to be a chicken, and he realized he would have followed her anywhere. They crept through the darkness together, avoiding the sleeping spruels, slipping past the truck ruts and making it to the road without a sound. Tally moved like a shadow, quick and sure, and when the moon broke through the clouds, it lit their path. They were both barefoot, their soles tough as leather, and they picked their way carefully along the gravel road. At the bridge, they stopped to look down at the dark water, and Luke told her about the giant channel catfish lurking below, the ones that ate trash and could live for decades, and about the 44-pounder Ricky had once caught. She held his hand as they crossed, a gentle squeeze that felt more affectionate than protective. The trail to the Latchers was darker, and they slowed, straining to see the house. There were no electric lights, nothing but blackness, until the moon revealed the outline of the structure. Luke pointed, orienting himself by the familiar landmarks, and they moved into the cotton fields, following the rows in a wide semicircle to approach from the side. Tally led the way, brushing the stalks aside with practiced ease, and he followed without a word. When they were 10 rows from the house, they settled into a hiding spot. The Latcher kids were gathered near the pickup where Luke's father and Mr. Latcher sat on the tailgate, their voices low and weary. Everyone seemed to be waiting, and after a few minutes it was clear they'd been waiting a long time. Ahead of them was a window, faint candlelight flickering inside. The women moved in and out of view, their shadows heavy and distorted on the walls. Luke's mother and Gran and Mrs. Latcher spoke in hushed, urgent tones, too soft to understand. Then Libby screamed a raw, agonizing cry that cut through the night and made Luke's heart lurch. The sound echoed across the fields, and for a moment even the crickets fell silent. Tally explained it was a labor contraction, that it would get worse, and Luke felt a wave of pity for the girl. But Tally was dismissive, saying the girl had asked for it, though she wouldn't explain what she meant. The contractions came and went, each one followed by weeping and murmurs of comfort. Libby kept apologizing, over and over, And the women kept assuring her it would be all right, that no one would know, that she'd have a beautiful baby. Luke could hear the lies in their voices, but they seemed to bring Libby some small measure of peace. A stray Latcher child crept toward the window, getting an eyeful until an older sibling yelled at him to get away. The boy scurried off, only to be caught by Mr. Latcher, who administered a vicious whipping nearby. The child's screams were loud enough to carry across the fields, and Luke shuddered, imagining the beating he'd get if his father ever found out where he was. He asked Tally how long babies took, and she said it depended. First ones were always slower. He wondered about the seventh one, and she guessed they just dropped out by then, but she wasn't sure who'd had that many. Libby's mother, he said, had 7 or 8, maybe dropping one a year. The next contraction rattled the house again, and he started to doze off in the warm soil between the rows. He suggested they leave, but she refused, and when he asked her to wake him if anything happened, she pulled his head into her lap and rubbed his shoulder until he fell asleep. He woke in total blackness, disoriented and cold, the ground no longer warm beneath him. Voices were urgent nearby, and someone said Libby's name, jolting him fully awake. He reached for Tally, but she was gone. He rose from the ground, peering through the cotton stalks at the scene that hadn't changed: the open window, the candle still burning, but the women inside moving with a new urgency. He whispered for Tally, his voice too loud in his own ears, and she hissed back at him from 2 rows over, having angled for a better view. He pushed through the stalks and crouched beside her, closer to the window than he'd ever been to home plate. Through the gap in the cotton, he could see the shadowed, sweating faces of his mother and grandmother and Mrs. Latcher, all leaning down towards someone he couldn't see. They urged her to push and breathe, assuring her everything would be fine, though it certainly didn't sound fine. Libby bawled and grunted, her high-pitched shrieks cutting through the night, her voice carrying across the fields as she chanted the same apology over and over. Her mother answered with endless reassurances. He whispered to Tally, asking if they could do something, but she said no, the baby would come when it wanted. He wanted to ask how she knew so much about childbirth, but he held his tongue. Then suddenly the room went quiet. The women backed away, and Mrs. Latcher leaned down with water. Libby fell silent, and Luke felt a moment of panic. What if they'd been gone too long? What if Pappy had checked on him? What if his father got bored and came home early? The beating he'd get if caught would hurt for days, maybe worse. But then Libby started heaving again, and the women urged her on. His mother shouted that it was coming, and Gran yelled for more pushing. The groaning intensified, and Luke could sense exhaustion in every sound. Tally took his hand and squeezed it hard, her eyes wide and fixed on the window. Then his mother announced the arrival, and a moment later they heard a gurgling cry. A new Latcher had entered the world. Gran lifted the tiny infant, still covered in blood and afterbirth, and announced it was a boy. Luke felt a wave of sadness for the child, born into that small, dirty house with all those other kids. Percy appeared at the window, asking to see the baby, and Mrs. Latcher told him to wait. The entire Latcher brood gathered, the father, now a grandfather, all of them standing in wonder just a few feet from where Luke and Tally were hiding. He held his breath, certain they'd be discovered, but no one noticed them. The family saw the baby briefly, then retreated. Luke tugged at Tally, desperate to leave, and she finally moved. They cut through the cotton, running along the rows, pushing through the darkness until they found the trail. His feet hurt, and his legs ached, but they couldn't slow down until they reached the bridge. On the other side, they walked for a moment, trying to catch their breath, but then headlights appeared on the bridge behind them, and they bolted into a terrified sprint. Tally held back a step so she wouldn't lose him, and when they reached the farm, she pushed him toward the house, telling him to sneak in while she waited out of sight. He slipped through the back door and into Ricky's room, curling up on the floor with a pillow, too dirty to get into bed. He heard his parents and Gran come in, their voices low and tired. The light slanted through his door, shadows moving, but no one looked in on him. He drifted off before he could formulate his plan to clean up. He woke to Pappy kneeling over him, the old man's voice dripping with contempt as he asked why the boy was sleeping on the floor. Luke couldn't form words, his body paralyzed with fatigue. They ate cold biscuits in silence, Pappy irritated that the women were sleeping in and that breakfast wasn't ready. Pappy announced that the Latcher girl had had a baby last night, and Luke managed to feign surprise. The daddy still hadn't been found, and they wanted it kept quiet. Pappy was barely controlling his temper, the whole situation interfering with the cotton and their breakfast. When Luke checked on his parents, they were motionless in bed, lost in a deep sleep. He dragged himself outside, watching the Mexicans walking toward the fields and the Spruills trudging from the front yard. Tally was nowhere to be seen. Bo said she was feeling bad, and Luke couldn't help but wish he'd thought of that excuse himself. They rode to the cotton trailer, and he spent the morning picking hard, motivated not by fear or money, but by the need for a soft place to sleep. When he was deep enough in the fields to be invisible, he used his cotton sack as a mattress and closed his eyes. His father found him mid-morning, angry at first, then too startled to scold. Luke came to his senses and started complaining about an upset stomach and a headache, adding that he hadn't slept well waiting for them to come home. His father asked why, and Luke admitted he wanted to know about Libby. The answer was simple. She'd had a baby. What else did he want to know? Luke got to his feet slowly, trying to look as pitiful as possible, and his father sent him to the house without another word. That evening, the news from Korea was grim. Edward R. Murrow's voice crackled through the radio with reports of an ambush near Pyongyang. Dozens dead, prisoners taken. Gran bowed her head and started praying right there at the kitchen table, and Luke's mother leaned against the sink with her eyes closed. Even Pappy, out on the back porch, was listening. The peace talks had collapsed again, and a truce that had once seemed close now felt impossible. The heaviness in Murrow's voice seemed to settle over the whole house. They moved through supper in near silence, everyone thinking about Ricky but no one willing to say his name. His mother tried to make conversation about a church project, but Luke's attention was elsewhere. He heard the faint squeak of the screen door on the back porch, so soft that no one else noticed. He stopped eating, and Gran asked what was wrong. He said he'd heard something, but they all looked at the door and saw nothing. Then Percy Latcher stepped into the kitchen, barefoot and covered in dirt, his eyes red and swollen. He looked lost, like he'd wandered in by mistake. Pappy started to rise, but Luke identified the boy before he could react. Percy fixed his gaze on Pappy and said Ricky had done it. Pappy asked what he meant, his voice softening, and Percy repeated that the baby was Ricky's. The words hit the room like a physical blow. Pappy snapped at him to shut up, gripping the edge of the table, but Percy kept going. Libby hadn't wanted to do it, but Ricky had talked her into it, and then he'd gone off to war. Gran told Pappy not to yell, and for a moment she seemed to be the first to consider that she might have just delivered her own grandchild. Luke's father told him to go to his room, but his mother overruled him, saying Luke should stay. It affected all of them. Luke wanted nothing more than to run outside and find Tally, to escape the weight of what was happening, but he stayed frozen in his seat. His mother asked if Percy's parents had sent him, and he admitted they didn't know he was there. Libby was losing her mind, talking about jumping off the bridge, and she'd told Percy what Ricky had done. She'd also told their parents everyone in the Latcher family knew now. Pappy grunted that they should keep it quiet, but his shoulders sagged with the weight of it all. If Libby was making this claim, people would believe her. Ricky wasn't there to defend himself, and his reputation as a hellraiser would only make things worse. Gran asked if the boy had eaten, and when he said he hadn't, she fixed him a plate. Pappy shoved back from the table and went to the porch, his father following. Luke and his mother sat with Percy while he ate, the silence thick and uncomfortable. Later, after a long discussion on the front porch, Pappy and his father took Percy home. Luke sat in the swing with Gran, watching them drive away, and asked if they'd talk to Mr. Latcher. His mother said she was sure they would, and when Luke pressed for details, Gran explained they'd try to reach an agreement to keep Ricky's name out of it, to keep it all quiet. His mother called it a dark secret, and Luke promised he wouldn't tell anyone. The thought of people knowing the Chandlers were somehow related to the Latchers horrified him. He asked if Ricky really did it, and Gran said of course not, dismissing the Latchers as untrustworthy people who might even want money. His mother said they didn't know what they wanted, and when Luke pressed her directly, she hesitated before saying no. Luke agreed with her, ready to defend Ricky against anyone who questioned him, but deep down, he knew the truth. The Latchers never left their farm, nobody lived close but them, and Ricky had always been the nearest tomcat. The women switched to church talk, and Luke couldn't get another word in. He gave up and went to listen to the Cardinals game, wishing he could be in the back of the pickup at the Latchers, hearing everything. That night, he lay awake in Ricky's bed, the house alive with the muffled whispers of his grandparents and the low voices of his parents on the front porch. He slipped out of bed and crept to the window, listening as they talked about the visit. Things hadn't gone well. Mr. Latcher was angry at Percy for coming, but even angrier about Libby's story. She claimed Ricky had forced himself on her. Pappy denied everything, saying he doubted Ricky had ever met her, but they had witnesses. Mr. Latcher himself had seen Ricky pull up in their yard in Pappy's pickup and take Libby for a ride, buying her a soda in Manette. His father reasoned that if Ricky had been involved with Libby, he would have deliberately taken her to Manette, a town where fewer people would recognize him. He would never risk being seen in Black Oak with a sharecropper's daughter. His mother quietly observed that Libby was a beautiful girl, a comment that hung in the air with complicated meaning. Mr. Latcher produced another witness, a boy no older than 10, who had seen Pappy's truck parked near a thicket at the edge of a field. The boy had crept close enough to see Ricky and Libby kissing through the truck windows. He'd kept it to himself out of fear, only coming forward hours earlier when the accusations began to fly. The Chandlers had no witnesses to counter any of this. No one on their side of the river had seen any sign of a romance, but Ricky wouldn't have told anyone anyway. He knew Pappy would have beaten him for it. Mr. Latcher admitted he'd suspected Ricky all along, though Libby had denied it. There were other boys who'd shown interest in her, but now Libby was telling everything, claiming Ricky had forced himself on her and that she hadn't wanted the baby. His mother asked if the Latchers wanted them to take the baby, and Luke felt a wave of nausea at the thought. His father said no. What was one more mouth to feed in that crowded house? His mother thought the baby deserved a better home, but his father insisted it was out of the question until Ricky himself acknowledged the child, something they all knew was unlikely. When she asked if he'd seen the baby, he said he hadn't, but she was certain the infant looked exactly like Ricky. Luke could only remember a small, dark object that reminded him of his baseball glove, barely human at all. But his mother and Gran spent hours studying faces, reading features like a map, always finding resemblances. To Luke, all babies looked like little dolls, but the women had no doubt the baby was a Chandler. Saturday arrived, but without the usual excitement. They were going to town. They couldn't afford to skip 2 Saturdays in a row, but the prospect was shadowed by a new and more terrifying fear. What if someone in town heard what the Latchers were saying? One whisper at one end of Main Street, and the gossip would spread like wildfire, tainting the Chandler name forever. Luke didn't want to go at all. He wanted to stay home and play baseball, maybe walk with Tally. Breakfast was subdued, everyone knowing the truth of what Ricky had left behind. Luke wondered if Ricky even knew about the baby, but he wasn't about to ask. Then Pappy announced that the carnival was in town, and suddenly the day took on new life. Luke's fork froze mid-air as he asked when they were leaving, and Pappy said after lunch as usual. The carnival was a wandering band of gypsies who came through the small farming towns in the fall when harvest money was flowing. They set up on the baseball field without permission and stayed through the weekend. Nothing excited Black Oak like the carnival, the Ferris wheel, the rides, the booths, the oddities and attractions. Word spread quickly, and soon the town would be packed. Luke was desperate to go, hoping the excitement would drown out any talk about Libby Latcher. He whispered the news to Tally on the tractor, and she asked if they were going. He said of course nobody missed the carnival. Then she leaned closer, her eyes darting, and told him she had a secret she'd overheard by the front porch the night before. She drew it out, savoring the power of it, and Luke pressed her for more. Finally, she told him it was about Ricky and the Latcher girl. He had a new cousin. Her words were mean, her eyes cruel, and Luke felt his stomach drop. He asked what she was doing out there listening, and she told him it was none of his business. He warned her not to tell anyone, but she reminded him that they kept secrets, didn't they? Luke ate lunch quickly and endured the usual Saturday bath, his mother scrubbing him with extra speed because she knew he was anxious to get to town. All 10 Mexicans piled into the back of the truck, Cowboy among them with his broken ribs, a toughness Pappy admired. The Spruill scrambled to catch up, Tally having spread the word about the carnival. As they crossed the river, Luke looked long and hard toward the Latcher place, but the shack was invisible from the road. His father's eyes were hard, angry at how those people had intruded into their lives. In town, Stick Powers was waiting for them under a shade tree, his patrol car parked by the church. The men's irritation was barely concealed as Stick approached, chewing on a blade of grass. He mentioned he was thinking about arresting the Spruill boy, and Pappy shot back that he didn't care, just wait until the cotton was in. His father echoed the sentiment, asking if Stick couldn't wait a month. Stick chewed his grass, spat, and finally agreed to wait. His father pressed the point, emphasizing that Hank was a good worker and that arresting him would cost them 6 field hands. Stick seemed eager to compromise, but then he delivered a jab he'd been talking to people and wasn't sure Luke was telling the truth. He fixed the boy with a long look, and Luke kicked at the gravel, feeling the weight of the accusation. His father told Stick to leave the kid alone, and Pappy snapped that he was only 7 years old, demanding that Stick find some real witnesses. Pappy laid out the deal: leave Hank alone until the cotton was in, then he'd drive to town and let Stick know they were finished with him. Stick agreed, though Pappy couldn't resist adding that he still didn't think there was a case. It was 3 against 1, and no jury would convict. Stick walked away with his thumbs in his pockets, smug and swaggering. Luke asked if he could go to the carnival, and Pappy said of course. His father asked how much money he had, and the negotiation began: $4, then 2, then 3, finally settling on $2.50. Luke ran from the church, darting through the crowd, and soon reached the baseball field, transformed into a carnival ground. The Ferris wheel dominated the center, surrounded by rides and booths, the air thick with the smell of popcorn and frying grease. Shrill music blared from loudspeakers, and long lines of people were already waiting. He found Dwayne at the midway, and they bought cotton candy and candied apples, taking their time inspecting everything: the fortune tellers, the games of chance, the flamboyant man with the microphone who guessed ages and weights. They drifted toward a growing crowd near the backstop, where a large sign announced Samson, the world's greatest wrestler, direct from Egypt. A tall, shapely woman named Delilah worked the microphone, her costume revealing more skin than Luke had ever seen in public. She explained the rules: 10-to-1 odds for anyone who could stay in the ring with Samson for 60 seconds. Her strange accent convinced them she was truly from another land. Samson bounded into the ring, a giant of a man with wavy black hair and muscles that seemed to bulge from everywhere. He was shirtless, his skin darker than anyone's they'd seen, and he strutted and flexed like a performer. Delilah called for volunteers, and a young man named Farley stepped forward, handing over $2. He climbed into the ring and spent the first 45 seconds darting away from Samson, using his quickness to stay alive. But Samson caught him, applied a guillotine, and flung him across the ring, dropping him over the ropes with 2 seconds to spare. Farley walked away proud, and the next volunteer, a bulky man named Claude, fared even worse. Samson hit him with a flying drop kick, wrapped him into a pretzel, and tossed him out with 10 seconds left. It was clear Samson was a showman who wouldn't really hurt anyone, and the line of volunteers grew as young men wanted to test themselves and get close to Delilah. Dwayne and Luke watched for an hour, mesmerized by the spectacle: the Boston Crab, the scissors, the peel driver, the jackhammer, the body slam. Delilah called out the moves, and Samson demonstrated them with theatrical flair. When Samson finally needed a break, they rode the Ferris wheel twice, and were debating more cotton candy when they heard talk of a girly show. Some young men mentioned that the woman took off everything, and Luke and Dwayne abandoned the cotton candy to follow them toward the gypsies' trailers, where a small tent had been erected behind them. A few men hung around smoking, all looking guilty, music drifting from the tent. Some carnivals had girly shows. Ricky had been caught leaving one the year before, only because Mr. Ross Lee Hart had also been caught. The Methodist steward's wife had gone looking for him and spotted him leaving the tent, then chased him through the carnival while screaming threats. She told everyone what her husband had done and also made sure they knew Ricky Chandler had been there too. The unwritten rule was never to go to a girly show in your hometown. Drive to Manette or Lake City or Caraway, but not Black Oak. Dwayne and Luke circled the gypsies' trailers, trying to flank the girly tent from the other side, but a large dog chained to the ground blocked their path. They retreated, deciding to wait for darkness. As 4 o'clock approached, they faced a painful choice: the matinee or the carnival. They were leaning toward the picture show when Delilah reappeared at the wrestling ring in a revealing 2-piece red outfit, drawing the crowd back. Samson resumed his routine, hurling farm boys, hillbillies, and even a Mexican out of the ring with theatrical ease. His only real challenge came at dark. Mr. Horsefly Walker, a local character, put up $5 for his deaf and dumb son, a 300-pound young man everyone called Grunt. Grunt climbed into the ring slowly, and Samson attacked immediately with a Chinese takedown, trying to collapse his massive opponent. Grunt fell, but he fell on Samson, pinning the wrestler and drawing cheers from the crowd. The clock seemed to move slower as Samson struggled beneath the weight. He eventually used a Jersey flip to roll Grunt backward, springing to his feet, then stunned him with a flying drop kick. With 10 seconds left, Samson twisted Grunt's arm behind his back, grabbed a foot, and slid him across the ring and through the ropes. Grunt landed at his father's feet, and Horsefly erupted, accusing Samson of cheating. The wrestler invited Horsefly into the ring, but Delilah warned against it, and Horsefly wisely backed down, checking on his son who was rubbing his shoulder in near tears. Samson laughed and flexed at the crowd, drawing hisses that seemed to please him. After a few more challengers, Delilah announced dinner and promised a final exhibition in an hour. Darkness fell, and the carnival came alive with a symphony of sounds: screaming kids on rides, whoops from the midway winners, music blaring from a dozen speakers, barkers calling out their pitches, and the overwhelming electricity of a massive crowd. The place was packed, people so thick you couldn't stir them with a stick, as Gran would say. Luke had never seen so many people in one place. He found his parents drinking lemonade near the street, watching from a safe distance. Pappy and Gran were already at the truck, ready to leave but willing to wait. His father asked about money, and Luke admitted he had about $1 left. His mother offered him another $1 if he promised not to ride the Ferris wheel again, and he quickly agreed. He checked in with them, promising to return in an hour, and found Dwayne again. They decided it was time to investigate the girly show, darting through the throng and slowing near the gypsies' trailers, where it was much darker. A young woman in a skimpy costume was dancing in the tent entrance, swaying her hips in a way that Baptists considered sinful. She wasn't as attractive as Delilah, nor as skilled. They crept along the shadows, until a strange voice told them to get out of there. Then the Reverend Akers appeared behind them, his Bible raised, and his finger pointing, yelling at the workers of iniquity to repent. Luke and Dwayne hit the ground and crawled through the maze of trailers until they found light and emerged into the safety of the crowd, convinced they hadn't been seen. Brother Akers was in fine form, casting out demons from 30 feet away, and he'd succeeded. The dancer was gone, and the men had scattered. Luke suspected they were all inside, hunkering down. Delilah reappeared in a leopard skin costume that barely covered the essentials, drawing a mob to the wrestling ring. Samson joined her in matching leopard skin shorts, no shirt, shiny black boots, and began his final exhibition. Jackie Moon was the first volunteer, dodging effectively for 20 seconds before Samson caught him with a guillotine and a Turkish roll-down that sent him flying onto the grass. Jackie laughed it off. Samson grew cockier, yelling at the crowd, taunting them, asking if there was a man among them. Luke dreamed of being 7 feet tall and whipping him, but for now, he could only boo. Then Hank Sproul stepped into the picture, walking along the edge of the ring and locking eyes with Samson. The crowd went silent as Samson invited him in. Hank sneered and pulled money from his pocket, $25, a week's wages. The crowd murmured with disbelief and anticipation. Dwayne and Luke squeezed to the front as Delilah took the bet, her voice nervous as she confirmed the 10-to-1 odds. Hank made them show him the $250, and when he was satisfied, he stepped into the ring. A voice behind them identified him as the one who'd killed that Cisco boy. The crowd pressed forward as Delilah hit the bell, and the two fighters eyed each other fiercely. Hank stayed in his corner, letting the clock work for him. Samson, sensing he had a real fight on his hands, danced and juked, trying to bait him out. Hank held his ground, ignoring the taunts. When Samson finally came in low, attempting a wrestling hold, he left his face exposed for just a split second. Hank struck like a rattler, a punch so fast it was almost invisible, landing flush on Samson's jaw with a sound like cracking wood. The giant's head snapped back, his eyes rolling as his body took a moment to register the blow. Then his legs buckled, and he crashed to the mat, the ring shuddering under his weight. He seemed dead. The crowd was stunned. Delilah was speechless, caught between assuring everyone it was part of the show and rushing to tend her fallen champion. Samson groaned, struggling to his hands and knees, then made a desperate lurch for the ropes. He hung there, tottering, his eyes red and wild, completely disoriented. Horsefly Walker yelled for Hank to finish him off, but Hank stayed in his corner yelling for time. Delilah had forgotten the clock. Samson turned, still clutching the ropes, and made one last, clumsy lunge. Hank ducked, and the giant crashed into the corner pole. When Samson managed to turn around, Hank darted in with an overhand right, then a third blow that sent the wrestler down in a heap. Delilah screamed and scrambled into the ring as Hank relaxed in his corner, grinning. Luke felt conflicted. It was good to see an Arkansas boy crush the Egyptian, but Hank Spruill's tainted victory left a bad taste. When Hank was sure the time was up, he stepped through the ropes and disappeared with Bo and Dale, who had the money. Someone said he'd killed Samson, but the giant eventually sat up, and the crowd slowly broke up. Luke found himself feeling sorry for them. They'd worked hard all day, only to lose everything in a second. It was a worse way to make a living than picking cotton. Sunday afternoon was usually for visiting, driving to Lake City or Paragould, to drop in on relatives unannounced. But visiting was rare during the late summer and fall, when the work was heavy and the heat oppressive. Luke was on the front porch, listening to the Cardinals and watching his mother and Grand Shell peas, when he spotted a cloud of dust from the bridge. A car was coming rare on their road, and it turned out to be a shiny red two-door sedan that parked behind their pickup. It was Jimmy Dale, Pappy's nephew, who'd fled the farm for a Buick factory job in Michigan, making $3 an hour. He introduced his new wife, Stacy, a thin young woman from Michigan whose clipped, nasal speech made Luke's skin crawl. His mother explained she was a Yankee. Jimmy Dale was proud of the brand-new car, fresh off the line, and when Luke asked how much it cost, the adults shot him looks, until Jimmy Dale blurted out the price, $2,700. The Spruills drifted over to inspect the car, all except Tally, and Luke noticed Hank peering inside. Jimmy Dale asked if they were hill people, and Pappy confirmed they were from Eureka Springs. Stacy, perched like a little bird on the edge of a rocker, asked why they lived like that, and Pappy's answer was short. She pressed further, asking if they couldn't provide housing, and Luke could see the old man starting to burn. Graham brought out iced tea with sugar, but Stacy declined, asking instead if they had any hot tea request that seemed utterly foreign and foolish to everyone on the porch. Pappy shot back that they didn't drink hot tea around there, and Stacy countered that in Michigan they didn't drink it with ice. The old man's retort was quick and sharp. This wasn't Michigan. Luke's mother abruptly invited Stacy to see the garden, and Jimmy Dale eagerly encouraged it, calling Kathleen's garden the prettiest in Arkansas. Gran offered to go along, clearly trying to move the girl off the porch and diffuse the tension. The three women disappeared, and Pappy didn't wait long before asking, with barely concealed contempt, where in God's name Jimmy Dale had found her. Jimmy Dale offered a weak defense, calling her sweet, but Pappy was having none of it. She was a damned Yankee. Jimmy Dale tried to argue that Yankees weren't so bad, pointing out they'd been smart enough to avoid cotton, living in nice houses with indoor plumbing, telephones, and televisions. He mentioned Stacy's 2 years of college, and that her family had owned a television for 3 years, just last week, letting him watch the Indians and Tigers. Luke repeated his family's standard line about not caring for the American League, and Jimmy Dale laughed, saying it was just what he'd expect from a true Cardinal fan. He'd been to 11 games at Tiger Stadium, and claimed the American League grew on you, praising a new Yankee player named Mickey Mantle. Good power, great speed, though he struck out a lot. Luke still said he hated them. Jimmy Dale asked if Luke was still going to play for the Cardinals, and he confirmed it, adding that he wasn't going to farm. Jimmy Dale called him a smart boy. Luke had heard the adults talk about Jimmy Dale. He was smug about leaving the cotton patch for a better life up north, always quick to talk about his money and give advice to other farm boys. Pappy believed farming was the only honorable work for a man, except maybe professional baseball. They sipped tea for a while, and Jimmy Dale asked about the cotton. Pappy said the first picking had gone well, and his father added they'd go through it again and probably be done in a month. Tally emerged from the Spruil's camp with a towel, circling wide around the car, not making any sign to Luke. He watched her disappear past the house, wanting to follow, but knowing he couldn't just race off his father would suspect something. Jimmy Dale reported that Luther, another cousin, was doing well at the plant, making $3 an hour, 40 hours a week. He wasn't coming home, and when Pappy asked if he'd marry a Yankee, Jimmy Dale said he'd do whatever he wanted. The tension eased as Jimmy Dale pointed out that you couldn't blame Luther for staying. He'd lost his farm and was making $6,000 a year now. His father asked if he'd joined the union, and Jimmy Dale confirmed it proudly. Luke asked what a union was, and Pappy immediately sent him to check on his mother. He raced to the back of the house, hoping to see Tally, but she was gone, probably at the creek bathing without him. Gran was at the garden gate, watching his mother and Stacy, and Luke stood beside her, repeating what Pappy had said about Stacy. Gran told him not to swear, but he insisted he was just repeating, not swearing. She said they were good people, just different, and when he asked why Stacy talked like that, Gran explained that Stacy thought they talked funny. Luke couldn't understand it. A tiny green snake emerged from the cucumber patch and raced toward his mother and Stacy. His mother calmly pointed it out, but Stacy screamed in terror, jumping behind Kathleen and calling for Jimmy Dale. Luke darted through the garden and picked up the harmless snake, thinking he was helping, but the sight of a boy holding it was too much. Stacy fainted, collapsing into the butter beans. The men came running, Jimmy Dale scooping her up as Pappy tried to suppress a grin. Stacy came to with Gran hovering over her, and Luke whispered to his father about whether they had snakes in Michigan. His father doubted it, and when Luke pointed out it was just a little green one, his father said thank God she hadn't seen a rat snake, she'd be dead. His mother boiled water for hot tea the first time in history, as far as Luke knew, that hot tea had been consumed on their farm. The men gathered around the Buick, inspecting the engine. Luke slipped away to look for Tally, hiding by the silo, and heard the Buick start a smooth, powerful sound, not their old truck. They were going for a ride, and his father called his name, but he didn't answer, and they left. He gave up on Tally and walked back to the house. Stacy was sitting on a stool under a tree, looking forlorn, and when she asked why he hadn't gone for a ride, he said he just didn't. She mocked him, asking if he'd ever ridden in a car, and he lied and said no. She asked his age, and if he'd ever seen a television or used a telephone, and he said no to everything. She shook her head in disgust, asking if he went to school. Could he read? Would he finish high school? When he said his father had finished but his grandfather hadn't, she said she didn't think so. He told her. His mother said he was going to college, but she doubted it, saying he'd grow up to be just another poor cotton farmer. She proudly declared she'd had 2 years of college, and Luke wanted to say it didn't make you any smarter. She called his people backward, and he didn't know how to respond. Luke studied his bare feet, the dust clinging to his toes, and felt the heat rising in his cheeks. He could not recall ever disliking anyone as much as Stacy, except perhaps Hank Spruill, But even that comparison felt close. His mind drifted to Ricky, trying to imagine what his uncle would do in this situation, probably something crude and satisfying, a sharp remark that would shut her up for good. But Luke knew he couldn't get away with that, so he simply turned and walked away, leaving her perched on her stool like a judgmental bird. The Buick returned, and Luke watched his father park it with a sense of relief that was quickly replaced by something else. Jimmy Dale was already calling out to the Spruills, gesturing for them to come over, and soon he had Bo, Dale, and Trot crammed into the back seat, with Hank taking the front. The car tore off down the dirt road, raising a cloud of dust that hung in the heavy air as it headed toward the river. By late afternoon, Jimmy Dale finally mentioned they should be going, and Luke felt a knot of anxiety loosen in his chest. They'd been dreading the possibility of having to share supper with Stacy. He couldn't imagine forcing down his mother's cooking while that Yankee woman made snide comments about their food and their way of life. She'd already found fault with everything else, so why would mealtime be any different? Al? The farewell ritual began with its usual languid pace. Nobody ever hurried when it was time to part ways. Someone declared the hour was getting late, then said it again, and eventually a first move was made toward the Buick, triggering the initial round of handshakes and embraces. But the group kept getting snagged along the way as more stories surfaced, more promises were exchanged, more hugs were given. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the departing guests were tucked into their seats, though even then the Chandlers stuck their heads through the windows for yet another round of goodbyes. At last, the engine turned over, and the Buick began to back away, everyone still waving. Luke had heard this routine play out 100 times. Once the house was out of sight, someone in the departing vehicle would inevitably say, "What was the hurry?" While those left behind would ask, "Wonder why they had to rush off?" As they reached the car, Stacy leaned close to Jimmy Dale and murmured something. He turned to Luke's mother and quietly said that his wife needed to use the bathroom. Luke saw the concern flicker across his mother's face. They had no indoor plumbing, only the outhouse tucked away behind the tool shed. She led Stacy away, and Jimmy Dale launched into another story about some local boy who'd gotten arrested in Flint. Luke slipped through the house and out the back porch, then darted between the chicken coops to a spot where he could watch his mother guide Stacy toward the small wooden structure. Stacy stopped at the door, looking at it with obvious reluctance, but she had no choice. Luke waited until his mother was safely back in the front yard, then made his move. He knocked on the outhouse door, and a faint shriek came from inside, followed by a desperate voice asking who was there. He identified himself, and Stacy's sharp northern accent was now hurried and muffled in the closed dark space. Luke faked panic in his own voice, telling her not to come out because there was a large black snake right outside. He could hear her gasp, the sound of terror thick in her throat as she begged him to do something. He explained that the snake was dangerous, and that he couldn't fight it off. Through the cracks in the planks, he heard her voice break as she pleaded with him to get Jimmy Dale. Luke promised he would, but warned her to stay put because the snake was right by the door and seemed aware she was inside. The sound of her crying told him his work was done. He slipped away, circling around through the garden and along the property line until he found a thicket where he could hide and watch the front yard. Jimmy Dale was leaning against the Buick, still telling stories, apparently unconcerned about his wife's absence. The adults laughed and listened as one tale led to another, though occasionally one of them would glance toward the backyard. After a while, Luke's mother grew worried and went to check on Stacy. A minute later, he heard raised voices, and Jimmy Dale bolted toward the outhouse. Luke pressed himself deeper into the thicket, not wanting to be found. It was almost dark when he finally slipped back into the house. He could see through the kitchen window that his mother and Gran were preparing supper, and he knew he was already in trouble. Being late to the table would only make things worse. Everyone was already seated when he walked quietly through the back door and took his place, keeping his eyes fixed on his plate. Pappy said grace, and the food began to circle the table. The silence stretched, becoming its own form of accusation, until Luke's father finally asked where he'd been. Luke muttered something vague about the creek, just looking around. The answer was thin, but they let it pass. Then Pappy, with perfect timing, asked if Luke had seen any shit snakes at the creek, and the old man's voice cracked with barely suppressed laughter before he could finish. Luke looked around the table. Gran's jaw was tight, determined not to smile, while his mother hid behind her napkin, her eyes betraying her amusement. His father kept chewing, his face a careful mask. But Pappy couldn't contain himself. He howled with laughter, roaring that it served her right. The sight of his grandfather so thoroughly undone while the others fought to stay composed finally broke through Luke's own reserve, and he laughed too, not at what he'd done, but at the sheer ridiculousness of the moment. Gran told Pappy to quiet down, and Luke took a large bite of peas, returning his gaze to his plate as the table settled back into silence. After supper, Luke's father took him for a walk to the tool shed. Luke knew what was coming, the hickory stick that hung on the door, polished smooth by years of use. His father explained that what Luke had done to Stacy was mean, that she was a guest and family. Luke offered his defense, saying she'd called him stupid and backward. His father acknowledged that might be true, but it didn't excuse the disrespect. They negotiated the number of licks, as they always did, finally settling on 3. Luke bent over, grabbed his ankles, and braced himself. The blows stung, but his father's heart wasn't really in it. It was over quickly, and Luke was sent straight to bed, running for the house as soon as the words left his father's mouth. With a windfall of $250 burning in his pocket money he'd taken from the carnival wrestler, Hank's enthusiasm for the cotton fields had all but evaporated. Pappy noticed his absence as they gathered their sacks on Monday morning. His question to Mr. Sproul met with a curt answer that Hank was probably still sleeping. Nothing more was said, but the tension was already there, simmering beneath the surface. Hank eventually appeared mid-morning, though Luke was too far down his road to see exactly when. He heard the raised voices, though, and knew the Spruills were at it again, the same old conflicts bubbling up. Around mid-morning the sky began to shift. A breeze stirred from the west, and the heat that had been pressing down on them suddenly relented. Luke stopped picking and looked up, watching the clouds gather. 100 yards away, he saw Pappy doing the same, hands on his hips, straw hat tilted back, his face turned upward with that familiar worried frown. The wind picked up, and the sky grew darker. The storms always came from Jonesboro, and Luke knew that meant trouble. The first hail came as tiny pellets, hard as gravel, and Luke bolted for the tractor. The sky to the southwest had gone dark blue, almost black, and the clouds were bearing down fast. The Spruills were already moving, hurrying toward the trailer, and Luke could see the Mexicans running for the barn. He ran too, the hail stinging the back of his neck, pushing him faster. The wind howled through the trees along the river, bending the cotton stalk sideways, and a crack of lightning somewhere behind him made him flinch. He heard a yell from one of the Spruills, maybe Bo. As he reached the tractor, Pappy was already cautioning them to stay away from the cotton trailer because of the lightning. His father agreed, shouting that they needed to get to the house. They scrambled onto the flatbed trailer, all of them moving in a frantic rush, and just as Pappy turned the tractor around, the rain hit cold, sharp, driving sideways in the wind. Luke was soaked through in seconds, as if he'd jumped fully clothed into the creek. The Spruills huddled together with Tally in the center of the trailer, and Luke's father pulled him close, sheltering him from the wind. His mother and Gran had already made it back to the house before the storm broke. The rain came in waves, so thick Luke could barely see the rows of cotton just feet away. He urged Pappy to hurry, his voice swallowed by the roar of the storm. Lightning struck again, closer this time, close enough that his ears rang. He was certain they were all going to die. It felt like forever before they reached the house, but the rain stopped the moment they pulled up. The sky was even darker now, black in every direction, and Mr. Spruill's voice cut through as he pointed a funnel cloud dipping down from the clouds to the west, far beyond the river. It was a pale gray against the black sky, moving slowly, almost lazily, as if searching for a place to touch down. Luke had heard tornado stories his whole life, but he'd never actually seen one until now. His father called out for his mother, wanting her to witness the spectacle. Luke glanced toward the barn and saw the Mexicans frozen in place, a few of them pointing at the sky. The funnel was several miles away, heading north and east, and they watched it with a strange mix of fascination and calm. It seemed to dance in the air, its tips skipping along above the tree line, the massive cones spinning in a tight spiral. The screen door slammed behind them as his mother and Gran came out onto the steps. Pappy announced with certainty that the twister was heading for town, and his father agreed. They watched the funnel touch down somewhere in the distance, then lift and vanish. Then Luke heard another roar, this one behind them. Across the road on the Jeter property, a second tornado had appeared closer, moving fast, seemingly headed straight for their house. For a frozen moment, nobody moved. Then Pappy yelled for them to get to the barn. Some of the Spruills bolted toward their tents, as if they'd be safe there. Mr. Spruill shouted for everyone to head for the barn instead, and suddenly the yard was chaos, people running, shouting, pointing. Luke's father grabbed his hand and they ran. The ground shook under their feet. Hank sprinted past with Trot slung over his back, and even Tally outran them. But before they reached the barn, the twister lifted, rising back into the sky. It passed just east of their farm, leaving behind only a spattering of muddy rain. They stopped and watched it hop along, searching for another place to strike, just like the first one. For a few minutes, no one spoke. Luke scanned the clouds in every direction, determined not to be caught off guard again. He wasn't the only one watching. Then the rain started again, and they retreated to the house. The storm raged for 2 hours, unleashing everything it had: wind, rain, hail, lightning so close they hid under their beds. The Spruills crowded into the living room, and Luke's mother kept him close, her fear of storms making the whole thing worse. He lay on the floor of his parents' bedroom, his father snoring beside him, his mother praying, and he listened to the storm rage outside. He thought of Noah, waiting for the flood, and wondered if their house might just lift off the ground and float away. When it finally passed, they went outside to survey the damage. The cotton was wet, and there were scattered branches and washed-out gullies, but the house and barn were intact. The tomato plants in the garden had taken a hit, but the damage could have been much worse. By morning, the cotton would be dry enough to pick again. Over a late lunch, Pappy decided they should drive into town to check on the gin. Gran wanted to see the church, and Luke was eager to see if the twister had hit anything. His father asked why he was so interested, and Luke said he wanted to see if the church was still standing. They left in a hurry, piling the dishes in the sink, something Luke had never seen them do before. The road was a muddy mess, with large sections washed away, and they made it only a quarter of a mile before the truck got stuck in a crater. Pappy tried to power through, but the wheels just spun. His father hiked back to get the John Deere, and Luke waited in the back of the truck while his mother, Pappy, and Gran sat in the cab. Gran suggested it might not be worth going to town after all, but Pappy just fumed. When his father returned with the tractor, they hooked a chain to the truck and pulled it out. The men decided the tractor would have to drag them all the way to the bridge, and they were right. On the other side, the road was even worse, so they kept the chain hooked and let the tractor pull them for 2 miles until they reached gravel. They left the tractor there and finally made it to the highway. As they drove toward Black Oak, Luke stood in the back of the truck with his father, looking over the cab and straining to see the town. The gin was roaring, the church was standing, and the stores along Main Street were intact. Luke's father let out a relieved thank you, and though Luke was glad nothing had been destroyed, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Traffic was heavy on Main Street, the sidewalks crowded with people unusual for a Monday. They parked at the church, and once they'd confirmed it was undamaged, Luke ran down to Poppin' Pearls, where a crowd was gathered around Mr. Red Fletcher. He was telling anyone who would listen how his dog had warned him about the twister hiding under the table, a sure sign of trouble. He'd been watching the sky, and when it turned black, he heard the twister coming before he saw it. It had touched down on his farm, flattening 2 chicken coops and tearing the roof off his house. A piece of glass had cut his wife, which made it an official injury. Luke listened as the story grew, and behind him, he heard people whispering excitedly about driving out to see the damage for themselves. Someone in the crowd asked what the twister had looked like, and Mr. Red answered that it was black as coal and sounded like a freight train. Luke felt a jolt of excitement. Their own twisters had been light gray, almost white. This one was black. Apparently all kinds of tornadoes had been tearing through the county. Mrs. Fletcher appeared at her husband's side, her arm heavily bandaged and in a sling, and everyone couldn't help but stare. She looked as if she might faint right there on the sidewalk, and she displayed her wound with obvious pride, soaking up the attention. But Mr. Red didn't like losing his audience, so he stepped forward and picked up his story again. He said his tornado had left the ground and started hopping around, and he jumped in his truck to chase it. He'd followed it through a hailstorm, almost catching it as it circled back. Luke noticed a few people exchanging glances of disbelief. Mr. Red's truck was even older than Pappy's. Luke wished one of the adults would ask what exactly Mr. Red planned to do if he caught the tornado, but no one did. Mr. Red claimed he'd given up the chase and gone home to check on his wife, and the last he'd seen of it, the twister was headed straight for Black Oak. Later, Pappy confided to Luke that Mr. Red Fletcher would lie even when the truth sounded better. There was a lot of that going around that afternoon in Black Oak, lies, or at least exaggerations. Twister stories spread from one end of Main Street to the other. In front of the co-op, Pappy described what they'd seen, sticking mostly to the facts. His story of the double twister held everyone's attention until Mr. Dutch Lamb stepped forward and claimed he'd seen 3 tornadoes, and his wife backed him up. That was enough for Pappy, who walked back to the truck. By the time they left town, it was a miracle hundreds hadn't been killed. The clouds finally cleared by dark, but the heat didn't return. The air felt clean and like the first hint of autumn. They sat on the porch after supper and waited for the Cardinals game, the radio crackling to life. Only 6 games remained, all at home, but the Dodgers were 7 games ahead, and the season was already over. Stan Musial was leading the league in batting and slugging, with more hits and doubles than anyone else. The Cardinals wouldn't win the pennant, but they still had the greatest player in the game. Musial hit a single and a triple, and the score was tied at 3 after 9 innings. It was late, but nobody was tired. The storm had chased them from the fields, and the cool weather was something to savor. The Spruills sat around their fire, talking softly, enjoying a rare moment of peace without Hank, who disappeared after supper. In the bottom of the 10th, Red Schoendienst singled, and when Musial came to the plate, Harry Caray's voice rose with the crowds. The attendance was thin, maybe 10,000, but Harry made enough noise for 20,000. Musial ripped a double, his 3rd hit of the game, scoring Schoendienst and winning it 4-3. A month earlier, they would have celebrated on the porch, Luke sprinting around the bases in the yard, sliding into second just like Stan the Man. But things were different now. The win meant little. The season was ending with the Cardinals in 3rd place. The front yard was overrun with Spruills, and summer was gone. Pappy turned off the radio and predicted that Frankie Baumholtz couldn't catch Musial for the hitting title. His father grunted in agreement. The men had been quieter than usual during the game. The storms and cool weather had struck them like an illness. The seasons were changing, but nearly a third of the cotton was still out there. Autumn lasted less than 24 hours. By noon the next day, the heat was back, the cotton was dry, the ground was hard, and all those pleasant thoughts about cool days and blowing leaves were forgotten. They had returned to the edge of the river for the second picking. A third might come later, a Christmas picking for the last remnants, but by then the hill people and Mexicans would be long gone. Luke stayed close to Tally for most of the day, working hard to keep up with her. She had become aloof for some reason, and he was desperate to know why. The Spruills were tense, no more singing or laughing in the fields, very few words spoken among them. Hank showed up mid-morning and started picking at a leisurely pace, and the rest of the Spruills seemed to avoid him. Late in the afternoon, Luke dragged himself back to the trailer, hoping it would be his final time. It was an hour before quitting time, and he was looking for his mother. Instead, he saw Hank with Bo and Dale at the opposite end of the trailer, waiting in the shade for Pappy or his father to weigh their cotton. Luke ducked low in the stalk so they wouldn't see him and waited for friendlier voices. Hank was talking loudly, as usual. He was tired of picking cotton, he announced, and he'd come up with a new way to make money. He planned to follow the carnival around, hide in the shadows while Samson and his woman raked in the cash, then jump out late at night when Samson was tired, lay down $50, and whip him again, walking away with all his money. Once a week, he calculated. That would be $2,000 a month, $24,000 a year. All cash. He'd get rich. Bo and Dale were laughing by the time he finished, and even Luke had to admit it was funny. Bo asked what would happen if Samson got tired of it, and Hank said the world's greatest wrestler feared no man. He might even take his woman, he added, and Dale said he really liked her legs. The conversation spiraled into more jokes about taking over the act, growing his hair down to his ass, dyeing it black, getting leopard skin shorts, talking funny and fooling rednecks into thinking he was from Egypt. They laughed hard and long, and Luke chuckled to himself at the image of Hank strutting around in tight shorts, trying to convince people he was from Egypt. He was too stupid to be a showman, though he'd scare away the challengers. Pappy arrived and started weighing the cotton. Luke's mother drifted in and whispered that she was ready to go to the house. So was Luke. They made the long walk together in silence, both happy. The day was almost over. Back at the house, they noticed the painting had resumed. From the garden they could see that Trot, if it was indeed him, had worked his way up to the 5th board from the bottom and applied a fresh coat over an area about the size of a small window. Luke's mother touched the paint. It was still wet. She confirmed she still believed it was Trot, and Luke asked where he got the paint. She explained that Tally bought it from her picking money. She'd asked Mrs. Foley at the hardware store, who told her a crippled hill boy and his sister had bought 2 quarts of white enamel and a small brush. The store owner had thought it strange. Hill people buying house paint. Luke asked how much 2 quarts would cover, and his mother said not very much. He wanted to know if she was going to tell Pappy, and she said she was. They made a quick pass through the garden, gathering just the essentials. The picking crew would be in soon, and Luke was anxious to see the fireworks once Pappy learned his house was being painted. The whispers and brief conversations outside didn't take long. Luke was forced to slice cucumbers in the kitchen, a tactic to keep him away from the controversy, while Gran listened to the radio and his mother cooked. At some point, his father and Pappy walked to the east side to inspect Trot's work. They came in and blessed the food, but nothing was said about the painting. If Pappy was angry, he didn't show it. Maybe he was just too tired. The next day, Luke's mother kept him behind, puttering around the house as long as possible. They did the breakfast dishes and some laundry, watching the front yard together. Bran headed for the cotton fields, but Luke and his mother stayed back, doing chores and staying busy. Trot was nowhere to be seen. Hank stumbled from a tent around 8, ate all the leftover biscuits, and eventually headed past the silo to the cotton trailer. Still no Trot. They finally gave up and walked to the fields. When Luke's mother returned 3 hours later to prepare lunch, there was fresh paint on some boards under the window of Luke's room. Trot was painting slowly toward the rear of the house, his work limited by his reach and his desire for privacy. At his current pace, he might finish half the east side before the Spruels packed up and headed for the hills. After 3 days of peace and hard work, it was time for more conflict. Miguel met Pappy at the tractor after breakfast, and they walked toward the barn where some of the other Mexicans were waiting. Luke tagged along in the semi-darkness, staying close enough to hear but not be noticed. Luis was sitting on a stump, his head low, clearly injured. Pappy examined him closely. Luis had suffered some type of wound. Miguel explained the night's events in a rush of broken English. Someone had been throwing dirt clods at the barn, the first one hitting just after they'd bedded down. The impact against the hayloft had sounded like a gunshot, rattling the planks and shaking the whole structure. More clods followed, spaced out over the next several minutes, and just when they thought it was over, another struck the tin roof directly above their heads. They were angry and scared, unable to sleep, and through the cracks in the walls they watched the cotton field behind the barn, knowing their tormentor was out there somewhere, hidden in the darkness. Luis had opened the loft door for a better look, and when he did, a rock hit him square in the face, a rock from the road, saved for just such an opportunity. The dirt clods were meant for noise, but the rock was meant to maim. His nose was cut and broken, swollen to twice its size. Pappy barked at Luke's father to fetch Gran. Miguel continued. After they'd tended to Louis, the shelling resumed every 10 minutes or so, just as they were settling down. They watched through the cracks but saw nothing in the pitch dark. Eventually, their attacker got bored and stopped, but most of them hadn't slept at all. Gran arrived and took charge of Luis. Pappy stormed off, muttering curses under his breath. Luke was torn between watching Gran work and following Pappy's rage. He chose his grandfather, trailing him back to the tractor, where Pappy growled at Luke's father in words Luke couldn't make out. Then Pappy marched to the flatbed trailer where the Spruills waited, half asleep. He demanded to know where Hank was. Mr. Spruill said he was probably still sleeping. Pappy pressed, asking if Hank planned to work that day, his words sharp and biting. Mr. Spruill got to his feet and faced him, telling Pappy to ask Hank himself. Pappy stepped closer, explaining that someone had kept the Mexicans awake all night throwing dirt clods at the barn, and he wanted to know if Mr. Spruill had any idea who it was. Mr. Spruill said he didn't, asking if Pappy was accusing someone. Pappy pointed out that everyone else worked hard and slept hard, dead tired at night, everyone except Hank, who seemed to have plenty of time on his hands, and it was exactly the kind of stupid thing Hank would do. Luke didn't like the open conflict. They were all tired of Hank, but he was still family, and the Spruills were hill people pushed them too far and they'd simply leave. Pappy was saying too much. Mr. Spruill's voice softened as he said he'd speak to Hank, as if he already knew the truth. He looked at his wife, his chin dropping. The family was in turmoil, and they weren't ready to defend Hank. Luke's father stepped between them, urging them to get to work. Luke glanced at Tally, but she was looking away, lost in her own world, ignoring everyone. Pappy climbed onto the tractor, and they left for the fields. Louis spent the morning on the back porch with an ice pack on his face. Gran hovered, trying to force her remedies on him, but he resisted. By noon, he'd had enough of American doctoring and was ready to return to the fields, broken nose and all. Hank's cotton production had plummeted from 400 pounds a day to under 200. Pappy was furious. The situation festered over the following days, with more whispers among the adults. Pappy had never had $250 of his own, free and clear. Over supper, Pappy asked how much Hank had picked that day. His father answered 190 pounds. Luke's mother closed her eyes in frustration. She hated conflict during meals. Food didn't digest properly unless everyone was relaxed. Pappy muttered that he had a good mind to drive to town and tell Stick and Powers he was finished with Hank. They all knew he wouldn't, though. If Stick somehow got Hank handcuffed to showdown, Luke would have loved to see the rest of the Spruills would pack up and leave within minutes. Pappy wouldn't risk the crop over an idiot like Hank. They'd just have to grit their teeth and survive his presence, hoping he wouldn't kill anyone else and that no one would kill him until the harvest was done. Gran pointed out that no one had actually seen Hank throwing at the barn. Pappy shot back that some things you just know and used Trot's painting as an example. They hadn't seen him with a brush, but they were perfectly happy to believe he was doing it. Luke's mother cut in, asking who the Cardinals were playing. It was her standard deflection, a way of steering the conversation away from conflict. Luke said they were playing the Cubs, with only 3 games left. Musial was 6 points ahead of Baumholtz in the batting race. Luke's father picked up the thread, mentioning that he'd heard the Methodists had a new pitcher for Sunday's game. Pappy dismissed it as the same lie every year. Gran asked why they'd need a new pitcher, a hint of a smile on her face, and Luke thought his mother might laugh. Sunday was the fall picnic. After worship, always a long affair for Baptists, they'd meet the Methodists at the school. The ladies would set up enough food to feed the county, and after lunch the men would play baseball. It was no ordinary game. Bragging rights were at stake. The winners would rib the losers for a full year. The Methodists had won the last 4 years, yet they always started rumors about a new pitcher. Luke's father asked who was pitching for the Baptists. Pappy coached the team, though after 4 straight losses folks were grumbling. Pappy said Ridley, as if he'd already decided. Luke declared he could hit Ridley, and Pappy challenged him to come up with a better idea. Luke suggested cowboy, and everyone smiled. It was a wonderful idea. But Mexicans couldn't play in the game, nor could hill people. The rosters were strictly church members, no farm laborers, no ringers. The rules were so numerous they'd fill a book thicker than the Bible. Umpires were brought in from Monette, paid $5 a game, and all the lunch they could eat. Supposedly no one knew them, though after last year's loss, there were rumors they were Methodists, or married to Methodists. Luke's father dreamed of cowboy mowing down their rivals, strikeout after strikeout, curveballs dropping in from everywhere. With the conversation back on pleasant ground, the women took over, talking about the picnic and what the Methodist ladies would be wearing. Supper came to its usual quiet close, and they headed for the porch. Luke had decided to write to Ricky about Libby Latcher. None of the adults would do it. They were too busy burying the secret, but Ricky needed to know what Libby was saying about him. If he knew, he might find a way to come home and deal with it. The Latchers were keeping to themselves, not telling anyone as far as Luke knew, but secrets were hard to keep in Black Oak. Before Ricky left for Korea, he'd told Luke about a friend from boot camp, a guy from Texas who was 18 and already married with a pregnant wife. The Army had sent him to California to shuffle papers, so he wouldn't get shot, a hardship case of some sort. Ricky now had a hardship too, he just didn't know it. Luke would be the one to tell him. He excused himself from the porch, claiming fatigue, and went to Ricky's room to get his writing tablet. He took it to the kitchen table for better light, and started writing in large printed letters. He touched briefly on baseball and the pennant race, then the carnival and Samson, and mentioned the Twisters. He avoided Hank altogether, getting straight to the point. Libby Latcher had had a baby, though he didn't confess that he'd been nearby when it happened. His mother wandered in and asked what he was doing. He said he was writing to Ricky. She told him it was nice, then reminded him he needed to go to bed. He'd written a full page and was proud of himself. Tomorrow, he'd write another page, and maybe another after that. He was determined to make it the longest letter Ricky had ever received. Luke was nearing the end of a long cotton row close to the thicket along Siler's Creek when he caught the sound of voices. The stalks were unusually tall, enclosing him completely, and his sack was only half full. His mind had been wandering toward the afternoon ahead, a trip to town, a movie at the Dixie, popcorn and a Coca-Cola when the voices pulled him back. The sun was nearly overhead, approaching noon, and he'd planned to work his way back to the trailer with a strong finish. He dropped to one knee at the first sound, then eased himself to the ground without a whisper. For a long stretch, there was nothing but silence, and he began to doubt what he'd heard. Then a girl's voice filtered through the stalks, faint and indistinct, coming from somewhere to his right. He stood slowly and peered through the cotton but saw nothing. Crouching again, he crept forward, abandoning his sack, moving row by row with agonizing patience. He heard her again, closer now, several rows over, hidden in the cotton. He froze, until he heard a soft laugh, muffled by the leaves, and he knew it was Tally. He rocked on all fours, trying to imagine what she was doing hiding so far from the trailer. Then he heard a man's voice, low and close. He decided to move in. He found a gap between stalks and slipped through the first row without a sound. The air was still, no wind to cover his movements, so he had to be perfectly silent. He made it through the second row and waited. The voices were quiet for a long time, and he worried they'd heard him. Then came giggling, both voices together, and low, hushed conversation he could barely make out. He stretched flat on his stomach, peering through the thickest part of the stalks where there were no leaves or bolls. He could almost see something several rows away, maybe the dark shape of Tally's hair, maybe not. He decided he was close enough. The other Spruills and Chandlers were working their way back to the trailer. The Mexicans were far off, their straw hats barely visible. Luke was sweating heavily despite the shade, his heart racing, his mouth dry. Tally was hiding deep in the cotton with a man, and whatever they were doing, it was something they didn't want seen. He wanted to stop them but had no right. He was just a kid, a spy trespassing on their business. He thought about retreating, but the voices held him. Then he saw the snake. a water moccasin, a cottonmouth, crawling down the road directly at him less than 5 feet away. They were eyeball to eyeball. He'd been so focused on Tally that he'd forgotten everything else. He gasped in horror and bolted upright, crashing through one row of cotton, then another. Behind him, a man's voice rose in alarm, but Luke's only concern was the snake. He scrambled to his abandoned sack, strapped it over his shoulder, and crawled toward the trailer. When he was certain the cottonmouth was far behind, he stopped and listened. Nothing. Complete silence. No one was chasing him. He stood slowly and peered through the stalks. To his right, several rows away, Tally was already walking away, her back to him, cotton sack over her shoulder, straw hat tilted, moving steadily as if nothing had happened. And to his left, cutting low through the cotton like a thief, was Cowboy. Saturday afternoons meant delays. Pappy could always find a reason to postpone their trip to town. The tractor needed repairs. The truck wasn't running right. The water pump needed attention, or paperwork demanded his focus. He'd poke and fiddle until everyone was good and mad, then take a long bath, and only then would they head to town. Luke's mother was anxious to see the new Latcher baby, so while Pappy piddled in the tool shed, they loaded 4 boxes of vegetables and headed across the river. Luke's father managed to avoid the trip. He wasn't ready to accept being the baby's alleged uncle. Luke's mother drove, and Luke prayed, and they made it over the bridge. On the other side, the truck stalled. As his mother took a breath, Luke blurted out that he had something to tell her. She asked if it could wait, and he said no. The hot, empty road seemed like the perfect place for a confession. She folded her arms, already bracing for trouble. Luke said he thought Tally and Cowboy liked each other. She smiled, dismissing it as kid stuff. Then the smile faded. He told her he'd caught them in the cotton patch that morning, together, and she asked what they were doing. He told the story, the voices, the cottonmouth, their escape omitting nothing, clinging to the truth. She absorbed it, seeming genuinely astounded. He asked if he thought they were kissing. She said probably, then reached for the ignition, saying she'd talked to his father about it. They drove away, and Luke wasn't sure he felt any better. He'd unloaded a secret, but his mother had shrugged it off and would pass it on to his father. Still, now the adults knew. Let them worry about it. The Latchers were picking near their house when they arrived. Mrs. Latcher came out to help them haul the food to the porch. She asked if Luke's mother wanted to see the baby, and they disappeared inside. Luke found a spot under a tree near the truck, determined to avoid the Latchers. The thought of being related to them made him sick. Then 3 boys appeared, Percy leading 2 younger brothers flanking him. They approached without a word. Luke tried to be polite, but Percy was hostile, demanding to know what he was doing there. Luke said his mother made him come. Percy said he had no business there, then declared they were going to whip him. Luke asked why, and Percy said it was because he was a Chandler, and Ricky had done that to Libby. Luke tried to explain it wasn't his fault, but it didn't matter. Percy punched him in the stomach, and Luke went down with a shriek. Someone kicked him, he grabbed a foot, and suddenly, there was a pile of small bodies, kicking and clawing and cursing. Luke grabbed the hair of the mid-sized one while the other 2 pounded his back. Percy landed a shot to his nose, and Luke went blind for a second. The women yelled from the porch. Mrs. Latcher arrived, pulling the boys off the heap. Luke got up last, his clean clothes filthy, his nose bleeding. His mother looked horrified and asked if he was all right. He nodded, trying to be tough. Mrs. Latcher demanded a switch. She was furious, and she made Percy bend over while she flogged him hard, relentless, far past the point of punishment. She beat Rayford too, and then the youngest. Luke's mother helped him into the back of the truck, and as they drove off, Mrs. Latcher was still battering the youngest boy. Mr. Latcher came running, kids swarming everywhere, everyone screaming or crying. Luke lay down in the truck bed, praying he'd never set foot on that farm again. He never wanted to see any of those people for the rest of his life, and he prayed that no one would ever learn the Chandlers and Latchers were related. Luke's return to the farm felt like a triumphant homecoming. The spruels, freshly cleaned and ready for town, were sitting under a tree with Pappy, Gran, and his father, sipping iced tea, when the truck rolled to a stop just feet away. Luke stood in the back as dramatically as he could, bruised, bloody, dirty, and torn, watching their shocked reactions with deep satisfaction. He climbed down, and everyone crowded around. His mother stormed forward, furious, telling them what had happened. 3 of them had jumped Luke, Percy, and 2 others while she was inside. They were taking food to the Latchers, and those little criminals pulled a stunt like that. Tally looked concerned, and Luke thought she wanted to reach out to him. Pappy's eyes lit up at the news that there were 3 attackers, all bigger than Luke. His mother confirmed that Luke hadn't run, that he'd been kicking and clawing just as hard as they had. Pappy beamed, and his father smiled. Pappy offered to go back and finish them off, but his mother quickly shut that down. She was irritated by Pappy's love of a brawl, something she didn't understand, coming from a house full of girls. Pappy asked if Luke had landed a good punch, and Luke said they were all crying when he left. His mother rolled her eyes. Hank pushed through the group to inspect the damage, impressed that there had been 3 of them. He said it would make Luke tough, and offered to teach him some tricks for handling a 3-on-1 situation. Luke's mother cut in, saying it was time to get cleaned up. Gran thought his nose might be broken, and Tally asked if he was okay. Luke said he was as tough as he could manage, and they led him away like a victory parade. The fall picnic was always held on the last Sunday in September, a tradition as ingrained as the carnival and spring revival. It marked the coming of a new season, the end of the harvest, and the end of baseball. They shared the day with the Methodists, their friends and friendly rivals. Black Oak was too small for serious divisions. Everyone was Anglo-Irish, maybe a bit of German, and everyone farmed or sold to farmers. Disagreements were minor. A Cubs fan saying too much at the tea shop, or someone declaring John Deere inferior. But life was peaceful. Individual grudges could last a lifetime, but there were no serious enemies. The social order was clear, with sharecroppers at the bottom and merchants at the top. But folks got along. The line between Baptists and Methodists was never straight. Their worship was slightly different, with the sprinkling of babies being their most flagrant deviation from Scripture. They didn't meet as often, which meant they weren't as serious about their faith. Nobody met as much as the Baptists. They took great pride in constant worship. Pearl Watson, Luke's favorite Methodist, said she'd like to be a Baptist but just wasn't physically able. Ricky had once confided that he might become a Catholic when he left the farm because they only met once a week, though his theology was shaky. Luke's mother and Gran spent extra time ironing clothes that Sunday morning, and Luke got an especially thorough scrubbing. To his disappointment, his nose wasn't broken, no swelling, barely a cut. They had to look their best, because the Methodist ladies had slightly nicer dresses. Luke was excited despite the fuss and couldn't wait to get to town. They had invited the Spruills out of friendliness and Christian concern, though Luke would have preferred to pick and choose. Tally would be welcome. The rest could stay in the yard. But when he surveyed their camp after breakfast, there was little movement. Their truck was still tethered to the tents. He reported they weren't coming, and Pappy quietly said good. The thought of Hank grazing through the picnic, gorging himself and looking for fights, was not appealing. The Mexicans really had no choice. Luke's mother had invited Miguel early in the week, and his father had explained there would be a special service in Spanish, followed by plenty of food. 9 of them piled into the back of the truck. Only Cowboy was absent. Luke's imagination ran wild. Where was he? What was he doing? And where was Tally? He didn't see her in the front yard as they drove away. His heart sank as he thought of them back in the fields, hiding, doing whatever they wanted. Instead of going to church, Tally was probably sneaking around again, doing bad things. What if she used Cowboy as her lookout while she bathed in Siler's Creek? He couldn't stand the thought and worried about her all the way to town. Brother Akers took the pulpit with a rare smile. The sanctuary was packed, people sitting in aisles and standing along the walls. The windows were open, and on the north side, under a tall oak, the Mexicans were grouped together, their dark heads a sea of brown beneath removed hats. He welcomed the guests, the hill people, and the Mexicans. A loudspeaker broadcast his words outside, where Mr. Carl Durbin translated them into Spanish. Durbin was a retired missionary from Jonesboro who'd worked in Peru for 30 years. He spoke Spanish and an Indian dialect which fascinated Luke. Durbin stood under the shade tree with the Mexicans seated around him in his white suit and straw hat, his voice carrying almost as clearly as Brother Akers. Ricky had once said Durbin had more sense than Brother Akers, an opinion that caused trouble at the dinner table. It was a sin to criticize your preacher. Luke sat at the end of the pew near the window so he could watch Durbin. He couldn't understand the Spanish, but Durbin's smooth, deliberate sentences with their heavy Arkansas accent were more captivating than Brother Akers' sermon. With such a large crowd, the sermon became a marathon. At some point, Durbin seemed to get bored and began delivering his own message, ignoring the loudspeaker. When Brother Akers paused to catch his breath, Durbin kept preaching. When the hellfire reached its peak, Durbin rested with a glass of water, sitting on the ground with the Mexicans, waiting for the shouting to stop inside. Luke passed the time dreaming of the food-heaping plates of fried chicken, gallons of homemade ice cream. The Mexicans glanced at the church windows, probably thinking Brother Akers had gone crazy. Luke wanted to tell them it happened all the time. They sang 5 stanzas of Just As I Am for the benediction. No one walked down the aisle, and Brother Akers reluctantly dismissed them. Luke met Dwayne at the front door, and they raced to the baseball field to see if the Methodists were there. Of course they were. They never worshipped as long as the Baptists. Behind the backstop, under 3 elm trees that had caught 1,000,000 foul balls, the food was being arranged on picnic tables covered with red and white checkerboard cloths. The Methodists swarmed around, men and children hauling food, ladies organizing dishes. Luke found Pearl Watson and chatted with her. She gave him and Dwayne 2 chocolate cookies. Luke ate his in 2 bites. The Baptists started arriving, and soon cars and trucks were parked bumper to bumper along the fences. At least one would get hit with a foul ball. 2 years earlier, Ricky had hit a home run over the left field fence, shattering Mr. Shiflett's Chrysler windshield. Mr. Shiflett had money, so no one worried he knew the risks. The Methodists had won that year too, 7-5, and Ricky thought Pappy should have changed pitchers in the 3rd inning. They didn't speak for some time. The tables filled with vegetables, fried chicken, cornbread, rolls. Under Mrs. Orr's direction, dishes were arranged with care raw vegetables, beans, potato salad, deviled eggs, and finally, the fried chicken. Enough to feed the town for a month. Luke and Dwayne counted 11 bowls of potato salad, no 2 alike. They drifted to the dessert table, where ladies were arranging 16 coolers of homemade ice cream packed with ice. Once preparations met Mrs. Orr's approval, the Reverend Orr stood with Brother Akers, and the crowd grew quiet. They bowed their heads, as the Methodist minister thanked God for his goodness, the food, the weather, the cotton leaving out nothing. Black Oak was grateful for everything. Luke could smell the chicken, taste the brownies and ice cream. Dwayne kicked him, and Luke wanted to knock him flat, but he held back. He'd get whipped for fighting during a prayer. Once the Reverend Orr finally finished his prayer, the men guided the Mexicans into a line to be served a tradition that put them first, followed by the hill people, then the children, and finally the adults. Deputy Stick Powers materialized from somewhere, still in uniform, and managed to cut in line between the Mexicans and the hill folks, explaining he was on duty and short on time. He carried off 2 plates piled high with food, one heaped with chicken and the other with everything else he could grab. Everyone knew he'd eat until he was stuffed, then find a shady tree on the edge of town to sleep off his meal. Several Methodists asked Luke about Ricky, how he was doing, if they'd heard from him. Luke tried to be polite, but the Chandlers never enjoyed that kind of attention, and the Latcher's secret made any mention of Ricky in public feel dangerous. They all said the same things. Tell him we're thinking about him. Tell him we're praying for him, and Luke gave the same reply each time. A perfect day like the fall picnic could be ruined by an unexpected question about Ricky, and in the midst of the excitement, Luke suddenly felt very alone and frightened. The food helped. He and Dwayne took their plates and found a sliver of shade behind the first base dugout. Families spread quilts across the outfield, umbrellas popped up, and ladies fanned themselves and their children. The Mexicans were squeezed under a single tree down the right field foul line. Juan had confessed the year before that they weren't sure if they liked fried chicken. Luke had never heard such nonsense. It was far better than tortillas. Luke's parents and grandparents ate together on a quilt near third base. After some negotiation, Luke had been granted permission to eat with his friends, a significant step for a 7-year-old. The line never stopped. By the time the men reached the last table, the teenagers were already back for seconds. One plate was enough for Luke. He wanted to save room for ice cream. He and Dwayne wandered to the dessert table, where Mrs. Irene Flanagan stood guard. Luke asked how many chocolates they had, and she said several. Dwayne asked if Mrs. Cooper had brought her peanut butter ice cream, and she had it was in a cooler in the middle of the pack. Mrs. Cooper's chocolate peanut butter creation was legendary, and folks clamored for it all year. The year before, 2 teenage boys had almost come to blows over it, and while peace was restored, Dwayne had managed to grab 2 bowls and devour them behind a shed. Mrs. Flanagan told them they'd have to wait until everyone else was finished. They waited forever. Older boys and younger men began stretching and tossing baseballs in the outfield. The adults talked and visited, and Luke was certain the ice cream was melting. The umpires arrived from a net, sending a ripple of excitement through the crowd. They had to be fed first, and for a while they were more interested in fried chicken than baseball. Slowly, the quilts and umbrellas were cleared from the outfield. The picnic was ending. It was almost time for the game. The ladies gathered around the dessert table and began serving. Dwayne finally got his peanut butter ice cream, and Luke opted for chocolate over a fudge brownie. For 20 minutes, there was a near riot, but order was maintained. Both preachers stood in the middle of the pack, eating as much ice cream as anyone. The umpires declined, citing the heat as their reason to stop eating. Someone shouted, "Play ball!" and the crowd moved toward the backstop. The Methodists were coached by Mr. Duffy Lewis, a farmer Pappy considered to have limited baseball intelligence. After 4 straight losses, though, Pappy's opinion was almost muted. The umpires called the coaches together behind home plate and spent a long time discussing Black Oak's version of the rules: fences, poles, overhanging limbs, each with its own history. Pappy disagreed with most of what they said, and the haggling dragged on. The Baptists were the home team and hit first. The Methodist pitcher was Buck Prescott, a left-hander who threw nothing but curveballs and had beaten them the year before. His first pitch was a slow looping curve that was high and outside but still called a strike, and Pappy was already arguing with the umpire. Buck walked the first 2 batters, struck out the next 2, and retired Luke's father on a fly ball. Duke Ridley was the Baptist pitcher, a young farmer with 7 kids and a fastball even Luke could hit. He claimed to have pitched in Alaska during the war, but Pappy thought it was a lie. He walked the first 3 batters, and Luke thought Pappy might charge the mound. They got lucky with a pop-up and a fly ball, and Benny Jenkins caught a long fly with his bare hands. The game settled into a pitcher's duel, not because the pitching was sharp, but because neither team could hit. They drifted back to the ice cream as the last melting remnants were served. By the 3rd inning, the ladies had formed small clusters of conversation, the game losing importance for them. Somewhere nearby, a car radio carried Harry Caray's voice. The Cardinals were playing the Cubs in the final game of the season. As Luke and Dwayne retreated from the dessert table with their last cups, they walked behind a quilt where young women were talking. Luke overheard one ask how old Libby was. 15, someone answered. A latcher. She'd have another one soon. It was a boy, and the daddy was still unknown. She wouldn't tell anyone. Luke and Dwayne moved away, and Luke wasn't sure if he was relieved or scared. Word was out about the baby, but the father hadn't been named. It wouldn't be long, he thought, and they'd be ruined. The tight pitching duel ended in the 5th, when both teams erupted for 6 runs. Baseballs flew everywhere, line drives, wild throws, gaps in the outfield. They changed pitchers twice, and when Pappy pointed to Luke's father, Luke knew they were in trouble. His father wasn't a pitcher, but there was no one left. He kept the ball low, and they got out of the inning. Someone yelled that Musial was pitching, and they ran behind the bleachers to a car with its radio at full volume. Harry Caray was wild, Stan. The man was indeed on the mound, pitching against Baumholtz. The crowd was delirious. They were shocked. Bonholtz hit a ground ball to third, and Musial was sent back to center field. Luke ran to tell Pappy, but Pappy didn't believe him. His father was skeptical too. The Methodists were up 8-6 in the bottom of the seventh, and the Baptist dugout was tense. It was at least 95 degrees. The players were soaked. Their clean clothes stuck to their skin, moving slower from all that food, not hustling enough for Pappy. Dwayne's father left with his family, and a few others drifted away. The Mexicans were still under their tree, now sprawled out, apparently sleeping. The ladies were deep in their gossip, indifferent to the game. Luke sat alone in the bleachers and watched the Methodists score 3 more in the 8th. He dreamed of the day he'd be out there, hitting home runs and making incredible plays. The Methodists wouldn't have a chance when he got big enough. They won 11-8, and for the 5th year in a row, Pappy led the Baptists to defeat. The players shook hands and laughed, then headed to the shade for iced tea. Pappy didn't smile or laugh, didn't shake hands with anyone. He disappeared, and Luke knew he'd pout for a week. The Cardinals lost 3-2, finishing 4 games behind the Giants and 8 behind the Dodgers, who would face the Yankees in an all-New York World Series. The leftovers were gathered, the tables cleaned, the litter picked up. Luke helped rake the mound and home plate, and when they finished, the field looked as good as ever. It took an hour to say goodbye to everyone. The losers made threats about next year, the winners offered taunts. As far as Luke could tell, only Pappy was upset. As they left town, Luke's thoughts turned to the end of the season. Baseball began in the spring when hopes were high and they planted the crops. It carried them through the summer, their only escape from the fields. They listened to every game, then talked about the plays and strategies until the next one. For 6 months it was woven into their daily lives, and then it was gone just like the cotton. By the time they reached home, sadness had settled over him. No more games on the front porch. 6 months without Harry Caray's voice. 6 months without Stan Musial. He grabbed his glove and walked a long field road, tossing the ball in the air, wondering what he'd do until April. For the first time in his life, baseball had broken his heart. The heat broke in the first days of October. Nights turned cool. Morning rides to the fields became chilly. The humidity vanished. The sun lost its glare. By midday it was hot again, but not August hot, and the evenings were light. The seasons were shifting, the days growing shorter, with the sun less punishing. They worked harder and picked more. And of course, the change in weather gave Pappy a new reason to worry with winter approaching. He remembered tales of staring at muddy, rotting cotton on Christmas Day. After a month in the fields, Luke missed school. Classes would resume at the end of October, and he began longing for a desk, for friends instead of cotton stalks, for a life without spruels to worry about. With baseball over, he needed something to dream about, and it said something about his desperation that he was left with only school to look forward to. His return to class would be glorious, because he'd be wearing his shiny new Cardinals baseball jacket. Hidden in his cigar box was $14.50, the fruit of hard work and careful spending. He was tithing reluctantly and spending wisely on Saturday movies and popcorn, but most of his wages were tucked away next to his Stan Musial baseball card and the pearl-handled pocket knife Ricky had given him the day he left for Korea. He wanted to order the jacket from Sears, Roebuck, but his mother insisted he wait until the harvest was over. They were still negotiating. Shipping took 2 weeks, and he was determined to return to class decked out in cardinal red. Stick Powers was waiting for them late one afternoon. Luke was with Gran and his mother, and they'd left the fields ahead of the others. Stick was sitting under the tree next to Pappy's truck, his sleepy eyes betraying a recent nap. He tipped his hat and greeted them, asking for Eli or Jesse. Gran asked if something was wrong, and Stick chewed his grass thoughtfully, seeming burdened by news. Gran pressed him, and Stick finally said that Grady Cisco, the eldest, the one in prison for killing a man in Jonesboro, had escaped the week before and was reportedly back in the area. Gran was relieved. It wasn't about Ricky. Luke's mother seemed bored with the Cisco business. Gran told Stick to tell Eli, then excused herself to fix supper. Luke immediately grilled Stick about the killing. Who, how, and learned Grady had beaten a man with a shovel. He asked if Stick thought Grady was coming after Hank. Stick wanted to find Eli, and Luke pointed toward the fields. They got in the patrol car, and Luke peppered him with questions about the radio, the siren, the lights. Stick made a show of calling HQ, but no one answered, probably Theodore the dispatcher, asleep again. Luke wanted to hear the siren and see the lights, but Stick declined. The car barely started, and Stick admitted HQ had given him the worst left over. Luke spotted the tractor coming and pointed it out. Stick turned off the engine and they got out. Stick asked if Luke wanted to be a deputy. Luke said he was going to play baseball in St. Louis. Stick smiled, that knowing adult smile, saying every little boy wanted to be a cardinal. Luke had more questions about the gun and handcuffs, but Stick was done with him. When the tractor arrived, Pappy and Luke's father came straight over, tension already in the air. Pappy snarled at Stick, irritated by his nagging presence. Stick delivered the news about Grady Cisco. Pappy told him to go get him. Stick warned that the Ciscos might start trouble, maybe come after Hank. Pappy dared them to try, saying he had guns and would blow their heads off if they came near. Stick said it wouldn't happen out there and told Pappy to warn Hank to stay away from town. Pappy refused, saying Hank wasn't his boy and he didn't care what happened to him. Stick looked at the front yard where the Spruills were preparing supper, then turned and walked to his car, telling Pappy to deliver the message anyway. The patrol car groaned to life, and they watched it back onto the road and drive away. Later, after supper, Luke watched his father patch an inner tube when he spotted Tally in the distance, moving toward the silo in the fading light. She stopped and waved for him to follow. He slipped away, ran behind the truck, and soon they were walking along a field road toward Siler's Creek. He asked where she was going. She said she was just walking. He asked if she was going to the creek, and she laughed softly, teasing that he'd like that he wanted to see her again. His cheeks burned, and he couldn't find any words. "Maybe later," she said, her voice carrying that familiar teasing edge. Luke wanted to ask about Cowboy, but the subject felt too ugly and private, something he didn't dare touch. He also wanted to know how she'd learned that Libby Latcher was claiming Ricky was the father, but again, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Tally was always mysterious, always shifting moods, and he adored her completely. Walking beside her along the narrow path made him feel 20 years old. She asked what the deputy had wanted. Luke told her everything. Stick had shared no secrets. The Ciscos were making threats, and they were crazy enough to act on them. She absorbed it as they walked, then asked if Stick planned to arrest Hank for killing that boy. Luke had to be careful. The Spruills were fractured, but an outside threat would make them close ranks. He said Pappy was worried about them leaving. She pressed, asking what that had to do with Hank. He explained that if Hank got arrested, the rest might pack up and go. She said they weren't leaving. They needed the money. They stopped walking. She looked at him, and he studied his bare feet. He admitted he thought Stick wanted to wait until the cotton was in. She absorbed this without a word, then turned back toward the house. Luke followed, certain he'd said too much. She said goodnight at the silo, and disappeared into the darkness. Hours later, lying awake, Luke listened through the window as the Spruills growled and snapped at each other. Hank was at the center of every fight. They were exhausted, he wasn't. They woke before sunrise and worked 10 hours. He slept late and picked at a snail's pace, and he was roaming at night again. Miguel was waiting by the back steps when Luke and his father went to gather eggs and milk. He pleaded for help. The shelling had resumed, heavy dirt clods pounding the barn until after midnight. The Mexicans were exhausted and angry, on the verge of a fight. That was the sole topic over breakfast, and Pappy was so furious he could barely eat. They decided Hank had to go, and if the rest of the Spruills left with him, they'd manage somehow. 10 well-rested Mexicans were far more valuable. Pappy started to march to the front yard with his ultimatum, but Luke's father calmed him. They agreed to wait until quitting time to get a full day of work out of the Spruills, and because they'd be less likely to break camp in the dark. Luke listened. wanting to share his conversation with Tally, especially that her family needed the money, but his opinions were never welcome in these tense discussions. He chewed his biscuit and hung on every word. Gran asked about Stick. Pappy snapped back. Gran reminded him he'd planned to tell Stick when they were finished with Hank. She sipped her coffee and laid out a better plan. Tell Mr. Sproul that Stick was coming after Hank, let the boy sneak away at night. He'd be gone, and the Sprouls would be grateful Pappy kept him from getting arrested. The plan made perfect sense. Luke's mother grinned. Once again, the women had analyzed things more quickly than the men. Pappy said nothing. Luke's father finished eating and went outside. After lunch, Pappy announced they were going to town. The trailer was full. It wasn't completely full, and they never went to the gin in the middle of the day, but Luke wasn't about to object. Something was up. There were only 4 trailers ahead of them at the gin. Noon's a good time to gin, Pappy said. He left the keys in the truck and said he needed to go to the co-op. They headed to Main Street. Luke loved the idea of living in Black Oak, in a neat little house with no cotton in sight. Halfway there, Pappy took an abrupt turn, saying Pearl wanted to see him. Luke had never been inside Pop and Pearl's house, but he'd seen it from the outside, one of the few houses with bricks. He followed, bewildered. Pearl was waiting at the door, the smell of something baking in the air. She patted his head and winked at Pappy. In the corner, Pop was bent over, fiddling with something. Luke had heard they owned a television. The first in the county had been bought by Mr. Harvey Gleason, but he was a recluse, and no one had seen it. Several church members had relatives in Jonesboro with televisions and talked about them endlessly. Dwayne had seen one in a store window in Blytheville and strutted around school for weeks. Pop pointed to a spot on the floor in front of the set, still adjusting knobs. It was the World Series Game 3, Dodgers at Yankee Stadium. Luke's heart stopped. 3 feet away was a small screen with dancing lines, the word Motorola in chrome above the knobs. Pop turned one knob and a scratchy voice described a ground ball. Then he turned 2 knobs at once, and the picture cleared. It was a baseball game, live from Yankee Stadium in Black Oak, Arkansas. Chairs scraped behind him, and Luke felt Pappy moving closer. Pearl busied herself in the kitchen, then appeared with chocolate cookies and milk. Luke took them but couldn't eat. Ed Lopet pitched for the Yankees, Preacher Rowe for the Dodgers. Mantle, Berra, Rizzuto, Bauer, Martin and Reese, Snyder, Campanella, Robinson, Hodges. They were all there in Pop and Pearl's living room, playing before 60,000 fans. Luke was mesmerized, mute, staring at the screen in disbelief. Pearl commanded him to eat the cookies. He took a bite. Pop asked who he was pulling for. Luke didn't know he'd been taught to hate both teams, but now they were here, in Black Oak, playing the game he loved. His hatred vanished. He said the Dodgers, and Pappy reminded him to always pull for the National League. Pop reluctantly agreed, though it was hard to pull for the Dodgers. The game came through Channel 5 from Memphis, with commercials for Lucky Strike, Cadillac, Coca-Cola, Texaco. Between innings, the picture would vanish and return. Luke was captivated, transported to another world. Pappy left at some point for Main Street. Luke didn't notice until a commercial break. Yogi Berra hit a home run, and watching him circle the bases, Luke knew he'd never hate the Yankees again. They were legends, the greatest players on the greatest team. He softened, but vowed to keep his new feelings to himself. Pappy wouldn't allow Yankee sympathizers in his house. In the top of the 9th, Berra let a pitch get past him, and the Dodgers scored 2 runs to win. Pearl wrapped the cookies in foil and sent them with Luke. He thanked Pop and asked if he could come back when the Cardinals were playing. Pop said sure, but it might be a long time. Walking back to the gin, Luke asked Pappy about television broadcasting. Pappy talked vaguely about signals and towers, finally admitting he knew little about it. Luke asked when they might get one. "One of these days," Pappy said, as if it would never happen. Luke felt ashamed for asking. They hauled the empty cotton trailer back to the farm, and Luke spent the rest of the afternoon picking until the day was done. At supper, the adults let him hold the floor. He barely paused for breath, spilling out everything he'd witnessed on Pop and Pearl's television. The game, the commercials, the sheer wonder of a live broadcast from Yankee Stadium appearing right there in a Black Oak living room. After dark, his father and Mr. Sproul walked past the silo for a quiet conversation. Jesse broke the news that Stick Powers was closing in on Hank for Jerry Sisko's killing, and with the big hillbilly causing so much friction anyway, it seemed like the right moment for him to slip away under cover of night and head back to the hills. Mr. Sproul took the suggestion without argument, offering no threats about pulling his family off the farm. Tally had been right. They needed the money, and they were worn thin by Hank's antics. It looked like they'd stay through the harvest. The family settled on the front porch, watching the Sproul camp in the darkness. No harsh words drifted over, no signs of packing up, and no sign that Hank was planning to go anywhere. His shadow moved occasionally around the fire, rummaging for scraps. One by one the Sprouls turned in and the Chandlers followed. Luke finished his prayers and lay awake in Ricky's bed, his mind still churning with images of the Yankees and Dodgers, when a distant argument cut through the quiet. He slid to the floor and crept to the window. The yard was dark and still. For a long moment he saw nothing. Then the shadows shifted near the road, Mr. Sproul and Hank face to face, voices rising in anger. He couldn't make out the words, but the heat between them was unmistakable. He couldn't resist. He crawled through the hallway, checked to make sure the adults were asleep, then slipped through the living room and out the front screen door. Down the steps, across the yard, and into the hedgerow on the east side. Under a half-moon and scattered clouds, he stalked closer to the road. Mrs. Sproul had joined them now, and they were arguing about the Sisko beating. Hank refused to admit any wrongdoing. His parents were desperate to keep him out of jail. Hank's voice rose in a growl. Something about the fat deputy and what he'd do to him. His mother pleaded for him to go home and let things cool off. His father pointed out that the Chandlers wanted him gone. Hank sneered back, boasting about the money in his pocket, more than any sod buster would ever see. The argument spiraled through all his grievances against the Chandlers, the Mexicans, the Siskos, the whole town, and even his own parents and cousins got a lashing. Only Tally and Trot escaped his venom, but Mr. and Mrs. Sproul didn't back down. Finally, he snapped that he'd leave. He stormed to a tent to gather his things. Luke darted across the road and dropped into the Jeter's cotton, where he had a clear view of the yard. Hank was stuffing food and clothes into an old canvas bag. He'd walk to the highway and hitchhike, Luke figured. He crept along the ditch toward the river, wanting to watch Hank pass. More words were exchanged. Then Mrs. Sproul's voice promised they'd be home in a few weeks. The talking stopped. Hank stomped by in the center of the road, bag over his shoulder. Luke watched until he was out of sight, a smile spreading across his face. Peace at last. He squatted there a long time, thanking the stars Hank was gone. Then something moved across the road. The cotton stalks rustled, and a man rose from the ditch low and quick, trying to stay hidden. He glanced back toward the Chandler house, and the moonlight hit his face. "Cowboy!" Luke froze. He wanted to retreat, to scramble back to the safety of Ricky's room, but his curiosity held him. Cowboy moved through the knee-deep ditch in silence, advancing, stopping, listening. Luke followed 100 feet behind, still on Jeter property, moving as fast as he dared. If Cowboy heard him, he'd drop into the cotton. Ahead, Hank's bulky figure ambled along the road. Cowboy slowed his chase, and Luke slowed his own pursuit. He was barefoot, terrified of stepping on a cottonmouth. Something screamed at him to go home, but the river was just ahead, and Luke sensed that's where Cowboy was heading. As Hank reached the bridge, Cowboy quickened his pace, walking right down the center of the road. Luke stayed at the edge of the cotton, breathless, sweating, and wondering why he was being so reckless. Hank started across the bridge. Cowboy broke into a run. Halfway over, Cowboy stopped and hurled a rock that clattered on the boards near Hank. Hank spun around and snarled a challenge. Cowboy kept walking, closing the gap, showing no fear. On the narrow bridge they met. Cowboy threw another rock almost point blank, and Hank dodged it. Then Hank charged. The switchblade snapped open. Cowboy held it high, and Hank swung his bag wildly, grazing Cowboy and knocking off his hat. They circled, Hank reaching into his bag and pulling out a small jar, gripping it like a weapon. Cowboy stayed low, coiled, waiting. Hank hurled the jar with a grunt, catching Cowboy in the neck. For a second, Cowboy wobbled. Hank threw the bag and lunged. But with blinding speed, Cowboy switched the knife to his other hand, pulled a rock from his pocket, and threw it harder than any pitch he'd ever thrown. It struck Hank in the face. The scream was sickening, and before Hank could recover, Cowboy drove the blade up through his stomach and chest. Hank's cry of shock and pain cut through the night. Cowboy yanked the knife free and stabbed again, and again, until Hank dropped to his knees, then to the ground, his face frozen in terror. With vicious, efficient strokes, Cowboy finished him. Then he rifled through Hank's pockets, dragged the body to the edge, and shoved it over. The splash was swallowed by the current. He tossed the bag in too. Luke buried himself between two rows of cotton, deeper than he'd ever hidden, his heart slamming against his ribs, shaking and sweating and crying and praying all at once. He should have been in his bed, safe, surrounded by family, but he was alone, and he just witnessed something he still couldn't believe. Cowboy stood on the bridge a long time, watching the water. Luke stayed frozen. When Cowboy finally walked off, he stopped at the river's edge to wash his knife. Then he turned and started down the road. As he passed 20 feet from Luke, the boy felt buried alive. Luke waited forever. When Cowboy was long gone, when there was no chance of being heard, he crawled out and started for home. He stayed low in the Johnson grass along the field's edge, the first time he'd ever been grateful for the cursed weed. His legs were leaden with terror and exhaustion. The journey seemed to take hours. When he caught the unmistakable odor of a Mexican, the unwashed scent of a man who'd been in the cotton for weeks, he retreated deeper into the jetter field, cutting east through row after row until he spotted the white tents of Camp Spruill. Almost home. His mind raced. He'd tell the truth. All of it. No more secrets. He'd crawl into Ricky's room, get what sleep he could, and when his father woke him at dawn, he'd spill every detail. His father and Pappy would ride to town, have Cowboy arrested by lunch. They'd probably hang him before Christmas. Hank was gone. Cowboy would be locked up. The Spruills would scatter back to the hills, and Luke didn't care. He never wanted to lay eyes on any of them again, not even Tally. He wanted them all gone, every last one. He wanted Ricky home and the Latchers moved away, and then finally, everything would be normal again. When he was within sprinting distance of the front porch, his frayed nerves and exhausted patience made the decision for him. He'd been hiding for hours, and couldn't take it anymore. He scooted to the end of the cotton rows, stepped over the ditch into the road, ducked low, listened, and took off running. 2 strides, maybe 3, and a hand slapped his feet together, sending him down hard. Cowboy was on him, a knee crushing his chest, the switchblade an inch from his nose, those glowing eyes boring into him. The hiss for silence was barely a whisper. They were both soaked in sweat, breathing hard, and the Mexican's odor was unmistakable, the same one Luke had caught earlier. He stopped struggling, clenched his jaw. The knee was unbearable. Cowboy demanded to know if he'd been to the river. Luke shook his head. No. Sweat dripped from Cowboy's chin into his eyes, stinging. The blade waved lazily, as if reminding him it was there. Then Cowboy asked where he'd been instead. Luke shook his head again, unable to speak, his whole body trembling in rigid fear. When it was clear Luke couldn't form words, Cowboy tapped his forehead with the tip of the blade and delivered his threat slowly. If Luke spoke a single word about tonight, Cowboy would kill his mother. Luke nodded fiercely. Cowboy stood and vanished into the blackness, leaving Luke in the dust and dirt of the road. He started crying, then crawling, and made it to the truck before he passed out. Later, they found him under his parents' bed. In the chaos, his parents yelling, peppering him with questions about his filthy clothes, the bloody scratches on his arms, why he was sleeping under their bed. He managed to spin a tale about a horrible dream Hank had drowned, and he'd gone to check on him. His mother gasped that he'd been sleepwalking and he seized on it, nodding. Everything afterward was a blur. He was exhausted and terrified, and couldn't even be sure if what he'd witnessed at the river had actually happened or was just a nightmare. The thought of facing Cowboy again was unbearable. Gran chimed in from the hallway, saying Ricky used to do the same thing, caught him one night out past the silo. That calmed things somewhat. They sat him at the kitchen table, his mother scrubbing him while Gran doctored the Johnson grass cuts on his arms. The men, satisfied the situation was under control, went to gather eggs and milk. A thunderstorm hit just as they were about to eat, and a roar of rain on the roof was a relief. No fields, no Cowboy nearby. They watched him pick at his food, and he mumbled that he was okay. The rain hammered the tin roof, drowning out conversation. The men worried about the cotton. The women worried about him. He had enough worries to crush them all. He asked if he could finish eating later, said he was really sleepy. His mother decided he'd go back to bed and rest as long as he needed. As the women cleared the table, he whispered and asked if she'd lie down with him. Of course she would. She fell asleep before he did. They were in his parents' bed, the room dim and cool, the rain steady outside, the men in the kitchen nearby drinking coffee and waiting. He felt safe. He wanted the rain to last forever. The Mexicans and Spruels would leave. Cowboy would be shipped back to wherever he came from, and Luke would never know about him again. Next summer, when the harvest plans were made, he'd make sure Miguel and his crew never came near their county. He wanted his mother beside him, his father close. But when he closed his eyes, he saw Hank and Cowboy on the bridge again. He caught himself hoping, absurdly, that Hank was still there in Camp Spruel, rummaging for a biscuit, throwing rocks at the barn at midnight. That it had all been a dream. He clung to his mother through the rest of the day after the storm passed. After lunch, after the others went to the fields and they stayed behind. His parents exchanged worried whispers, his father frowning, but his mother insisted sometimes little boys just needed their mothers. He was afraid to let her out of his sight. The mere thought of telling what he'd seen on the bridge made him weak, and he tried not to think about the killing or the telling of it, but it was impossible to think of anything else. They gathered vegetables from the garden. He followed her with a straw basket, his eyes darting everywhere, bracing for Cowboy to spring from nowhere and slaughter them both. He could smell him, feel him, hear him see those nasty liquid eyes tracking his every move. The phantom weight of the switchblade on his forehead grew heavier. He thought of nothing but Cowboy, stayed glued to his mother's side. She asked more than once what was wrong. He knew he wasn't talking, but he couldn't push words out. His voice was low and scratchy when he said, "Nothing." She asked if he was still tired. "Yes, ma'am, and he'd stay tired for a month if it kept him out of the fields and away from Cowboy." They stopped to examine Trot's house painting. Since they were there, and not picking cotton, Trot was nowhere to be seen if they left the house. He'd returned to his work. The east wall now had a white strip about 3 feet high, running almost the full length of the house. Clean and neat, the work of someone with time on his hands. At his current pace, Trot would never finish before the Spruels left. What then? They couldn't live with a two-toned wall, but Luke had more important things to worry about. His mother decided to put up some tomatoes. She and Gran spent hours in the summer and early fall canning everything from the garden tomatoes, peas, beans, okra, mustard greens, corn. By November, the pantry shelves would be packed with quart jars, enough for the whole winter and spring, plus plenty for anyone in need. Luke knew they'd be hauling food to the Latchers in the months ahead, now that they were kinfolk. The thought made him furious, but the Latchers weren't his concern right now. His job was peeling tomatoes chopped, cooked soft, packed into curd jars with salt and new lids, sealed in the pressure cooker for half an hour. Gran and his mother were fussy about their canning, a source of pride among the women. He'd always hated helping with it, but today, he was grateful to be in the kitchen with his mother, with Cowboy out in the fields far away. He stood at the sink with a paring knife, and when he cut the first tomato, he saw Hank on the bridge again. The blood, the switchblade, the painful cry at the first cut, then the silent horror as the blade kept coming. In that first instant, Hank had known he was about to be carved up by someone who'd done it before. He knew he was dead. Luke's head hit the leg of a kitchen chair. He woke on the sofa, his mother pressing ice on a knot above his right ear. She smiled and said he'd fainted. His mouth was too dry to answer. She gave him water and told him he wasn't going anywhere for a while. She asked if he was tired. He nodded and closed his eyes. Twice a year the county dumped gravel on their road, and a grader came behind to level it. The operator was an old man named Otis, from near Caraway. He wore a black patch over one eye, and the left side of his face was scarred and disfigured from a first war injury, according to Pappy. Otis had 2 monkeys that ran along the grader frame as he worked, sometimes hopping onto the blade itself, or his shoulder, or the long control rod, little black things with long tails, jumping and swinging without fear, as if having the time of their lives. Luke and every other farm kid secretly wanted to be road grader operators if baseball didn't pan out. It was a big, powerful machine. All those levers worked with precision, and the job paid better than farming, they were sure of it. When Luke heard the diesel engine, he knew Otis was back. He walked hand in hand with his mother to the edge of the road, where 3 mounds of new gravel sat between their house and the bridge. Otis was spreading it, working toward them. They stepped back under a tree to wait. Luke's head was clear. He felt strong, but his mother kept tugging at his shoulder, as if he might faint again. As Otis drew near, Luke stepped closer. The engine roared, the blade churned up dirt and gravel. Their road was getting fixed, a most important event. Sometimes Otis waved, sometimes he didn't. Luke saw the scars, the black eye patch, and only one monkey sitting on the main frame just beyond the steering wheel, looking very sad. Luke scanned the grader for the other, but there was no sign of it anywhere. They waved at Otis, who glanced their way but offered no gesture in return, a grave breach of country manners. But Otis was different. His war wounds had left him alone in the world, no wife, no children, nothing but isolation. Then the grader stopped. Otis turned, fixed Luke with his good eye, and motioned for him to climb aboard. Luke moved instantly, his mother rushing forward to object, but Otis shouted that it would be fine. Luke was already climbing. The old man yanked his hand and pulled him onto the platform, pointing to a small spot beside him, growling instructions to hold on. Luke clutched a handle near a lever he was terrified to touch, glancing down at his mother. Her hands were on her hips, shaking her head as if she could throttle him, but a hint of a smile crept through. Otis hit the throttle, the engine roaring to life behind them. He pushed the clutch, shifted gears, and they were moving. They could have walked faster, but with the diesel noise it felt like racing. Luke stood on the left side, close to Otis's scarred face, trying not to stare. After a few minutes, Otis seemed to forget he was there. The monkey, though, was intensely curious, watching Luke like an intruder, slinking on all fours, then leaping to Otis's shoulder, crossing behind his neck, and settling on the other shoulder, staring. The monkey was no bigger than a baby squirrel, with fine black fur and tiny black eyes, its long tail draping down Otis's shirt. Otis worked the levers, mumbling to himself, apparently unaware. When the monkey seemed content just to study him, Luke turned his attention to the grader. The blade was down in the ditch, tilted steeply, digging out mud and weeds and shoving them into the road. Luke knew from watching that Otis would make several passes, cleaning the ditches, grading the center, spreading the gravel. Pappy always said Otis and the county should fix their road more often, but most farmers felt that way. Otis turned the grader around, dropped the blade into the other ditch, and headed back toward the house. The monkey hadn't moved. Luke shouted over the noise, asking where the other monkey was. Otis pointed down at the blade and said it had fallen off. It took a moment to register, and then Luke was horrified at the thought of the poor creature meeting such a death. Otis seemed untroubled, but the surviving monkey was clearly mourning, sitting still, sometimes looking at Luke, sometimes gazing away, staying far from the blade. His mother hadn't moved. Luke waved. She waved back. Otis spat tobacco juice in long brown streams, wiping his mouth with a dirty sleeve, switching hands as needed. Pappy said Otis was level-headed. Tobacco juice ran from both corners of his mouth. From his high perch, Luke could see past the house to the cotton trailer, and scattered straw hats. He searched until he found the Mexicans in the usual area, and he thought of Cowboy out there, switchblade in his pocket, no doubt proud of his latest killing. He wondered if Cowboy had told anyone. Probably not. For a moment he felt a stab of irrational fear his mother was back there alone. Then the tree line along the river came into view, and a new terror gripped him. He was suddenly afraid to see the bridge, the scene of the crime. Surely there were bloodstains, evidence of what had happened. Had the rain washed them away? Days often passed without a car or truck crossing. Had anyone seen Hank's blood? There was a good chance the evidence was gone. Had there really been bloodshed? Or was it all a bad dream? He didn't want to see the river either. The water moved slowly this time of year, and Hank was such a large body. Could he be washed ashore by now, on a gravel bar like a beached whale? Luke didn't want to be the one to find him. Hank had been cut to pieces. Even stick powers could solve that crime. Luke was the only eyewitness, and he'd already decided to take it to his grave. Otis shifted gears and turned around. No small feat with a road grader, as Luke was learning. He caught a glimpse of the bridge, but they were too far away. The monkey, weary of staring, shifted shoulders, peeked around Otis's head for a minute, then perched like an owl, studying the road. Luke thought of his friend Dwayne. If he could see him now, he'd burn with envy, be so humiliated, he wouldn't speak for a long time. Luke couldn't wait for Saturday. He'd spread the word along Main Street that he'd spent the day with Otis on the road grader, Otis and his monkey. Just one monkey, though. And he'd have to tell what happened to the other. He'd learned to operate all those levers and controls that looked so intimidating from the ground. It would be one of his finest moments. Otis stopped in front of the house. Luke climbed down and shouted his thanks, but Otis was already moving off without a nod or word, and then Luke started crying. The thought of the dead monkey overwhelmed him, and the tears poured out, uncontrollable. His mother came running, demanding to know what was wrong. He didn't know he was just crying. He was scared and tired, almost faint again, and he wanted everything to be normal. The Mexicans and Sproul's gone, Ricky home, the Latchers vanished, the nightmare of Hank erased from his memory. He was tired of secrets, tired of seeing things he wasn't supposed to see, and so he just cried. His mother held him tightly, and when he realized she was frightened, he managed to tell her about the dead monkey. He shook his head when she asked if he'd seen it, and he kept explaining. They walked back to the porch and sat for a long time. Hank's departure was confirmed that evening. Over supper, Luke's father said Mr. Sproul had told him Hank had left during the night, hitchhiking back to Eureka Springs. Luke knew the truth. Hank was at the bottom of the St. Francis, and the thought of him down there with a channel catfish killed his appetite. The adults watched him closely. In the past 24 hours, he'd fainted, had nightmares, cried, and as far as they knew, gone for a long walk in his sleep. Something was wrong, and they were concerned. Gran wondered aloud if Hank would make it home, launching a round of disappearance stories. Pappy had a cousin who'd vanished at a railroad crossing 30 years ago. Gran's own grandfather had fathered 6 kids, then fled to Texas, only to be found 20 years later with another wife and 6 more children. When eating was done, Pappy asked if Luke was okay, all his gruffness gone. They were telling stories for his benefit, trying to amuse him because they were worried. Luke said he was just tired. His mother asked if he wanted to go to bed early, and he nodded. In Ricky's room, while the dishes were washed, he pulled out his 2-page letter to his uncle, hidden under the mattress. It covered most of the Latcher conflict. He toyed with the idea of telling Ricky about Cowboy and Hank, but decided to wait until he came home. By then the Mexicans would be gone, things would be safe, and Ricky would know what to do. He'd have to figure out how to mail it. They always sent letters together, in the same envelope. He decided to ask Mr. Lynch Thornton at the post office. His mother read him the story of Daniel in the Lion's Den, one of his favorites. With the nights cooler, they spent less time on the porch and more time reading before bed. She explained each story, making sure he understood the lessons. Nothing irritated him more than Brother Akers getting the details wrong in his sermons. When Luke was ready to sleep, he asked if she would stay in Ricky's bed with him until he fell asleep. Of course she would. After a full day of rest, Luke's father drew a hard line: no more hiding in the house. He hauled Luke out of bed at 5, and they fell back into the familiar rhythm of gathering eggs and milk. Luke knew he couldn't keep avoiding the fields. He'd have to face Cowboy eventually, and better to do it surrounded by people than alone. The Mexicans were already walking to the fields, skipping the trailer ride to get a head start and keep clear of the spruels. They left before dawn. Luke clung to his spot on the tractor, watching his mother's face recede in the kitchen window. He'd prayed hard the night before, and something told him she'd be safe. On the ride out, he studied the John Deere. He'd spent countless hours on it plowing, disking, planting, hauling cotton, and its operation had always seemed complex, but after his 30-minute lesson on the road grader, with its bewildering array of levers and pedals, the tractor suddenly looked simple. Pappy just sat there, hands on the wheel, half asleep, while Otis had been a whirlwind of constant motion. Another reason Luke should grade roads instead of farming, if baseball somehow didn't work out, an unlikely outcome. The Mexicans were already half a row into the cotton, lost in the stalks. Luke knew Cowboy was somewhere among them, but in the gray dawn he couldn't pick one from the other. He avoided him until lunch. Cowboy must have spotted him during the morning, because he seemed to decide a reminder was in order. While the others ate under the trailer's shade, Cowboy rode back with them, sitting alone on the flatbed. Luke ignored him until they were almost home. When he finally found the courage to look, Cowboy was cleaning his fingernails with the switchblade, waiting for him. That wicked grin said everything, and he gave the knife a gentle wave. No one else saw. Luke looked away immediately. Their agreement had just been reinforced. By late afternoon, the cotton trailer was full. After a quick meal, Pappy announced he and Luke would haul it to town. They hitched it to the truck and rolled out on Otis's freshly graded road, smooth even in Pappy's old truck. As usual, Pappy drove in silence. Luke had nothing to say either. Too many secrets, no way to unload them. They crossed the bridge slowly, and Luke scanned the thick brown water but saw nothing out of the ordinary. No blood, no sign of the crime. More than a full day had passed since the killing, a normal day of work and drudgery. Luke thought about the secret with every breath, but he was masking it well. His mother was safe. That was all that mattered. They passed the road to the Latchers. Pappy glanced their way. For now, they were just a minor nuisance. On the highway, farther from the farm, Luke began to think he might one day unload his burden. He could tell Pappy, alone. Cowboy would be back in Mexico soon, safely distant. The Spruels would go home, and Hank wouldn't be there. Pappy would know what to do. They entered Black Oak behind another trailer and followed it to the gin. Luke scrambled out and stayed close to Pappy. Farmers huddled outside the office, deep in serious discussion. They walked up and listened. The news was grim. Heavy rains had hit Clay County the night before, 6 inches in 10 hours. Clay County was upstream on the St. Francis. The creeks were flooding, pouring into the river. The water was rising. Some argued the storm wouldn't affect Black Oak, that they were too far south. But the majority, being professional worriers, took the pessimistic view. One farmer's almanac predicted heavy rains in mid-October. Another had a cousin in Oklahoma getting flooded, and since weather came from the west, it was a bad sign. Pappy muttered something about Oklahoma weather traveling faster than any news. The debate dragged on, the tone gloomy. They'd been beaten so many times by weather, markets, seed, and fertilizer prices that they expected the worst. Mr. Red Fletcher declared they hadn't had an October flood in 20 years, sparking a heated debate on autumn floods, with so many versions and recollections that the issue was hopelessly confused. Pappy didn't join the fray. After half an hour they backed away. He unhitched the trailer, and they headed home in silence. Luke glanced at him a couple of times, mute, worried, driving with both hands, forehead wrinkled, his mind on the coming flood. They parked at the bridge and walked through the mud to the river's edge. Pappy inspected it, as if he might see it rise. Luke was terrified. Hank would float to the top right in front of them. Without a word, Pappy picked up a stick of driftwood, trimmed a limb, and drove it into the sandbar where the water was 2 inches deep. He notched it at water level with his pocket knife. They'd check it in the morning. They studied the gauge for a few moments, both certain they'd see the river rise. When it didn't, they returned to the truck. The river scared Luke, and not because of flooding. Hank was out there, cut and dead and bloated, ready to wash ashore somewhere. They'd have a real murder on their hands, not just another killing. The rains would get rid of Cowboy, and the rains would swell the river, carry Hank downstream to another county, another state, where someday someone would find him and not have a clue who he was. Before he fell asleep that night, Luke prayed for rain, the biggest flood since Noah. At breakfast Saturday, Pappy stomped in from the back porch. One look at his face told him everything. The river was up 4 inches, and there was lightning to the west. His father frowned but kept chewing. If the weather was fine, it was just a matter of time before it turned bad. If it was bad, that's what he'd expected all along. Gran showed no expression. Her younger son was in Korea. That mattered more than rain. Some years were good, some bad, but life didn't stop. God gave them life and health and food, more than most folks had. She had little patience for all the fretting. "Can't do anything about it," she repeated. His mother didn't smile or frown, just a look of quiet contentment. She was determined not to scratch out a meager existence on this land. Another lost crop could only hasten their departure. By the time they finished eating, thunder rolled. Gran and his mother cleared dishes, made more coffee. They sat at the table, talking and listening, waiting to see how rough the storm would be. Luke thought his prayer was about to be answered, and felt guilty for such a devious wish. But the thunder and lightning moved north. No rain fell. By 7 they were in the fields, picking hard and longing for noon. When they left for town, only Miguel rode in the back. The others were working, he explained, and he needed to buy supplies. Luke was relieved beyond words. He wouldn't have to ride with Cowboy crouched a few feet away. They hit rain at the edge of Black Oak, a cool drizzle. Sidewalks were busy with folks moving under canopies and balconies, trying and failing to stay dry. The weather kept farm families away. At the 4 o'clock matinee, half the seats were empty. Halfway through the first show, the aisle lights flickered. The screen went blank. They sat in the dark, ready to panic, listening to thunder. The power was out. They filed into the cramped lobby and watched rain sheet down Main Street. The sky was dark gray. Cars used their headlights. Even the kids knew there was too much rain, too many storms, too many rumors of rising waters. Floods happened in the spring, rarely during the harvest. In a world where everyone farmed or traded with farmers, a wet mid-October was deeply depressing. When it slacked off, they ran down the sidewalk to find their parents. Heavy rains meant muddy roads, and town would empty quickly. His father had mentioned buying a saw blade, so Luke ducked into the hardware store. It was crowded with people waiting and watching the weather. Old men told stories of ancient floods. Women talked about rain in Paragould, Lepanto, Manila, aisles filled with people just talking. He worked through the crowd, and at the end of an aisle came face to face with Tally and Trot. She held a gallon of white paint. Trot held a quart. She set the bucket down when she saw him. Trot tried to hide behind her. She smiled, asked how he was. He asked about the paint. She brushed it off, smiling again. Once you've seen a pretty girl naked, you feel a certain attachment. Trot wedged himself behind her like a toddler. They talked about the storm, the movie outage, the rising river gauge. She asked about Ricky. He forgot about the paint. The lights flickered. Power returned. It was still raining. No one left. She asked about the Latcher girl, her eyes darting. It was one of their great secrets. Luke started to answer. Then it hit him. Tally's brother was dead, and she didn't know. The Spruels thought Hank was home by now, back in their painted house. He looked at her, tried to speak, but all he could think was how shocked she'd be. He adored her, couldn't help it, and didn't want to hurt her. The thought of blurting it out made him weak. He stuttered, looked at the floor, suddenly cold and scared. He managed to say he'd see her later and backtracked to the front. During a break in the rain, the stores emptied. People scurried to cars and trucks. Clouds still dark. They wanted to get home before the showers hit again. Sunday dawned gray and overcast. Luke's father didn't relish the idea of getting soaked riding in the truck bed to church, and the old vehicle wasn't exactly watertight. The women usually caught drips in the cab during a heavy shower. They rarely missed a service, but the threat of rain occasionally kept them home. Since they hadn't missed one in months, when Gran suggested a late breakfast and the radio, everyone quickly agreed. Bellevue Baptist in Memphis broadcast its services on WHBQ. Pappy didn't care for the preacher, called him too liberal, but the rest of them enjoyed listening. The choir had 100 voices, about 80 more than the one at Black Oak Baptist. Long after breakfast, they sat at the kitchen table, sipping coffee. Luke included listening to a sermon delivered to a congregation of 3,000, while worrying about the drastic weather change. The adults worried. Luke only pretended. Bellevue had an orchestra of all things, and when it played the benediction, Memphis seemed a million miles away. Gran's older daughter, Aunt Betty, lived in Memphis and knew someone who attended. All the men wore suits. All the families drove nice cars. A different world. Pappy and Luke drove to the river to check the gauge. The rains were taking a toll on Otis's recent grade work. Ditches full, gullies forming, mud holes holding water. They stopped in the middle of the bridge and studied the river both ways. Even Luke could see the water was up. Sandbars and gravel bars were covered. The water was thicker, a lighter shade of brown, carrying drainage from the creeks. The current swirled faster, carrying debris, driftwood, logs, even a green branch or two. The gauge was still standing, barely just a few inches above the water. Pappy had to get his boots wet to retrieve the stick. He pulled it up, examined it, as if it had done something wrong, and muttered almost to himself that it was up about 10 inches in 24 hours. He squatted and tapped the stick on a rock. Watching him, Luke became aware of the river's noise, not loud, but the water rushing, streaming over gravel bars against the bridge piers, splashing through thick shrubs, pecking at willow roots. A menacing sound, one he'd never heard before. Pappy heard it all too well. He pointed with the stick toward the bend far to the right and said the latchers would get it first. They were on low ground. Luke asked when. It depended on the rain. Pappy said if it stopped, it might not flood at all, but if it kept raining, it'd be over the banks in a week. Luke asked when the last flood was 3 years ago, but that was spring. The last fall flood was a long time ago. Luke had plenty more questions, but Pappy didn't like dwelling on the subject. They studied the river, listened to it, then walked back to the truck and drove home. Pappy wanted to check Siler's Creek. The field roads were too muddy for the truck, so he fired up the John Deere, pulling out of the farmyard while the Spruills and Mexicans watched with great curiosity. The tractor was never operated on Sunday. Surely Eli Chandler wasn't about to work on the Sabbath. The creek had been transformed. Gone were the clear waters where Tally liked to bathe, the cool rivulets around rocks and logs. Instead, it was wider, filled with muddy water rushing toward the St. Francis half a mile away. They got off and walked to the bank. This was where their floods came from. Pappy said not the St. Francis. The ground was lower here, and when the creek ran over, it headed straight for their fields. The water was 10 feet below them, still safely contained in the old ravine. It seemed impossible it could ever rise high enough to escape. Luke asked if he thought it would flood. Pappy thought long and hard, or maybe he wasn't thinking at all, then finally said, with no conviction, that they'd be fine. Thunder rumbled to the west. Monday morning, Luke walked into the kitchen to find Pappy at the table, drinking coffee and fiddling with the radio, trying to pick up a little rock station for the weather. Gran was at the stove frying bacon. The house was cold, but the heat and smell from the skillet warmed things. His father handed him an old flannel coat, a hand-me-down from Ricky. Luke reluctantly put it on and asked if they were picking today. Pappy said they'd know directly, not taking his eyes off the radio. Luke asked Gran if it had rained last night. All night long, she said, and sent him to fetch eggs. He followed his father out the back steps, then stopped cold. The sun was barely up, but there was plenty of light. No mistake. He pointed and managed only to say, "Look." His father, 10 steps ahead, heading for the chicken coops, turned back. In the spot under the oak where Pappy parked his truck every day, the ruts were bare. The truck was gone. Luke said it aloud. His father walked slowly back to his side, and they stared at the empty space for a long time. The truck had always been there, forever, like one of the oaks or sheds. They saw it every day, but never noticed it, because it was always there. Without a word, his father turned and walked back inside. He asked Pappy if there was any reason the truck would be gone. Pappy, trying to hear a scratchy report from some faraway place, turned the radio off in confusion. Gran froze. The news spread fast. His mother entered the kitchen, and the entire family marched out to the muddy ruts where the truck should have been. They searched the farm, as if it could have moved itself. Pappy said he'd left it right there. In disbelief, it had never been left anywhere else overnight. In the distance, Mr. Sproul yelled for Tally. Gran said someone took their truck. His father asked where the key was by the radio, same as always, in the small pewter bowl at the end of the table. His father checked the key was gone. Mr. Sproul yelled again, louder. Activity erupted around the Sprouls' camp. Mrs. Sproul emerged, walking quickly toward the front porch. When she saw them staring at the empty spot, she ran over. Frantic. Tally was gone. They couldn't find her anywhere. The other Sprouls followed. The two families faced each other. Luke's father explained the truck was missing. Mr. Sproul explained his daughter was missing. Pappy asked if she could drive. No, she couldn't, Mrs. Sproul said, which complicated matters. Silence as everyone pondered. Pappy wondered if Hank could have come back and taken it. Mr. Sproul bristled. Hank wouldn't steal their truck. Mrs. Sproul said Hank was home by now, on the verge of tears. Luke wanted to scream the truth. Hank was dead, and run inside to hide. Those poor people didn't know their son would never make it home. The secret was becoming too heavy. He stepped behind his mother. She leaned close to his father and whispered that he'd better check on Cowboy. Because Luke had told her about Tally and Cowboy, she was ahead of the rest. His father looked toward the barn. So did Pappy, Gran, and finally everyone else. Miguel was slowly making his way toward them, taking his time, leaving tracks in the wet grass, his dirty straw hat in his hand. He walked as if he had no desire to do whatever he was about to do. Pappy greeted him, as if the day were starting like any other. Miguel nodded, and confirmed there was a little problem. Cowboy was gone. He'd sneaked away in the night. Pappy muttered that it must be contagious, then spat. It took the Sprouls a few seconds to connect things. At first, Tally's disappearance had nothing to do with Cowboys. They evidently knew nothing about the secret romance. The Chandlers figured it out sooner thanks to Luke's inside knowledge. Reality slowly settled in. Mr. Sproul, almost in panic, asked if he thought Cowboy had taken her. Mrs. Sproul sniffled, fighting back tears. Pappy admitted he didn't know what to think. His pickup was clearly more on his mind than the fate of Tally and Cowboy. His father asked Miguel if Cowboy had taken his things. Yes, senor. Then he asked Mr. Sproul if Tally had packed her bag. The silence stretched until Bo answered. Her bag was gone, clothes and such, and her money jar. Mrs. Sproul's crying turned to wailing, her anguish cutting through the morning. Luke wanted to crawl under the house. The Sprouls looked defeated, heads down, shoulders slumped, eyes half closed. Their beloved Tally had run off with someone they considered low-bred, a dark-skinned intruder from a god-forsaken country. Their humiliation before the Chandlers was complete and painful. Luke was hurting too. How could she do such a thing? She was his friend, his confidant, his protector. He loved Tally, and now she'd run off with a vicious killer. Mrs. Sproul kept bawling that he'd taken her. Bo and Dale led her away, leaving only Trot and Mr. Sproul to handle things. Trot's normally vacant look had shifted to confusion and sadness. Tally had been his protector too. Now she was gone. The men launched into a long discussion about what to do. The top priority was finding Tally in the truck before they got too far. There was no clue when they had left. They'd obviously used the storm to cover their escape. The Sprouls had heard nothing but thunder and rain, even though the driveway passed within 80 feet of their tents. They could have been gone for hours, enough time to reach Jonesboro, Memphis, or even Little Rock. But the men seemed optimistic. They could be found quickly. Mr. Sproul left to unhitch his truck from the tents and tables. Luke begged his father to let him go along, but he was refused. His mother held firm too. It wasn't his place. Pappy and his father squeezed into the front seat with Mr. Sproul, and they tore off, sliding on the muddy road, tires spinning, mud slinging behind them. Luke went past the silo to the weedy remains of the old smoke shed and sat for an hour under the rotted tin roof, watching rain drip in front of him. He was relieved Cowboy was gone. He offered a short, sincere prayer of thanks, but any relief was overshadowed by his disappointment in Tally. He managed to hate her, cursed her with words Ricky had taught him, then asked God for forgiveness, and he asked him to protect Tally. It took them 2 hours to find Stick Powers. He claimed he'd been en route from headquarters in Jonesboro, but Pappy said he looked like he'd been sleeping for a week. Stick was plainly thrilled to have such a high crime within his jurisdiction. Stealing a farmer's truck was only a notch below murder in their code, and he kicked into high gear, radioing every jurisdiction his old radio could reach. Soon most of northeast Arkansas was buzzing with the news. Stick wasn't too worried about Tally, according to Pappy. He guessed correctly she'd run off voluntarily with a Mexican low-class and disgraceful, but not a felony, despite Mr. Sproul's repeated use of kidnapping. The couple wouldn't travel far in a stolen truck. They'd want to flee Arkansas, and their most likely means was by bus. Hitchhiking would be too risky. Arkansas drivers wouldn't pick up someone as swarthy as Cowboy, especially with a young white girl. Stick figured they were on a bus headed north. When Pappy relayed this, Luke remembered Tally's dream of living in Canada, far from the heat and humidity, in a place with lots of snow. She'd chosen Montreal. The men discussed money. His father calculated Cowboy had earned close to $400 picking cotton, though no one knew how much he'd sent home. Tally had earned about half that, and probably saved most of it. She'd been buying house paint for Trot, but they had no idea about her other spending. At this point in Pappy's narrative, Luke wanted to bare his soul about Hank. Cowboy had robbed him after the killing. There was no way to know how much picking money Hank had saved, but Luke was certain about the $250 from Samson now in Cowboy's pocket. He almost blurted it out at the kitchen table, but he was too frightened. Cowboy was gone, but they might catch him somewhere. Wait, he told himself. Just wait. The moment will come. Whatever their finances, Tally and Cowboy clearly had enough for a long bus ride, and the Chandlers were broke, as usual. There was a brief, painful conversation about replacing the truck if it was never found too painful to pursue. They ate an early lunch, then sat on the back porch and watched the rain. Stick's old patrol car came rolling into the front yard with her stolen truck right behind it. Stick got out, full of importance, having solved the most urgent part of the crime. The other deputy was driving the truck, which looked unchanged. The Spruels ran over, anxious for news about Tally. Stick announced he'd found it at the Jonesboro bus station, just as he'd figured. Pappy asked about the key under the seat. The tank was full. Pappy was astonished, since it had been half empty. They were all surprised to see the truck unchanged. They'd spent the day worrying about a future without transportation, being in the same boat as the Latchers, forced to bum rides. Luke couldn't imagine such a plight, and was more determined than ever to live in a city where folks had cars. Mr. Sproul muttered that they just borrowed it. Stick agreed, and asked if Pappy wanted to press charges. He and his father exchanged frowns. Pappy guessed not. Mrs. Sproul quietly asked if anyone had seen them. Yes. The clerk had they bought 2 tickets for Chicago and hung around the station for 5 hours. The clerk knew something was up, but figured it wasn't his business. Running off with a Mexican wasn't smart, but it wasn't a crime. He watched them through the night. They tried to ignore each other, wouldn't sit together, but when the bus loaded, they got on together. Mr. Sproul asked the departure time 6 that morning. Stick handed over a folded envelope found on the front seat, a note from Tally, unread. Mr. Sproul passed it to Mrs. Sproul, who opened it and started reading, wiping her eyes. Everyone watched in silence, even Trot leaning forward from behind Bo and Dale. Stick offered that if there was useful information he might need to know. Mrs. Sproul finished reading and announced that Tally wasn't coming home. She and Cowboy were getting married and moving north for jobs. The tears and sniffles vanished, replaced by anger. Her daughter hadn't been kidnapped. She'd run off with a Mexican and was going to marry him. Stick asked if they'd stay in Chicago. The note didn't say just up north. The Sprules began drifting away in retreat. His father thanked Stick and the other deputy for bringing the truck home. Stick noted they were getting more rain than most folks. Peppy shot back that it was wet all over. Stick announced the river was rising to the north and more rain was on the way, as if he were some kind of expert. Peppy thanked him dryly. Stick and the other deputy got into the patrol car, but just as he was about to close the door, Stick jumped back out. He'd called the sheriff up in Eureka Springs. They hadn't seen the big one, Hank. The boy should have been home by now, didn't Peppy think? Peppy reckoned he left a week ago. Stick wondered where he was. Peppy said it wasn't his concern. Stick wasn't through with him, though. When he found him, he'd put his big ass in the Jonesboro jail, and they'd have a trial. Peppy just told him to go ahead and do that. Stick's bald tires slipped and spun in the mud before he finally got to the road. Luke's mother and Gran returned to the kitchen to start cooking. Peppy got his tools and spread them on the tailgate, opening the hood for a thorough inspection. Luke sat on the fender, handing him wrenches, watching every move. He asked why a nice girl like Tally would want to marry a Mexican. Peppy was tightening a fan belt, cowboy. Almost certainly hadn't bothered to open the hood and meddle with the engine while fleeing. But Peppy was compelled to adjust and tinker as if the vehicle had been sabotaged. His answer was simple. Women. Luke pressed for clarification. Women do stupid things, Peppy said. Luke didn't understand. Neither did Peppy. And neither would Luke. You weren't supposed to understand women. Peppy removed the air filter, eyeing the carburetor with suspicion. For a moment it looked like he'd found tampering, but then he turned a screw and seemed content. Luke asked if they'd ever find Tally. They weren't looking, Peppy said. The truck was back, so there was no crime. No police searching. He doubted the Sprules would bother, even if they found her. What could they do? Luke asked if they could make her come home. No, once she married. She was an adult. You couldn't make a married woman do a damn thing. Peppy cranked the engine and listened to it idle. It sounded the same to Luke, but Peppy thought he heard a new rattle and suggested a test drive. Wasting gasoline was usually a sin in Peppy's book, but he seemed eager to burn some of the free stuff Tally and Cowboy had left behind. They backed onto the road. Luke sat where Tally had been just hours earlier, and he thought of nothing but her, still bewildered. The road was too wet and muddy for Peppy to reach his perfect speed of 37, but he still claimed he could tell something was wrong with the engine. They stopped to the bridge and looked to the river. The gravel bars and sandbars were gone, nothing but water between the banks, water and debris from upriver, rushing faster than Luke had ever seen. Peppy's flood gauge was long gone, washed away. They didn't need it to tell them the St. Francis was about to flood. Peppy seemed mesmerized by the water and its noise. Luke couldn't tell if he wanted to curse or cry. Neither would help. And Luke thought Peppy, perhaps for the first time, realized he was about to lose another crop. Whatever was wrong with the engine had fixed itself by the time they got home. Peppy announced over supper that the truck was as good as ever, and they launched into a long, creative discussion about Tally and Cowboy's whereabouts. His father had heard there were lots of Mexicans in Chicago, and guessed the couple would simply blend into that vast city and never be seen again. Luke was so worried about Tally, he could barely eat. Late the next morning, with the sun trying to peek through the clouds, they returned to the fields. They were tired of sitting around watching the skies. Even Luke wanted to go. The Mexicans were especially anxious to work, being 2,000 miles from home and not getting paid. But the cotton was too wet, the ground too soft. Mud caked on Luke's boots and stuck to his picking sack until after an hour he felt like he was dragging a tree trunk. They quit after 2 hours and headed home, a sad, dispirited group. The Sprules had had enough. No surprise to see them breaking camp slowly, as if reluctantly admitting defeat. Mr. Sprule told Peppy there was no use staying if they couldn't work. They were tired of the rains, and no one could blame them. They'd been camping in the front yard for 6 weeks, their old tents and tarps sagging under the rain, their mattresses half exposed and splattered with mud. Luke would have left long before. They sat on the porch and watched the Sprules gather their junk, packing it haphazardly into the truck and trailer. There was more room now with Hank and Tally gone. Luke was suddenly frightened by their leaving. They'd be home soon, and Hank wouldn't be there. They'd wait, search, start asking questions. He wasn't sure how it might affect him, but he was scared just the same. His mother forced him into the garden to gather food for 20 people. They washed everything in the kitchen sink, arranged it carefully in a cardboard box. Gran added a dozen eggs, 2 pounds of country ham, butter, and strawberry preserves. The Spruills wouldn't leave without food for the trip. By mid-afternoon, they were packed hopelessly overloaded, boxes and burlap sacks clinging to the sides, loosely secured by baling wire, destined to fall off. When it was clear they were about to leave, the family walked down the front steps and across the yard to say farewell. Mr. and Mrs. Spruill accepted the food and apologized for leaving before the cotton was picked, but everyone knew the crops were finished anyway. They tried to smile and be gracious, but their pain was obvious. Watching them, Luke couldn't help thinking they'd always regret the day they decided to work on his farm. If they'd picked another one, Tally wouldn't have met Cowboy, and Hank might still be alive, though given his lust for violence, he was probably doomed to an early death. Gran often quoted, "He who lives by the sword dies by the sword." Luke felt guilty for all the evil thoughts he'd held against them, and he felt like a thief because he knew the truth about Hank and they didn't. He said goodbye to Bo and Dale, neither of whom had much to say. Trot was hiding behind the trailer. As the farewells wound down, he shuffled toward Luke and mumbled something unintelligible, then stuck out his hand and offered his paintbrush. Luke had no choice but to take it. The adults witnessed the exchange, and for a moment, nothing was said. Trot grunted and pointed to their truck. Bo reached inside the tailgate and pulled forward a clean, unopened gallon of white Pittsburgh paint, then another. "It's for you," Trot said. Luke looked at the paint, then at Pappy and Gran. Though the house painting hadn't been discussed in days, they'd known Trot would never finish the project. Now he was passing the job to Luke. He glanced at his mother and saw a curious smile on her lips. Dale said Tally had bought it. Luke tapped the brush on his leg and finally managed to thank you. Trot gave him a goofy grin that made the rest of them smile. Once again they headed for the truck, this time making it inside. Trot was in the trailer alone now. Tally had been with him when they first saw him, and he looked sad and deserted. Their truck started with great reluctance, the clutch whining and scraping. When it finally released, the whole assemblage lurched forward. The spruils were off, pots and pans rattling, boxes shaking, Bo and Dale bouncing on a mattress, Trot curled in a corner of the trailer bringing up the rear. They waved until they were out of sight. There'd been no talk of next year. The spruils weren't coming back. They'd never see them again. What little grass was left in the front yard had been flattened. Surveying the damage, Luke was instantly glad they were gone. He kicked the ashes where they'd built their fires on home plate, marveling at their insensitivity. Ruts from their truck, holes from their tent poles. Next year he'd put up a fence to keep hill people off his baseball field. His immediate project was to finish what Trot had begun. He hauled the paint to the front porch, 1 gallon at a time, surprised by the weight. He expected Pappy to say something, but the situation drew no comment. His mother, however, gave orders to his father, who quickly erected a scaffold on the east side of the house, an 8-foot oak plank braced by a sawhorse on one end and an empty diesel drum on the other. His father opened the first gallon, stirred it, and helped Luke onto the scaffold. Brief instructions followed, but since his father knew so little about house painting, Luke was left to learn on his own. If Trot could do it, so could he. His mother watched carefully, offering wisdom about drips and taking time. Trot had painted the first 6 boards from the bottom on the east side, from front to rear, and the scaffold let Luke reach another 3 feet above that. He wasn't sure how he'd reach the roof, but he'd worry about that later. The old boards drank in the first layer of paint, and the second coat went on smooth and white. Luke was quickly fascinated by the immediate results of his work. He asked how he was doing without looking down. His mother said it was beautiful, just to work slow, and take his time and not to fall. He brushed off the warning. Why did she always caution him against such obvious dangers? His father moved the scaffold twice that afternoon, and by supper-time Luke had used an entire gallon. He scrubbed his hands with lye soap, but the paint was stuck under his fingernails. He didn't care. He was proud of his new craft, doing something no Chandler had ever done. The house painting wasn't mentioned over supper. Weightier matters were at hand. The Hill people had packed up and left, with a large amount of cotton still unpicked. There'd been no rumors of other workers leaving because of wet fields. Pappy didn't want folks knowing they were yielding anything to the rains. The weather was about to change, he insisted. They'd never had so many storms this late in the year. At dusk they moved to the front porch, quieter than ever. The Cardinals were a distant memory. They rarely listened to anything else after supper. Pappy didn't want to waste electricity, so Luke sat on the steps and looked out at the empty yard. For 6 weeks, it had been covered with shelters and storage. Now, there was nothing. A few leaves dropped and scattered. The night was cool and clear, prompting his father to predict a fine day for picking cotton, 12 hours of it. All Luke wanted to do was paint. Breakfast came at 10 minutes after 4, the earliest he could remember. His father gave his weather forecast: cool, clear, no clouds, ground soft but firm enough to pick. The adults were anxious. Much of the crop was still unharvested, and if it remained so, their farming operation would fall further into debt. His mother and Gran finished dishes in record time, and they left in a pack. The Mexicans rode with them to the fields, huddling together on the trailer to stay warm. Clear, dry days had become rare, and they attacked this one as if it might be the last. Luke was exhausted by sunrise, but complaining would only earn a harsh lecture. Another crop disaster was looming. They needed to work until they dropped. He wanted a nap, but his father would whip him with his belt if he caught him sleeping. Lunch was cold biscuits and ham, eaten hurriedly in the shade of the cotton trailer. It was warm by midday, and a siesta would have been appropriate, but they sat on their sacks, nibbling and watching the sky. Even their talk was punctuated with upward glances. A clear day meant storms were on the way, so after 20 minutes his father and Pappy declared the break over. The women jumped up as quickly as the men, anxious to prove they could work just as hard. Luke was the only reluctant one. The Mexicans didn't even stop to eat. He spent the tedious afternoon thinking about Tally, then Hank, then back to Tally. He thought about the Spruels and envied their escape. He tried to imagine what they'd do when they arrived home and Hank wasn't there waiting. He tried to convince himself he didn't care. They hadn't received a letter from Ricky in weeks. Luke had heard the adults whispering about it. He still hadn't sent his long narrative, unsure how to mail it without getting caught, and having second thoughts about burdening Ricky with the Latcher news. If Ricky were home, they'd go fishing, and Luke would tell him everything: the Cisco killing, the Latcher baby, Hank and Cowboy, all of it. Ricky would know what to do. Luke longed for him to come home. He didn't know how much cotton he picked that day, but he was sure it was a world record for a 7-year-old. When the sun fell behind the trees, his mother found him, and they walked to the house. Gran stayed behind, picking as fast as the men. Luke asked how long they'd work. Till dark, she guessed. It was almost dark when they got home. He wanted to collapse and sleep for a week, but his mother asked him to help with supper cornbread and leftovers while he peeled and sliced tomatoes. They listened to the radio, not a word about Korea. Despite a brutal day, Pappy and his father were in good spirits at supper. Between them they picked 1,100 pounds. The recent rains had driven up cotton prices in Memphis, and if they could get a few more dry days, they might survive another year. Gran listened but didn't hear, lost in Korea again. His mother was too tired to talk. Pappy hated leftovers but still thanked the Lord for them and for the dry weather, asking for more. They ate slowly, exhaustion settling in, conversation soft and short. Luke heard the thunder first, a low rumble far away. He glanced around to see if the adults had heard it too. A few minutes later, the rumbling was closer, lightning cracked in the distance, and they stopped eating. The wind picked up. The tin roof began to rattle. They avoided eye contact. Pappy folded his hands on the table as if to pray again. He'd just asked God for more good weather, and now they were about to get another drenching. His father's shoulders dropped. He rubbed his forehead and stared at the wall. Rain began pecking the roof too loudly. Gran said it was hail. Hail meant high winds and fierce rain, and sure enough, a storm roared across the farm. They sat at the table a long time, listening, ignoring their half-eaten supper, wondering how many inches would fall and how long before they could pick again. The St. Francis couldn't hold much more when it spilled out. The crops would be finished. The storm passed, but the rain continued, heavy at times. They finally left the kitchen. Luke walked to the front porch with Pappy, and saw nothing but a pool of water between the house and the road. He felt sorry for Pappy, as he sat in the swing, gazing in disbelief at the waves God was sending them. Later, his mother read Bible stories, her voice barely audible above the rain. The tale of Noah and the flood was off limits. He fell asleep before David slew Goliath. The next day his parents announced a trip to town. Luke was invited. It would have been too cruel to deny him, but Pappy and Graham weren't included. A little family outing with ice cream mentioned as a possibility. Thanks to Cowboy and Tally, they had free gas, and there was nothing to do on the farm with water standing between the cotton rows. Luke sat in front and watched the speedometer. Once they hit the main highway, his father shifted and sped up to 45. The truck ran the same as it did at 37, as far as Luke could tell, but he wasn't about to mention that to Pappy. It was oddly comforting to see other farms idled by the rain. No one trudging through the fields, no Mexicans in sight. Their land was low and prone to early flooding, but now it seemed everyone was getting soaked equally. At midday, families gathered on porches, women shelling peas, men talking and worrying, children sitting on steps or playing in mud. They knew every house, waved at everyone, and could almost hear them wondering why the Chandlers were heading to town. Main Street was quiet. They parked in front of the hardware store. Down at the co-op, a group of overalled farmers was deep in conversation. His father felt obliged to report there first. Luke followed his mother to the drugstore, where Cindy, a pretty town girl who'd worked the soda fountain as long as he could remember, served him a generous helping of vanilla ice cream with cherries for a nickel. He perched on a stool, ready to make it last, while his mother left to shop. Cindy had sad eyes. Her older brother had died in a gruesome car wreck, a story Luke had heard many versions of. She didn't want to talk, and that was fine with him. He'd overheard enough whispers to know his parents planned a telephone call. Since they didn't own a phone, they'd have to borrow one, probably at Pop and Pearl's. Most homes and businesses had phones. Even farmers 2 or 3 miles out had them. His mother said it would be years before lines reached their place, and Pappy didn't want one anyway. If you had a phone, you had to talk to folks whenever it was convenient for them. A television might be interesting, but forget a phone. Jackie Moon came through the door and made his way to the counter, tousling Luke's hair and asking what brought him there. "Ice cream," Luke said. Jackie ordered as usual, and Cindy cooed back at him. They studied each other carefully, and Luke sensed something going on. Jackie asked if they'd heard from Ricky. "Not lately," Luke said. Jackie said Ricky was tough. He'd be all right. Then he lit a cigarette and asked if they were wet out there. "Soaked," Luke said. Cindy brought chocolate ice cream and coffee. Jackie said they were predicting rain for 2 more weeks. Cindy complained that all people talked about was the weather. Jackie said there wasn't anything else to talk about if you were farming. Cindy tossed her towel and walked off, declaring only a fool would farm. Jackie agreed. She was probably right about that. Luke agreed with Jackie, probably so. Jackie asked if his daddy was going up north. Luke played dumb, asking where. Flint. Jackie said some of the boys were already making calls to get on at the Buick plant, but jobs were tight this year, couldn't take as many, so folks were scrambling. Cotton was shot to hell again. Another good rain, and the river would be over the banks. Most farmers would be lucky to make half a crop. Kind of silly, wasn't it? Farm like crazy for 6 months, lose everything, then run up north to work and bring back cash to pay debts, then plant another crop. Luke asked if Jackie was going. Thinking about it, Jackie said he was too young to get stuck on a farm for the rest of his life. Luke agreed. Me too. They sipped coffee in silence, contemplating the foolishness of farming. Jackie brought up the big hillbilly who'd taken off. Luke had a mouthful of ice cream and just nodded. Jackie hoped they'd catch him, wanted to see him go to trial, get what was coming. He'd already told Stick Powers he'd be a witness. He'd seen the whole thing. Other folks were coming out now, telling Stick what really happened. The hillbilly didn't have to kill that Cisco boy. Luke shoveled in another scoop and kept nodding. He'd learned to shut up and look stupid when Hank Sproul came up. Cindy was back, shuffling behind the counter, humming and wiping things. Jackie forgot about Hank and asked if Luke was about finished, eyeing his ice cream. He and Cindy had something to discuss. Luke said he was just about done, finished the last bit, said goodbye, and went to Pop and Pearl's, hoping to learn more about the telephone call. Pearl was alone by the register, reading glasses on her nose, her gaze meeting his the second he walked in. She missed nothing. It was said she could identify every truck that passed, and the farmer driving it, even how long since he'd been to town. She asked where Eli was. He stayed home, Luke said, eyeing the Tootsie Rolls. She pointed and told him to have one. He thanked her, asked where Pop was in the back. Just you and your parents, huh? Yes, ma'am. She hadn't seen them. They buying groceries? Yes, ma'am. And he thought his dad needed to borrow a phone. That stopped her cold as she considered all the reasons for a call. He unwrapped the Tootsie Roll. She asked who he was calling. Luke didn't know. Pity the poor soul who borrowed Pearl's phone and wanted privacy. She'd know more than the person on the other end. She asked if they were wet out there. Pretty wet, Luke said. She observed that it was such bad land anyway. Seemed like the Chandlers, Latchers, and Jeters always got flooded first. She glanced out the window, shaking her head at another bleak harvest. Luke had never seen a flood, at least not one he remembered, so he had nothing to say. The weather had dampened everyone's spirits, including Pearl's. Another gloomy winter was coming. He mentioned he'd heard some people were going up north. She'd heard that too. They were lining up jobs in case the rain stayed. He asked who was going. She hadn't heard, but her tone told him she had the latest gossip. The farmers had probably used her phone. He thanked her and left. The sidewalks were empty. Nice to have the town to himself on Saturdays. You could hardly walk. He caught a glimpse of his parents in the hardware store and went to investigate. They were buying paint, 5 one-gallon buckets of white Pittsburgh paint lined up on the counter with 2 new brushes. The clerk was totaling the charges. His mother stood straight and proud beside his father, and it was obvious she'd pushed for the paint. She smiled down at him with satisfaction. The clerk announced the total $14.80. His father started counting bills. The clerk offered to put it on their account. No, his mother said Pappy would have a heart attack if he saw that much for paint on a statement. They hauled it to the truck. The buckets lined the back porch like soldiers. Under his mother's supervision, his father moved the scaffold to the northeast corner, letting Luke paint from bottom almost to roofline. He'd turned the first corner. Trot would have been proud. Another gallon was opened. Luke unwrapped one of the new brushes, working the bristles 5 inches wide, much heavier than Trot's. His parents went to the garden, leaving him alone. The investment added weight to his mission. The house would be painted entirely, whether Pappy liked it or not, and the bulk of the labor would be his. But there was no hurry. If floods came, he'd paint when it wasn't raining. If they finished the crop, he'd have all winter. The house had never been painted in 50 years. Where was the urgency? After 30 minutes he was tired, hearing his parents talk in the garden. There were 2 more brushes sitting on the porch. Why couldn't they help? That the brush was heavy. He kept strokes short, slow, neat, as his mother had cautioned, don't let it drip, don't let it run. After an hour he needed a break, facing such a mammoth project. He began to think ill of Trot for dumping it on him. He'd painted a third of one side, then fled. Maybe Pappy was right, the house didn't need painting. Hank was the reason he'd laughed at Luke and insulted his family because the house was unpainted. Trot had risen to his defense. He and Tally conspiring to start this project, not knowing the bulk would fall on Luke's shoulders. He heard voices behind him. Miguel, Luis, and Rico had walked up, eyeing him with curiosity. He smiled and exchanged buenas tardes. They moved closer, puzzled why the smallest Chandler had been given such a large task. Luke kept painting, inching along. Miguel inspected the unopened gallons and brushes on the porch. "Can we play?" he asked. What a wonderful idea. 2 more gallons were opened. Luke gave Miguel his brush within seconds. Luis and Rico were on the scaffold, bare feet hanging, painting as if they'd done it all their lives. Miguel started on the back porch. The other 6 Mexicans sat in the grass watching. Gran heard the noise, stepped outside, wiping her hands, looked at Luke, laughed, and went back to her strawberry preserves. The Mexicans, idle and restless from days trapped inside the barn by the relentless rain, seized upon the painting project with genuine enthusiasm. With no truck to carry them to town, no radio, and nothing to read, Luke suspected. Some of them might not even know how they had been reduced to rolling dice in their spare time, a pastime they'd abandoned the instant any of the Chandlers came near. Now, with brushes in hand, they had a purpose. The six without tools became a chorus of advisors, their suggestions flying fast and thick, often so uproarious that the painters themselves would double over, unable to continue, the air filled with their rapid-fire Spanish calls, laughs, and arguments all layered together. A strange competition arose around who would get to hold the brushes next, and through the good-natured ribbing and occasional scolding, a rough system emerged. Roberto appointed himself the expert, strutting behind the painters with theatrical gravity, dispensing advice and corrections particularly to Pablo and Pepe as the brushes passed from hand to hand, the work moving forward. Luke sat in the shade of a tree with the others, watching the white spread across the back porch. He saw Pappy return on the tractor, park near the tool shed, and pause to observe from a distance. His grandfather circled wide to the front of the house, and Luke could not read his expression. Nor, he realized, did it matter much. There was no life in Pappy's movements, no energy. He was just another broken farmer, watching his crop drown. Then Luke's parents emerged from the garden, their baskets overflowing. His mother remarked with amused surprise that he'd managed to find himself some help, comparing him to some Tom Sawyer, a story she promised to explain later. They set the baskets down well away from the wet paint and went inside, joining the other adults in the kitchen. Luke imagined they were talking about him and his crew. Gran appeared a moment later with a tray of iced tea, and the Mexicans set down their brushes gratefully. They drank and thanked her, then immediately resumed their arguments over who would take up the brushes next. Through the afternoon, the sun and clouds fought for control. Brief moments of bright, warm light would raise hopes that the weather might finally be turning, and everyone would pause to glance skyward, willing the clouds to depart for good at least until spring. But the shadows always returned, the air cooling again. The clouds were winning, and Luke knew it. The Mexicans would be leaving soon, just as the Spruills had. No one could be expected to stay on idle and unpaid while the rain kept falling. By late afternoon, the paint was gone. The rear of the house, including the porch, gleamed with a bright, clean white that made the old brown boards at the corner look even more tired and weathered. Luke thanked the Mexicans, who laughed their way back to the barn, already planning their tortillas and an early night, hoping for a dry day to pick again. Luke sat alone in the cool grass, studying their work, reluctant to go inside. The adults were too worried to pretend otherwise. He felt a familiar loneliness press, and he wanted a brother, someone his own age to play with and scheme with. He was so tired of being the only child, and despite all his efforts, he still missed Tally. He tried to hate her, but it never worked. Pappy walked around the corner, examining the new paint with an unreadable expression. He said nothing about it, instead announcing that they should ride down to the creek. Luke followed him to the tractor, and they set off, bouncing along the field road. Water stood everywhere the tractor had ever rolled, and they splashed through mud that deepened with each turn of the wheels. The cotton stalks sagged under the weight of the rain, their bowls sodden and bent by the wind. They turned north onto a trail. Luke recognized the same path he'd walked with Tally, and pushed toward the creek. Water rose around them, slapping the front tires, and Pappy finally stopped, pointing toward a thicket where the stream had already overrun its banks. The water was spreading across their lower 40 acres, seeping between the rows of cotton, heading for the gentle slope that led up toward the house. Pappy killed the engine, and they sat in the growing dark, listening to the sound of the flood. This was it, Luke realized. A real flood, one he'd heard about his whole life but never truly seen. The stories had always seemed like tall tales, but now the water was here, and no one knew where it would stop. He remembered the story of Noah and the rainbow god's promise never to flood the earth again, and wondered how that could be happening now. They hadn't seen a rainbow in weeks. Pappy had been down here 3 times already, watching and waiting. When Luke asked when the flooding had started, his grandfather shrugged, uncertain. The St. Francis was too full. There was nowhere for the water to go. They watched the current rise over the front tires. Luke wanted to head back, but Pappy was transfixed, his fears confirmed in the muddy spread before him. Luke thought back to the spring, the plowing, the planting, the long summer days of chopping cotton, the hope that bloomed with the July crop. All of it, every scrap of labor and money and planning, was now being swallowed by the river. They waited until the water crept halfway up the tires. Then Pappy finally started the engine. The light was almost gone by sunrise. The lower 40 would be lost. Supper that night passed in a heavy silence. No one able to find words, not even Gran. Luke pushed his butter beans around his plate, wondering what his father was thinking about their impossible crop loan, and noticing that his mother seemed almost relieved, as if the disaster handed her a reason to push harder for escape. The flood, for all its terror, at least had the virtue of crowding out worse thoughts. Hank, Tally, cowboy. He kept his mouth shut. After supper, his mother announced they'd start a nightly routine of reading and writing to prepare for school. Luke, who secretly longed to return to the classroom, didn't protest. She corrected his handwriting and remarked on how much practice he needed. He joked that it was from picking so much cotton. Later, alone with her in Ricky's room, she whispered that she had a secret. Could he keep it from everyone, even Pappy and Gran? He assured her he could, if she only knew what he was already carrying, and she leaned closer, ready to tell him. Luke's mother leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, and told him that she and his father were planning to go up north. When Luke asked about himself, she assured him he would be coming too, a relief. She explained that his father had already spoken to Jimmy Dale, who could secure a job at the Buick plant in Flint, Michigan, where the money was good. They wouldn't stay forever, she said, but his father needed steady work. Luke wondered about Pappy and Gran, and she said they would never leave the farm. They would keep farming, somehow, even without them. Luke felt a knot of mixed emotions. He wanted his parents to be happy. His mother would never find contentment on the farm, especially under her in-law's roof, and he certainly didn't want to be a farmer. His future with the Cardinals felt secure, but the thought of leaving the only home he'd ever known unsettled him deeply. Life without Pappy and Gran was impossible to imagine. She promised it would be exciting, an adventure, and asked him to trust her. He asked if it was cold up there, and she corrected his grammar before describing snowy winter snowmen, snow ice cream, a white Christmas. He remembered Jimmy Dale's stories of Tigers games and better schools, but also the unpleasant memory of Stacy's nasal voice. He asked if people up north talked funny, and she admitted they did, but said they'd adjust. If they didn't like it, they could always come back to Arkansas, or somewhere else in the South. Luke declared he didn't want to see Stacy again, and his mother agreed. She told him to think it over, reminded him it was their secret, tucked him in, and turned off the light. One more piece of news to store away. The next morning, Pappy finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth, and looked out the window. With enough light to see, he announced they should go take a look. The family followed him across the wet yard toward the barn, Luke bundled in a sweater, his boots quickly soaked by the grass. They stopped at the edge of the nearest field, staring into the distance toward Siler's Creek, nearly a mile away. 40 acres of cotton lay before them, half their land, and with it, floodwaters of unknown depth. Pappy walked between 2 rows of cotton, disappearing until only his shoulders and hat were visible. He would stop when he found the water's edge. If he walked far enough, maybe the creek hadn't done as much damage as they feared. Perhaps it was retreating, and the sun would come out, and something could still be salvaged. At about 60 feet out the distance from the pitcher's mound to home plate, he stopped and looked down. They couldn't see the ground from where they stood, but they knew the creek was still advancing. Pappy called back that there were already 2 inches of water. The field was flooding faster than anyone had expected, and given the men's talent for pessimism, that was saying something. Gran wrung her hands and said it had never happened in October. The Mexicans gathered in a silent watching group, their mood as somber as a funeral. Everyone moved forward: Luke's father, then Gran and his mother, and finally Luke, with the Mexicans fanning out behind all of them, staring at the thick brown overflow spreading through the field. Luke broke off a piece of cotton stalk and stuck it in the ground at the water's edge. Within a minute, the current had swallowed it. They retreated slowly. Pappy and Luke's father talked with Miguel and the Mexicans, who were ready to leave, either to go home or to find another farm where the cotton could still be picked. They decided Pappy would take them to the back 40, where the ground was higher, to try picking there. The cotton was wet, but if the sun broke through, they might manage 100 pounds each. Luke's father would go to town again and check with the co-op about finding another farm for the Mexicans, better land in the northeastern part of the county, away from creeks and the river. In the kitchen, Gran dismissed the idea of picking the soaked cotton as a waste of time. Luke's father heard her but didn't argue. He said they'd try to move the Mexicans to another farm. Luke asked if he could go to town, eager to escape the prospect of dragging a picking sack through mud and water. His mother agreed, adding that they needed paint. Gran disapproved of spending money on paint when they were losing a crop, but the house was half finished, a stark contrast of white and weathered brown. His father seemed uneasy about the expense, but allowed Luke to go. His mother stayed behind to put up okra. Luke was relieved: no cotton picking, just a ride to town and maybe candy or ice cream. He was the only happy Chandler. At the bridge, the St. Francis appeared swollen and dangerous. Luke asked if it was safe, and his father said he hoped so. They crept across, too afraid to look down, the bridge shaking under the weight of the truck. If they lost the bridge, they'd be isolated. Even the Latchers would be better off. They lived on the other side, closer to town. As they passed the Latchers' land, his father said their house was flooded, their crops certainly gone. In town, some Mexicans were still working, but fewer than before. Luke's father stopped at the co-op, where grim farmers sat drinking coffee and talking about their troubles. He gave Luke a nickel for a Coke and joined them. When asked about their cotton, his father admitted they might salvage a little. The creek had come over the banks the night before, and moved more than half a mile by sunrise. The lower 40 was already gone. The farmers fell silent, pitying the Chandlers. Luke hated farming even more. Someone asked about the river, and Luke's father said it was holding for now but not for long. Others reported similar losses, creeks backing up all over, putting pressure on the St. Francis. Luke's father asked if anyone needed Mexicans. He had 9 of them with nothing to do, ready to head home. When one of the farmers asked about the missing 10th Mexican, Luke's father answered that he was long gone, and they hadn't had time to worry about him. Someone mentioned that Riggs knew farmers north of Blytheville who would take the Mexicans, and when Luke's father asked where Riggs was, the reply was that he'd be back soon. The conversation shifted to the hill, people leaving in droves, and the exodus of labor confirmed what everyone already feared: the crops were finished. The mood in the back of the co-op grew even more oppressive, and Luke slipped away to find Pearl and perhaps coax a Tootsie Roll from her. But Pop and Pearl's store was closed, a first for Luke. A sign posted hours 9 to 6 on weekdays, 9 to 9 on Saturdays, closed Sundays. Mr. Sparky Dillon, the mechanic from the Texaco station, told him the store wouldn't open until 9. It was only 8:20. Luke had never been in Black Oak so early. He looked up and down Main Street, uncertain where to go next, and decided on the drugstore with its soda fountain. As he walked toward it, he heard traffic: 2 trucks approaching from the south, clearly hill people heading home, their belongings stacked high and strapped to the frames. The family in the first truck could have been the Spruels, teenagers squatting on an old mattress, gazing sadly at the stores as they passed. The second truck was cleaner, its boxes and burlap bags packed more neatly. A small child waved from the woman's lap, and Luke waved back. He recalled Gran's observation that some hill people had nicer homes than they did, and he wondered why they ever left the Ozarks to pick cotton. He spotted his father entering the hardware store and followed him inside. 4 gallons of white Pittsburgh paint sat on the counter near the back. Luke thought of the Pittsburgh Pirates, who had finished last again. Their only great player, Ralph Kinner, had hit 37 home runs. Someday Luke would play there, wearing cardinal red and crushing the Pirates. With the Mexicans about to leave, it made sense to buy more paint now and use their free labor. Otherwise, the entire project would fall back on him. He whispered to his father that 4 gallons wasn't enough, but his father frowned and said it would have to do. The clerk announced the total $10 plus 36 cents tax. Luke's father pulled out a thin roll of bills and counted slowly, stopping at 10. Short on cash, he faked a laugh and said he'd pay the tax next time. The clerk agreed, and they carried the paint to the truck. With Mr. Riggs back at the co-op, Luke's father went to discuss moving the Mexicans. Luke returned to the hardware store and asked the clerk how much 2 more gallons would cost. $5, he was told. Luke pulled out his own money and handed over 5 bills. The clerk hesitated, asking if he'd earned it picking cotton and if his father knew what he was doing. Luke confirmed both, and the clerk reluctantly took the money, adding 18 cents tax. Luke paid with a $1 bill, had the clerk deduct the 36 cents his father owed, and pocketed the change. 2 more gallons were loaded onto the truck. Luke stood on the sidewalk, watching over the paint as if someone might steal it. Next door, Mr. Lynch Thornton unlocked the post office. Luke walked over, keeping an eye on the truck. He knew Mr. Thornton was a cranky man, rumored to have a wife with a whiskey problem, scandalous for a woman in their dry county. Luke remembered Ricky's talk of beer and worried about his soul. He wanted to ask Mr. Thornton how to mail his 3-page letter to Ricky without anyone knowing, but he still wasn't sure he should send it with all the Latcher baby details inside. Mr. Thornton, adjusting his visor, barely looked up and asked if Luke was the Chandler boy. Luke said yes. The postmaster disappeared and returned with 2 letters, one from Ricky. Luke took them and ran back to the truck, clutching the letters. The other was from the John Deere place. He studied Ricky's envelope, addressed to the family, with a return address full of confusing numbers and a San Diego postmark. Ricky was alive and writing nothing else mattered. His father found him, and they sat in the doorway of the dry goods store reading every word. Ricky wrote that his unit had seen little action frustrating for him, but a relief to them. He mentioned rumors of a ceasefire and talk of being home by Christmas. The last paragraph was sobering. A buddy from Texas, same age, killed by a landmine. Ricky planned to visit his friend's mother when he got home. Luke's father folded the letter and tucked it away. They got in the truck and left town. Home by Christmas. Luke couldn't imagine a finer gift. Back at the farm, his father unloaded the paint and counted, then turned to Luke, puzzled. There were 6 gallons. Luke explained he'd bought 2 and paid the tax with his picking money. His father seemed uncertain how to respond, then finally said it was fair enough. He decided to check on Pappy and the Mexicans at the back 40, leaving Luke to start painting the west side. Luke wanted to work alone, to appear outmatched so the Mexicans would take pity on him. They returned at noon, muddy and tired, with little to show for their morning. Pappy told Gran the cotton was too wet. After lunch, Luke returned to his work, watching the barn, waiting for the Mexicans to emerge. Lunch was over, their tortillas long finished. Surely their siestas were done. They knew the house was half painted. Why wouldn't they come help? He didn't notice the sky darkening until Pappy and Gran stepped onto the porch and warned him it might rain. He cleaned his brush and stored the paint, then sat with them, listening to the low rumble of thunder in the southwest, waiting for more rain. The next morning, after a late breakfast, the family repeated their new ritual, walking across the rain-soaked grass to the edge of the cotton field, where they found not rainwater but the same thick floodwater from the creek, standing 3 inches deep and poised to spread beyond the field toward the barn, tool shed, chicken coops, and eventually, the house. The cotton stalks leaned permanently eastward, bent by the previous night's wind, their boles sagging under the weight of water. Luke asked Pappy if the house would flood. His grandfather shook his head, placing an arm around his shoulders, and assured him the water had never reached the house, come close a few times, but the house sat 3 feet above where they stood. Luke's father mentioned that the barn had flooded once, the year after Luke was born. Gran, never missing a date, confirmed it was 1946, but in May, 2 weeks after planting. The morning was cool and windy, with high thin clouds and little chance of rain, a perfect day for painting if Luke could find help. The Mexicans drifted nearby but didn't approach. They would be leaving soon, perhaps within hours, to be hauled to the co-op and picked up by a farmer with drier land. Luke had overheard the adults discussing this over coffee before sunrise, and he'd nearly panicked. 9 Mexicans could paint the west side in less than a day. It would take him a month. There was no time to be timid. As the family retreated, Luke broke away and approached the Mexicans, greeting them in Spanish. They responded in kind. He walked with them until he was out of earshot of his parents, then asked if they wanted to paint. Miguel translated, and the group smiled. 10 minutes later, 3 paint buckets were open, and the Mexicans were swarming over the west side of the house, fighting over brushes while another crew rigged a scaffold. Luke pointed and gave instructions that no one seemed to hear. Miguel and Roberto issued their own commands in Spanish, both languages equally ignored. His mother and Gran watched through the kitchen window as they washed dishes. Pappy retreated to the tool shed, and his father went on a long walk, likely surveying the damage and pondering their next move. The Mexicans worked with urgency, joking and laughing, but moving twice as fast as 2 days earlier, wasting no time. Brushes changed hands every half hour, keeping the workers fresh. By mid-morning they'd reached halfway to the front porch. Luke stayed out of the way, knowing the free labor was temporary and that soon he'd be left alone to finish. His mother brought iced tea and cookies, but the painting didn't stop. Those resting under the tree ate first, then relieved the painters. She whispered to Luke, asking if he had enough paint. He said no. She returned to the kitchen. Before lunch, the west side was finished, a thick, shiny coat sparkling in the intermittent sun. 1 gallon remained. Luke led Miguel to the east side, where Trot had begun a month earlier, and pointed to an unpainted strip he couldn't reach. Miguel barked orders, and the crew moved to that side. Pep and Luis, the smallest, balanced on the shoulders of Pablo and Roberto, the heaviest, to paint below the roofline, drawing endless jokes from the others. When the paint ran out, Luke shook hands with each of them, thanking them profusely. They laughed and chattered all the way back to the barn. The sun was out, the temperature rising, yet the floodwaters remained in sight, advancing even as the sun shone, a strange and unsettling sight. Luke inspected their work. The back and both sides of the house looked nearly new. Only the front remained, and he knew he could finish it himself. His mother called him to lunch, then stood with him to admire the job. She asked how much paint was left. None. How much would the front need? He guessed 4 or 5 gallons. She didn't want him spending his money, but he insisted it was his to spend. When she mentioned his Cardinals jacket, he admitted he'd lost sleep over it, but now it seemed less important. Maybe Santa would bring one. She smiled and said maybe so. At lunch, Pappy gave thanks without mentioning the weather or crops. Then Luke's father grimly announced that the backwaters had begun trickling across the main field road into the back 40. The news was absorbed in silence. They were numb to bad news. Later, the Mexicans gathered around the truck with their small sacks of belongings ready to leave. Luke shook hands with each one, saying goodbye. He'd hoped to ride to town, but his father sternly told him to help his mother in the garden instead. He watched them drive away, the Mexicans waving sadly as they looked back at the farm for the last time. They were headed north of Blytheville, to a larger farm where they might work for a few more weeks, weather permitting, before returning to Mexico. Food now became the urgent concern, food for a long winter following a bad crop. If they didn't grow it, they wouldn't eat it. Gran was in the kitchen canning purple hull peas as fast as she could. Luke's mother, barefoot and muddy to her ankles, waited for him in the garden. He complained that he'd wanted to go to town. She apologized, explaining they had to hurry before more rain ruined the greens. He asked if they'd buy more paint. She said maybe tomorrow. He fell to the ground and attacked the turnips, soon covered in mud himself. He pulled and picked for 2 hours, then cleaned the vegetables at the washtub while Gran cooked and packed them away. The farm was quiet now. No thunder, no spruels, no Mexicans, just the Chandlers, alone against the elements. Luke kept telling himself life would be better when Ricky came home, when he'd have someone to play with and talk to. His mother hauled another basket of greens to the porch, then cleaned herself off. She couldn't stand being dirty, a trait she'd tried to pass on to him. She suggested they go to the barn. They visited Isabel the milk cow, then climbed to the hayloft, where the Mexicans had stayed. The loft was as clean and neat as the day they'd arrived, the pillows and blankets stacked near the fan his mother had brought, the electrical line his father had run. She had treated them with respect, and they'd returned it. They shoved open the loft door and sat on the ledge, their feet dangling. 30 feet up, they had the best view of the farm, the St. Francis tree line to the west, and straight ahead, the water from Siler's Creek spreading across the back field. In places, the water nearly reached the tops of the cotton stalks. They could see the flood advancing between the rows, creeping toward the barn and seeping into the back 40. If the St. Francis left its banks, the house would be in danger. Luke said he guessed they were done picking. His mother agreed, sounding just a little sad. He asked why their land flooded so quickly. She explained it was low and close to the Riverport land that would never be good, one reason they were leaving. There wasn't much of a future there. They were going north, where the jobs were. His father would work at the Buick plant with Jimmy Dale, making $3 an hour. They'd stay until they'd save some money. Luke didn't want to go to a new school, but she promised it would be fun, big, nice schools up north. Change was difficult but exciting, an adventure. If he wanted to play for the Cardinals, he'd have to leave home eventually. He conceded it sounded pretty good. Their bare feet swung gently in the breeze. The trees along the field were turning yellow and crimson, leaves falling. She said they couldn't stay there. When they came back, they wouldn't farm. They'd find jobs in Memphis or Little Rock, buy a house with a television and telephone, a nice car, and he could play baseball on a real team with uniforms. He agreed it sounded good. Luke's mother promised they would always come back to visit Pappy, Gran, and Ricky. It would be a new life, she said, one far better than this, and she nodded toward the drowning cotton in the field. Luke thought of his Memphis cousins, city kids with nicer clothes and quicker tongues, who rarely visited except for funerals and Thanksgiving. He didn't particularly like them, but he envied them. They weren't rude or snobbish, just different enough to make him uneasy. He decided that when he lived in a city, he would never act superior to anyone. Then his mother whispered that she had another secret. Luke's troubled mind could barely hold another one. She told him she was going to have a baby next summer. He smiled. Despite himself, he enjoyed being an only child, but the truth was he wanted someone to play with. He asked if it could be a boy, and she said she'd try but made no promises. He told her he'd like a little brother. She asked if he was excited, and he said yes, then asked if his father knew. His father was in on the deal, and very happy. As they sat in the loft, Luke felt an urge to unload one of his old secrets. Since they were on the subject of babies, he announced he knew all about how they were born. His mother was intrigued, and he began the story, carefully blaming Tally for everything that might get him in trouble. As the tale unfolded, the midnight escape, the window, the labor, his mother's eyes danced with disbelief. She kept saying, "Luke, you didn't," and she was hooked. He embellished a little for tension but stuck to the facts. She asked if he'd seen her in the window, and he admitted he had Gran and Mrs. Latcher too. He hadn't seen Libby, but they'd certainly heard her. He asked if labor always hurt that much. She said not always, and urged him to continue. He spared no detail, describing their frantic race back to the farm with headlights in pursuit. His mother clutched his elbow, amazed. They'd had no idea. He'd barely beaten them home. Pappy was still snoring. She was too tired to check on him, which was lucky. He'd slept only 2 hours before Pappy woke him for the fields. She couldn't believe he'd done it, but she was too caught up in the story to scold properly. He insisted it was fun, and that Tally had made him do it. She told him not to blame Tally. He admitted he wouldn't have done it without her. She asked how often they roamed at night. He said that was probably it. She asked if he liked Tally. He said yes. She was his friend. He hoped she was happy, and he missed her. When he asked if they'd ever see Tally up north, his mother said no. Those cities had millions of people. He thought about the Cardinals and Stan Musial and realized he was headed north anyway. Why not leave a few years early? He conceded he'd go. She promised it would be fun. When Pappy and Luke's father returned from town, they looked utterly defeated, their labor and cotton soaked, No hands to work the fields even if the sun came out. Pappy went inside, and Luke's father unloaded 2 gallons of paint onto the front porch without a word, then headed to the barn. 2 gallons wouldn't paint the front. Luke was irritated, then realized why his father didn't have the money. They'd paid the Mexicans, and there was nothing left. Luke felt rotten for having kept the painting alive, for pushing the project and forcing his father to spend what little they had. He stared at the 2 buckets and tears came to his eyes. He hadn't realized how broke they were. His father had poured everything into the soil for 6 months and had nothing to show for it. Luke had decided the house should be painted, and though his intentions were good, he felt awful. He got his brush, opened a can, and began the final phase, wiping tears with his left hand as he painted. The first frost would kill what was left of the garden, usually in mid-October, though the almanac had already missed its prediction twice. With no cotton to pick, the garden got their full attention. All 5 of them marched to it after breakfast, certain the frost was coming that night or the next. For a miserable hour Luke pulled black-eyed peas while Pappy, who hated garden work more than Luke did, picked butter beans with commendable effort. Gran helped with the last tomatoes, and his father hauled baskets under his mother's supervision. Luke asked if he could go paint his father, told him to ask his mother. She said he could after 1 more basket of peas. The garden was being harvested like never before by noon. There wouldn't be a stray bean anywhere. Luke returned to the solitude of house painting, a job he preferred over all others except operating a road grader, which he couldn't do yet. After watching the Mexicans, he'd improved his technique, applying the paint as thinly as possible to stretch the 2 gallons. By mid-morning 1 bucket was empty. His mother and Gran were in the kitchen washing and canning. He didn't hear the man approach, but when he coughed, Luke jerked around and dropped his brush. It was Mr. Latcher, wet and muddy from the waist down, barefoot, shirt torn. He'd obviously walked from their place. He asked for Mr. Chandler. Luke ran to find his father, who emerged from the garden and hurried over. Gran and Luke's mother appeared on the porch. Something was very wrong. Mr. Latcher said the water was up in their house. They had to get out. He asked if they could help. They had nowhere to go. Gran instantly took charge, assuring him they would help. She sent Luke to find Pappy, who was in the tool shed puttering with an old tractor battery, and everyone gathered by the truck to formulate a plan. Pappy asked if they could drive up to the house, but Mr. Latcher said no. The water was waist-deep down their road, already on the porch and 6 inches inside the house. Luke couldn't imagine all those Latcher kids in a place with half a foot of floodwater. Gran asked about Libby and the baby, unable to contain herself. Mr. Latcher said Libby was fine but the baby was sick. Luke's father said they'd need a boat. Jeter kept one at Cocklebur Slough, and Pappy assumed he wouldn't mind if they borrowed it. The men discussed the rescue logistics, but no one mentioned where the Latchers would go once they were saved. Gran took charge, telling Mr. Latcher they could stay in the loft. It was clean, the Mexicans had just left, and there would be warm beds and plenty of food. Luke was horrified. Pappy looked at her. Luke's father glanced over and studied his feet. Hungry Latchers in the barn, a sick baby crying all night, their food given away. Luke was furious with Gran for making such an offer without consulting anyone. Then he looked at Mr. Latcher, lips trembling, eyes wet, clutching his hat, so ashamed he couldn't meet anyone's gaze. Luke had never seen a poorer, more broken man. His mother's eyes were wet too, and his father, though not crying, was clearly moved. Luke's hard heart melted. Gran ordered them to get moving, and they sprang into action. As she walked away, she pulled Pappy aside and whispered to bring Libby and the baby first, a direct order he acknowledged with a nod. Luke hopped into the back of the truck with Mr. Latcher, who squatted silently. They stopped at the bridge, where Luke's father got out to find Jeter's boat and floated downstream. They crossed over, turned onto the Latcher's road, and went less than 100 feet before hitting a quagmire. Mr. Latcher waded through mud and water to tell his family they were coming, warning them to watch for snakes as he disappeared. They returned to the river to wait. Sitting on a log, Luke decided it was time to tell Pappy a secret, swearing him to secrecy first. He recounted the night of voices in the front yard, the Spruills arguing, Hank leaving, and Luke following, ending up trailing both Hank and Cowboy. He pointed to the center of the bridge where they'd fought. Pappy listened, astonished. Luke described the fight in vivid detail and said Hank had landed in the river and never come up. When Luke described his encounter with Cowboy on the road near the house, Pappy cursed under his breath and said Luke should have told him then. Luke admitted he'd been too scared. Pappy paced, muttering that Cowboy had murdered their son and stolen their daughter. Luke asked what they would do. Pappy said he'd think about it. Luke asked if Hank would float to the top. Pappy said no, Cowboy had gutted him. His body sank, probably eaten by channel cats. Sickening as it was, Luke felt relieved he'd never have to see Hank again. He asked if he'd done anything wrong. Pappy said no. Would he tell anyone? No. It would be their secret, one they'd take to their graves. Mr. and Mrs. Sproul wouldn't be told. What they didn't know wouldn't hurt them. Gran wouldn't know either, just the two of them. Luke's father arrived in Jeter's flat-bottom John boat, navigating with a paddle. They lifted it to the truck and drove back to the Latchers Road, launching into the floodwaters. The adults paddled while Luke watched the ruined cotton pass by. The water deepened. The wind pushed them into the cotton, and both Pappy and Luke's father shook their heads at the sky. Every Latcher was on the porch, waiting in fear. The front steps were submerged, the porch covered with a foot of water. They maneuvered the boat to the house, where Mr. Latcher pulled them in, chest deep. Luke saw the frightened faces, ragged clothes, skinny bodies, some smiling, which made him feel important. Libby stepped forward with the baby wrapped in a blanket. Luke had never seen her before, and was struck by her beauty. Light brown hair pulled tight, pale blue eyes, tall and thin. She sat beside him in the boat, and he introduced himself. She smiled, and said she was Libby. Her baby, tiny and wrinkled, was asleep. Rayford came aboard, sitting as far from Luke as possible. Percy hid on the porch. 2 more children got in, then Mr. Latcher jumped in, promising to be back for the others. The rain hit hard, the wind shifted. Pappy and Luke's father paddled furiously but barely moved. Mr. Latcher jumped into the water, vanished, then surfaced chest deep, grabbing a rope to pull them. The wind blew them into the cotton, so Luke's father got out and pushed from behind. Mr. Latcher warned again about snakes. Libby whispered that Percy had almost been bitten by one that floated onto the porch. Luke asked the baby's name. She said he didn't have one yet. She asked when Ricky was coming home and if he was okay. Luke said he didn't know and that Ricky was fine. She seemed anxious for news, and Luke found it not unpleasant to sit next to such a pretty girl who wanted to whisper to him. As they neared the road, the water shallowed and the boat hit mud. They scrambled out, loaded the Latchers into the truck, and Pappy drove off. Luke stayed with his father as they turned the boat around for the return trip. The wind was fierce, the rain turning to cold pellets. At the house, Mr. Latcher pulled the boat in again, yelling instructions. A small child was handed down, almost dropped by a gust. Percy thrust a broom handle to help pull the boat back. Luke helped the remaining 4 children aboard as his father urged him to steady the boat. Mrs. Latcher threw in a burlap sack of belongings, landing at Luke's feet. A shoeless little girl clung to his leg, freezing, and whispered thanks through tears. Mrs. Latcher climbed in, and they headed back. The return was slower, the men pushing against the wind and water. At the mud, Luke's father tied the boat to a fence post, and they trudged through mud and rain to the river. The Latcher children were terrified of the bridge, bawling as they crossed, clinging to their parents. Halfway across, Luke noticed that Mrs. Latcher, like her children, had no shoes. On the other side, Pappy was coming for them. Gran and Luke's mother were waiting on the back porch, directing the Latchers to a pile of clothes. They stripped down, some modestly, others not, and dressed in Chandler hand-me-downs. Then they were ushered into the kitchen where Gran had prepared sausage, country ham, biscuits, and bowls of vegetables. The Latchers packed around the table, silent for the most part, whether from shame, relief, or hunger, Luke couldn't tell. They passed the bowls and occasionally thanked one another. Luke watched from a doorway while Pappy and his father sat on the front porch, sipping coffee and watching the rain dwindle. With the Latchers settled into their meal, the Chandler family drifted to the living room, where Gran had built a fire. The 5 of them sat close to it, listening to the muted voices and the rattle of knives and forks from the kitchen. The Latchers were warm, safe, and no longer hungry. Luke found it impossible to dislike them anymore. They were just people like them, born into the misfortune of sharecropping. He felt ashamed of his earlier scorn. Besides, he was quite taken with Libby, and found himself hoping she liked him too. Their satisfaction was shattered when the baby erupted from somewhere in the house. Gran jumped up and disappeared into the kitchen, telling the Latchers to finish their lunch while she tended to him. No one at the table moved. That baby had been crying since the night he was born, and they were used to it. The Chandlers, however, were not. The wailing continued through the rest of the meal. Gran walked the floor with him for an hour, while the others moved the Latchers into the loft. Libby returned to check on the baby, who was still bawling. The rain had stopped, so Luke's mother took him for a walk, but the outdoors did nothing to soothe him. Luke had never heard anything cry so violently for so long. By mid-afternoon they were all rattled. Gran tried her home remedies, which only made things worse. Libby rocked the baby in the swing. Gran sang as she waltzed. Luke's mother walked the floor. Nothing worked. Pappy and Luke's father had long since fled. Luke wanted to hide in the silo. Gran declared it the worst case of colic she'd ever seen. Later, while Libby rocked the baby on the front porch, Luke overheard a conversation. It turned out that when he was a baby, he'd had a bad bout of colic. His maternal grandmother, now dead, a town woman who'd lived in a painted house, had given him a few bites of vanilla ice cream, which had stopped the crying immediately and cured it within days. Another time, his parents had driven him to town, and the motion of the truck had put him to sleep. His mother sent him to find his father, took the baby from Libby, who was eager to be rid of it, and they headed for the truck. Luke asked if they were going to town, and his mother said yes. His father pointed out that the baby was supposed to be a secret. If they were spotted with a mysterious baby, the gossip would be unbearable. His mother decided they'd worry about that when they got there. Luke was in the middle, the baby inches from his shoulder. After a brief pause, the baby erupted again, and by the time they reached the river, Luke was ready to throw him out the window. But once over the bridge, the baby grew quiet and fell asleep. His mother smiled knowingly. They whispered plans she would get out at the church, hurry to Pop and Pearl's for ice cream, while they worried about Pearl's suspicion. But Pearl would never guess the ice cream was for an illegitimate baby hidden in their truck. At the church, his mother handed the baby to Luke with strict instructions. As soon as she closed the door, the baby wailed twice, nearly scaring Luke to death. But his father popped the clutch, and they were off. The baby looked at Luke and stopped. Luke told his father not to stop. They drove by the Silent Inn, circled behind the Methodist church and school, and turned onto Main Street. His mother emerged from Pop and Pearl's with a small bag, Pearl trailing behind, chatting. They waved and drove past, and Luke was certain they'd get caught. One shriek and the whole town would know, but the baby stayed quiet. They looped around the gin and returned to the church, where his mother was waiting. As they stopped, the baby's eyes opened, his lip trembled, and Luke thrust him at her, scrambling out of the truck before she could get in. His father demanded to know where he was going. Luke said he needed to buy paint and ran toward the street. The baby cried out. His mother jumped in, and the truck moved on. At the hardware store, Luke asked for 3 gallons of white Pittsburgh paint, but the clerk had only 2 more would come Monday. Luke took them both, paid with $6 bills, and struggled to carry them out. He hid behind a parked car when Pearl appeared on the sidewalk, then spotted the truck approaching. His father stopped, helped him with the paint, and Luke climbed into the back, preferring to ride there away from the baby. As his father got behind the wheel, the baby yelped. The truck lurched forward and the baby quieted. Luke yelled a goodbye to Pearl as they sped past. Libby and Gran were waiting on the front steps. When the truck stopped, the baby started bawling again, and the women rushed into the kitchen to stuff him with ice cream. Luke's father remarked that there wasn't enough gasoline in the county to keep that thing quiet. Fortunately, the ice cream soothed him, and he fell asleep in his mother's arms. The cure was taken as further evidence that the baby was part Chandler, a thought that didn't comfort Luke. Having a barn full of Latchers was not something they'd planned on. While their Christian charity initially comforted them, they soon wondered how long the Latchers would stay. Over supper, Luke asked that very question. Pappy thought they'd leave as soon as the floodwaters receded. No one with self-respect would stay a day longer than necessary. Gran pointed out there was no food left in their house and predicted they'd be there until spring. Luke's father speculated their house couldn't withstand the flood, and they had no truck or transportation. They'd been starving for years and had nowhere else to go. Pappy seemed depressed by this. Luke's mother listened, then noted that the Latchers wouldn't be embarrassed by living in someone else's barn, and she worried about the children's health, education, and spiritual growth. Pappy's prediction was voted down 3-1, 4 if Luke counted his vote. Gran declared they'd survive. They had enough food for everyone all winter. God had given them a bountiful garden for a reason, and Jesus had said to invite the poor and the crippled. Pappy said they'd kill 2 hogs instead of 1, ensuring plenty of meat. The hog killing would come in early December, when the cold kept bacteria at bay. Luke remembered his first hog killing. He'd run behind the house and vomited, but he'd come to look forward to it. If you wanted ham and bacon, you had to kill a hog, but 2 hogs wouldn't be enough to feed 11 Latchers until spring. As they talked, Luke began to dream of heading north. The trip seemed more appealing now. He had sympathy for the Latchers and was proud they'd been rescued, but he couldn't imagine living through the winter with all those little kids running around the farm. He'd be starting school soon. Would the Latchers go with him? Would he be expected to show them around? What would his friends think? The thought filled him with humiliation. Now that the Latchers were living with them, Luke knew it was only a matter of time before the big secret got out. Ricky would be fingered as the father. Pearl would figure out where all the vanilla ice cream was going, and something would leak, ruining them. His father's voice jolted him from his thoughts, asking if he was finished. His plate was clean. Everyone looked at it. He recited his standard lines, asking to be excused, and Gran nodded. He went to the back porch, slamming the screen door behind him, then slipped back into the darkness to a bench by the kitchen door, where he could hear everything. The adults were worried about money. The crop loan would be rolled over until spring. Other bills could be delayed, though Pappy hated writing his creditors. Surviving the winter was urgent. Food wasn't the concern. They needed cash for electricity, gas and oil for the truck, and staples like coffee, flour, and sugar. What if someone got sick or the truck broke down? Gran noted they hadn't given anything to the church that year. Pappy estimated 30% of the crop was still out there in the water. If the weather broke, they might salvage some, but the gin would take most of it. Neither he nor Luke's father was optimistic. They were almost out of cash, barely enough for electricity and gas until Christmas. Luke's father said Jimmy Dale was holding a job for him at the Buick plant, but he couldn't wait long. The wage was $3 an hour, 40 hours a week, with overtime available close to $200 a week. His mother added they'd send home as much as they could. Pappy and Gran went through the motions of protesting, but the decision was made. Luke heard a familiar sound in the distance, the baby, back again, craving vanilla ice cream. He sneaked off the porch, ducked beside the chicken coop, and watched Libby and Mrs. Latcher approach the house as the wailing echoed around the farm. Gran and Luke's mother met them at the back porch, huddled around the baby, and carried him inside. Through the window, Luke saw his father and Pappy scramble for the front porch. With 4 women working on him, the baby quieted in minutes. Libby stepped outside and sat on the edge of the porch. Luke approached and greeted her. She was startled, then invited him to sit beside her. He asked if the baby cried all the time. She said it seemed like it, but she didn't mind he reminded her of Ricky. She asked. When Ricky was coming home, Luke said his last letter mentioned maybe by Christmas, but he wasn't sure. She was visibly excited, and when Luke asked what would happen when Ricky got home, she said they were going to get married. Ricky had promised. Luke didn't want Ricky to marry anyone. Ricky belonged to him, his fishing and baseball buddy, his big brother. Libby called Ricky the sweetest thing, and swore Luke to secrecy. It was their secret. She asked if he could read and write. She could too, but she'd only gone through 4th grade before quitting to help with all the babies. She'd written Ricky a letter about the baby and needed his address and an envelope. Luke hesitated, but liked Libby too much to refuse. He said he had the address and an envelope and would mail it. She hugged him, thanking him, and promised to give him the letter tomorrow. The women brought the baby to the back porch, where Gran rocked him while he slept. Luke's mother and Mrs. Latcher talked about how exhausted he was from all the crying. Luke was soon bored with the baby talk. The next morning, Luke's mother woke him just after sunrise and told him they were leaving tomorrow. She was going to pack, and his father would help him paint the front of the house. It wasn't raining, just cloudy, so he could paint. He asked why they were leaving tomorrow. She said it was time. When he asked when they'd come back, she said she didn't know. He started painting before 7, the grass and house still wet. His father joined him, and they moved the scaffold so he could reach the high places. Mr. Latcher appeared and offered to help, wanting to earn his keep. Luke's father agreed and sent Luke for another brush. Mr. Latcher painted furiously. A crowd of Latcher children gathered to watch, all except Libby and the baby, their faces blank. Pappy called Luke away to ride down to the creek and inspect the flood. Luke protested, but his father told him to go. They rode the tractor through flooded fields until the water was almost over the front wheels, then stopped. Pappy turned off the engine, and they sat in silence for a long time, surrounded by the ruined cotton. Pappy said Luke would be leaving tomorrow. Luke said yes. Pappy said he'd be coming back soon. Luke said yes, though he knew his mother would determine that. He felt sorry for Pappy, and missed him already. Pappy returned to the subject of Hank and Cowboy, repeating that they'd leave it being nothing good could come from telling anyone. It was a secret they'd take to their graves. He offered his hand and Luke shook it, agreeing. Pappy told him not to forget about his pappy up there. Luke promised he wouldn't. They backed through the floodwaters. Back at the house, Percy Latcher had taken over the painting but wordlessly handed the brush back to Luke. Gran appeared and called Luke to come with her. She needed to show him something. Gran led Luke around back toward the silo, picking through mud puddles as the flood crept within 30 feet of the barn. She wanted to take a walk and talk, but there was mud and water everywhere, so they sat on the edge of the flatbed trailer. After a long silence, Luke asked what she was going to show him. She admitted. It was nothing, she just wanted a few minutes alone with him before he left. She was trying to remember if he'd ever spent a night away from home. He couldn't recall one. He knew he'd been born in the bedroom where his parents now slept, and that Gran's hands had touched him first. She'd birthed him and taken care of his mother. No, he'd never left their house, not even for one night. She said he'd do just fine up north, though her voice lacked conviction. Lots of folks from there went up to find work, and they always came home. He'd be back before he knew it. Luke loved his Gran fiercely, yet he knew he'd never again live in her house and work her fields. They talked about Ricky for a while, then about the Latchers. She put her arm around him, held him close, and made him promise repeatedly to write letters, study hard, obey his parents, go to church, learn his scriptures, and be diligent in his speech so he wouldn't sound like a Yankee. Exhausted by the promises, they walked back to the house, dodging puddles. The morning dragged on. The Latcher children dispersed after breakfast but returned by lunch, watching as Luke's father and Mr. Latcher tried to outpaint each other across the front of the house. They fed the Latchers on the back porch. After they ate, Libby pulled Luke aside and handed over her letter to Ricky. Luke had already prepared an envelope, addressed it to Ricky via the Army mail route, and put a stamp on it. She was impressed, placed her letter inside, and licked the envelope twice. She thanked him with a kiss on his forehead. He tucked the envelope under his shirt and planned to tell his mother, but hadn't found the chance. The day became hurried. His mother and Gran washed and pressed clothes while his father and Mr. Latcher painted until the paint ran out. Luke wanted time to slow down, but it didn't. Supper was quiet. Each of them worried about the trip for different reasons. Luke was too sad to eat. Pappy remarked that this would be his last supper there for a while, a comment that didn't help. Gran tried to lighten the mood by saying the food up north was bad, but it fell flat. It was too chilly for the porch, so they gathered in the living room, but no topic seemed right. Church was dull. Baseball was over. No one wanted to mention Ricky, and even the weather couldn't hold their attention. They gave up and went to bed. His mother tucked him in and kissed him good night. Then Gran did the same. Pappy stopped for a few words, something he'd never done before. Alone, Luke said his prayers and stared at the dark ceiling, trying to believe it was his last night on the farm. The next morning, Luke saw his father's army duffel bags for the first time. They'd been stored in a tool shed attic for 8 years. His mother was packing while the sofa was covered with clothes. Gran had prepared a final feast: eggs, sausage, ham, grits, fried potatoes, baked tomatoes, and biscuits. She said it was a long bus ride, 18 hours, and heaven knew when he'd get another good meal. The men had already eaten. Gran sat with Luke as he ate, running through the promises again: write letters, obey parents, read the Bible, say prayers, be diligent. She explained that his mother would need help when the new baby arrived, and there would be other Arkansas people up in Flint, but he'd have to do chores. He asked what kind of chores, thinking he'd left that behind. She said house stuff, vaguely, and told him to be helpful. He asked, what if the new baby cried like the Latcher baby? She assured him it wouldn't. His mother moved quickly, having dreamed of this day for years. To her, leaving was a turning point, a milestone. Pappy wandered in and sat watching Luke eat, saying little. When Luke was stuffed, he and Pappy walked to the front porch. His father was loading the duffel bags, dressed in starched khaki pants and a white shirt. His mother wore a Sunday dress. They didn't want to look like refugees. Pappy led Luke into the front yard to where second base used to be, and they turned to look at the house, glowing in the morning sun. Pappy said Luke had done a good job. Luke wished they'd finished. There was still an unpainted section at the corner where Trot had begun. Pappy figured another half-gallon would do it, and promised to finish it himself over the winter. He said when they came home, it would be finished. Luke said he'd like that. Everyone converged at the truck, hugging Gran for the last time. Pappy drove, with Luke in the middle, his mother by the window, and his father in the back with the duffel bags. As they pulled away, Gran was sitting on the front steps wiping her face. Luke couldn't help crying, hiding his face against his mother's arm. They stopped in Black Oak. His mother took Libby's letter to the post office and mailed it. She and Luke had discussed it, and agreed it wasn't their business to stop Libby from telling Ricky about the baby. Pearl hugged Luke tightly, and gave him a bag of candy for the trip. Pop shook his hand, and wished him luck. They left quickly. Not wanting a grand send-off, their leaving was due to frustration and crop failure, and they didn't want the town to know they were fleeing north. Luke watched the flooded fields along the highway, the road ditches overflowing, creeks over their banks. They passed the gravel road where they'd met the Spruills. If another farmer had been there earlier, or they'd arrived later, the Spruills would still be together in Eureka Springs. Tally had made this same trip in this same truck, running away to a better life up north. It was still hard to believe. He didn't see anyone picking cotton until Nettleton, where the ground was drier, and some Mexicans were working. Traffic slowed at Jonesboro. Luke took in the stores, nice homes, clean cars, and people walking. Pappy grew nervous in traffic, gripping the wheel and hitting the brakes. At the Greyhound station, they unloaded quickly. Pappy wasn't much for hugs, but when he pinched Luke's cheek, Luke saw moisture in his eyes. He hurried back to the truck and drove away. They waved until he was out of sight, and Luke's heart ached as he watched the old truck disappear, heading back to the floods, the Latchers, and a long winter. Yet he was relieved not to be going back. Inside the station, his father bought 3 tickets to St. Louis. Luke's mouth fell open in amazement. His father grinned and said nothing. They boarded the bus, and Luke got the window seat, staring out as they maneuvered through Jonesboro and onto the highway, speeding north through wet cotton fields. When he finally looked away from the window, his mother's head was resting on the seat back, her eyes closed, a grin slowly forming at the corners of her mouth. The end. And now the cotton fields grow quiet again. And before you leave this world, thank you for staying here a little while. Thank you for carrying Luke's memories through the heat, the dust, the silence, and all the small moments that never felt small at all. What makes A Painted House linger long after its final pages is that John Grisham wasn't chasing mystery or courtroom victories when he wrote it. He was reaching backward toward pieces of himself. Before the best-selling author behind the firm, The Pelican Brief and The Client became one of the most recognizable storytellers in the world. He was a boy growing up in Arkansas, surrounded by stories of farm life, hard work, and people trying to hold on to hope with very little in their hands. This novel came from memories that had been waiting quietly for years. For Grisham, writing this story meant stepping away from the machinery of legal thrillers and entering more personal territory. That kind of writing can be difficult in a different way. Suspense asks what happens next. Memory asks what still hurts and what still matters. You can feel that struggle in the pages, not because the story shouts, but because it whispers. And beneath the cotton fields and summer skies, the story carried something larger than itself. America in the early 1950s was changing class divisions, migrant labor, dreams of escape, the weight of expectations placed on families and children. Luke isn't simply watching a harvest season unfold. He is standing at that strange doorway between innocence and truth, where children first realize that adults are carrying burdens they cannot always explain. Maybe that is why the painted house itself matters so much. It was never just a house. It was hope, dignity, a future that felt just beyond reach. Sometimes people survive not by owning something beautiful, but by believing beauty might one day belong to them. Years later, the story found another life in the 2003 Hallmark Hall of Fame adaptation, directed by Alfonso Arau, whose warmth and visual storytelling had already touched audiences through Like Water for Chocolate. Alfonso Arau approached this world gently, almost as if memory itself were behind the camera. Young Logan Lerman carried Luke's quiet observations with remarkable restraint, while Scott Glenn, Robert Sean Leonard, Arija Baracus, and Melinda Dillon gave the Chandler family a grounded humanity that felt lived rather than performed. Xavier Grobet's cinematography allowed the Arkansas landscapes to breathe, and Roy Folguera's music moved softly around the story instead of pushing emotion too hard. The adaptation stayed remarkably faithful to Grisham's novel, preserving the heart of Luke's journey and the emotional weight of the family's struggles. Some of the novel's quieter internal reflections had to become visual moments instead, and a few details were streamlined for time, but the spirit remained intact. The production itself left behind small traces of its own story. Filming took place in Arkansas, close to the landscapes that inspired Grisham's memories, and many local residents became part of the world on screen. One of the churches built for the production was later donated, and continued serving a real congregation, as though part of the film simply decided not to leave after the camera stopped rolling. Sometimes stories do that, sometimes they stay. And perhaps that feels fitting for this story. If this journey meant something to you, spend some time with Grisham's original novel as well. There are always details waiting quietly inside books that even a camera cannot fully capture. And if these stories have found a place in your evenings or your quiet moments, subscribe and stay for more journeys like this. Share this story with someone who might carry it with them, and if a scene stayed in your mind, or if you saw something differently, leave your thoughts behind. Sometimes, another person's interpretation reveals something we never noticed ourselves. Because stories rarely end when the last page closes. They wait. In old photographs, in summer air, in houses we remember differently than they really were. And somewhere tonight, in a place only memory can reach, that painted house is still standing.